Prynawn da pawb. Before we begin today's meeting, I want to briefly refer to yesterday's proceedings. During First Minister's questions, there was an exchange on which I have since received correspondence and which has also received media coverage. Scrutiny of the government, including the questioning of ministers, is an important part of our Senedd. It is essential that this is conducted in accordance with our rules and the established expectations for contributions in this chamber. Members, indeed, have received training and guidance on those expectations. We will, of course, hold differing views, and that was evident yesterday in both the remarks made and the responses in the chamber. Robust disagreement is part of democratic debate, but it must always be grounded in respect, and we must avoid using language that has the potential to inflame debate or to increase tensions. So I expect, as Llywodraeth, that members at all times conduct themselves in a way that promotes respect for this Senedd and which extends respect and courtesy to all other members and to everyone in our society. So my appeal to members is, my direction to members is, respect our rules, treat one another with kindness and with courtesy and with respect. Nawr, gadewch I ni mynd ymlaen nawr. Mae llawer o busnes I wneud heddiw. Yn gyntaf, item 1. Roedd nawr yn gwahoddi enwebiadau o dan rheol sefydlog 17.2 F I ethol cadairyddion pwllgorau. Dim ond aelod o'r grŵp gwleidyddol y dyranwyd y pwllgor hwnnw iddo a allgael ei enwebu'r gadeirydd, a dim ond aelod o'r un grŵp plaid sy'n cael cynnig yr enwebiad. Cytunwyd ar y dyraniad cadeirion I grwpiau gwleidyddol yn unol â rheol sefydlog 17.2 A. Os bydd unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu enwebiad, neu os cair 2 enwebiad neu fwy ar gyfer yr un pwllgor, cynhelir pleidlais gyffrin achol. Byddaf yn parhau gyda'r enwebiadau ar gyfer gweddill y pwllgorau hyd nes y bydd yr enwebiadau I gyd wedi gwneud. Rwy'n gwahodd enwebiadau ar gyfer cadeirydd pwllgor y blynyddoedd cynnar, plant, pobl ifanc ac addysg y dyranwyd i'r grŵp Plaid Cymru. Galwaf nawr am enwebiadau. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Seconder.
Becca Brown.
Diolch yn fawr iawn.
I nominate Sarah Evans.
And seconder.
Evans.
A oes unrhyw arall? Becca Brown a Sarah Evans. Felly, etholi'r cadeirydd y pwllgor hwn drwy bleidlais gyffredinol. Rwy'n gwahodd enwebiadau ar gyfer cadeirydd y pwllgor iechyd a gofal cymdeithasol y dyranwyd i'r grŵp Llafur Cymru.
Nominate Jane Bryant.
Diolch yn fawr. Diolch. A oes rhago o enwebiadau? Rwyf yn datgan bod Jane Bryant wedi ei hethol yn gyrraedd y Pwllgol Iechyd a Gofal Cymdeithasol. Rwy'n gwahodd enwebiadau ar gyfer cyrraedd y Pwllgol Newid Hinsawdd, yr amgylchedd, canlyniadoedd a materion gwledig, y dyranwyd i grŵp Reform UK. Galwedd am nominations.
Can I nominate James Evans?
Seconder?
I second James Evans.
Galwedd am aelod arall i aelod... oes rhago o enwebiadau? Na? Rwyf yn datgan bod James Evans wedi ei hethol yn gyrraedd y Pwllgol cydraddoldeb, hawlio dynol a chyfyniawnder cymdeithasol. Na? Objective. Sorry, mae'n drwg gen i. Mae'n drwg gen i. I'll rewind. A oes un rhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu'r enwebiad? Nac oes. I can confirm. Rwyf yn datgan bod James Evans wedi ei hethol yn gyrraedd y Pwllgol cydraddoldeb, hawlio dynol a chyfyniawndau cymdeithasol. Newydd Hinsawdd. Mae'n drwg gen i. Rwy'n gwahodd enwebiadau ar gyfer cydeirydd y Pwllgol cydraddoldeb, hawlio dynol a chyfyniawndau cymdeithasol, y dyranwyd i grŵp Plaid Cymru. Ewch yn gweld. Galwod am nominations nawr.
Can I nominate Sarah Rees?
And a seconder?
Sarah Rees.
Diolch yn fawr. Galwedd am aelod arall am nominations eraill.
I nominate Senedd Cymru.
And a seconder? Oes unrhyw arall?
Gynnig Elfed Williams.
Elfed Williams. A seconder? Seconder?
Ie, mae'n ddrwg gen i. Elfed Williams, diolch.
Diolch. Oes eraill? No. Diolch. Etholi'r cyrraedd y pwllgor hwn drwy bleidlais gyfrinachol. Rwy'n gwahodd enwebiadau ar gyfer cyrraedd pwllgor yr economi, ynni a chysylltedd y dyranwyd i grŵp Plaid Cymru.
Can I nominate Anna Nicol?
Seconder?
I second that, John Davis. Anna Nicol.
Oes eraill?
Cynnig Elwyn Vaughan.
And seconder?
Gai eilio Elfyn Vaughan, diolch.
Diolch. Oes eraill? Na. Diolch. Etholi'r cyrraedd y pwllgor hwn drwy bleidlais gyfrinachol. Rwy'n gwahodd enwebiadau ar gyfer cyrraedd y pwllgor diwylliant, cyfathrebu y Gymraeg a chwaraeon y dyranwyd i grŵp Plaid Cymru.
Hoffwn i...
Mae'r Senedd wedi cytuno yn unol â rheol sefydlog 17.A6 yn cytuno bod cyrraedd y pwllgor hwn yn gymwys i'w enwebu 2 aelod i'w hethol i'w rhannu swydd cadeirydd pwyllgor. Nawr.
Diolch, Llywydd. Hoffwn i enwebu Mae'r Rowlands a Liz McLean fel cyd-gaderyddion y pwyllgor yma. Diolch.
Mae'r Rowlands, Liz McLean. Oes eraill? No. O, seconder, sorry.
Ie, hoffwn eilio Mae'r Rowlands a Liz McLean fel cyd-gaderyddion.
Diolch. Oes eraill? Rwyf yn datgan... sorry, mae'n ddrwg gen i. Dwi'n dysgu. Yeah. A oes gwrthwynebiad? Nac oes. Rwyf yn datgan bod Nia Rowlands a Liz McLean wedi ei hethol yn gyrrair yn y pwyllgor diwylliant cyfathredu y Gymraeg a chwaraeon. Rwy'n gwahodd enwebiadau ar gyfer cadeirydd y pwyllgor Llywodraeth leol, tai a chynlunio y dyrannoedd i'r grŵp Reform UK.
I'd like to nominate Carmelo Colasanto.
And seconder?
I second that nomination.
Diolch. Oes eraill? Na. Oes unrhyw gwrthwynebiad? Rwyf yn datgan bod Carmela Colasanto wedi ei hethol yn gyrraerydd y pwyllgor Llywodraeth leol tai a chynllunio. Rwy'n gwahodd enwebiadau ar gyfer cadeirydd pwyllgor y cyfansoddiad, cyfiawnder a materion allanol a dyrawnwyd i grŵp Plaid Cymru.
I nominate Carrie Harper.
Diolch. A seconders?
I second Carrie Harper. Dwi'n eilio Carrie Harper.
Diolch. Oes enwau eraill? A oes gwrthwynebiad? Nac oes. Rwyf yn datgan bod Carrie Sanders wedi ei hethol yn gyrraerydd pwyllgor. Mae'n ddrwg gen i. Mae'n ddrwg gen i. Mae'n ddrwg gen i. Rwyf yn datgan bod Carrie Harper wedi ei hethol yn cyrraedd pwyllgor y cyfansoddiad, cyfiawnder a materion allanol. Roedd gwahodd enwebiadau ar gyfer cadeirydd y pwyllgor cyllid a draniwyd i grŵp y caedwadwyr Cymraeg.
Llywydd, dwi'n enwebu Sam Rowlands.
Sam Rowlands. And seconder?
And I second Sam Rowlands.
Diolch yn fawr. A oes gwrthwynebiad? Nac oes. Rwyf yn datgan bod Sam Rowlands wedi ei hethol yn gadeirydd y pwyllgor hwn. Rwy'n gwahodd enwebiadau ar gyfer cadeirydd y pwyllgor cyfrifon cyhoeddus a gwenyddiaeth cyhoeddus, a dyranwyd i grŵp Reform UK.
I nominate Andrew Griffiths.
Diolch. And seconder?
I second that nomination.
Oes eraill? A oes gwrthwynebiad? Nac oes. Rwyf yn datgan bod Andrew Griffiths wedi ei hethol yn gyrraedd y pwyllgor cyfrifon cyhoeddus a gwenyddiaeth gyhoeddus. Rwy'n gwahodd enwebiadau nawr ar gyfer cadeirydd y pwllau deddfwriaeth a dyranwyd i grŵp Reform UK.
I nominate Sarah Cooper-Lessard.
Sarah Cooper-Lessard, and a seconder.
I second Sarah Cooper-Lessard.
Oes eraill? Nac oes. Oes gwrthwynebiad? Nac oes. Roedd yn datgan bod Sarah Cooper-Lessard wedi ei hethol yn cadeirydd y pwllgor deddfwriaeth. Rwy'n gwahodd enwebiadau ar gyfer cadeirydd y pwllgor safonau ymddygiad y dyranwyd i grŵp Plaid Cymru. Alan Cox. Seconder?
Alan Cox.
Diolch.
I'd like to nominate Lindsay Whittle.
Seconder?
And I'd like to second that nomination.
Oes eraill? And seconder? Oes eraill? Na. Iawn, okay. Gan fod gwrthwynebiad wedi ei wneud. Etholiad a cadeirydd yma drwy bleidlais gyfrinachol. Diolch. Okay. No, we've finished, we've done everyone, yes, we've covered everyone. Yeah, yeah. Rwy'n gwahodd enwebiadau ar gyfer cadeirydd y pwllgor daisebau a danranwyd i grŵp Reform UK.
I'd like to nominate Jason O'Connell.
Jason O'Connell, and seconder?
Clyweth, I second that nomination.
Oes eraill? Na. A oes gwrthwynebiad? Nac oes. Roedd yn datgan bod Jason O'Connell wedi ei hethol yn gadeirydd y pwllgor daisebau. Okay, now I just need to return to one piece of item to make sure that we've covered all bases on this because it's very important. I need to return to the election of Jane Bryant earlier, just to ensure that to ask whether there are any objections. Sorry, Jane. Nac oes. Nac oes, diolch yn fawr iawn. We can proceed on that basis. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Dyna derfyn y proses enwebu. Yn achos yr enwebiadau hynny a gyfariwyd ar gyfer pleidlais gyfrinachol yn unol a rheolau sefydlog, roi'n hysbysu'r aelodau y bydd y pleidleisiau cyfrinachol yn cael eu cynnal yn ystafell brifio 13 yn y Senedd ac yn electronig. Bydd aelodau yn derbyn e-bost yn fuan yw hysbysu bod pleidleisio wedi agor. Bydd yn cyfnod pleidleisio'n dod i ben am 4 o'r gloch. Bydd hyn yn rhoi cyfnod pleidleisio o ddeutu 2 awr. Diolch. Nawr, ar ôl pleidleisio cyfrinachol, byddaf yn cyhoeddi'r canlyniad ar ôl y cyfnod pleidleisio yn cyfarfod llawn heddiw. Diolch. Nawr, item 2, cwestiynau i'r Gweinidog Cabinet dros iechyd a gofal. Cwestiwn 1, David Mills.
Right, yeah. What are the Cabinet Minister's priorities for the NHS in Brecniog, Tywynedd?
Fe nes i osod allan fy mlaenoriaethau ar gyfer gig Cymru yn cynnwys Brycheiniog Tywynedd yn fy natganau'r llafar ar yr ail o Fehefin. Mae'r rhain yn canolbwyntio ar leihau rhestrau aros, gwella mynediad, cefnogi y gweithlu, cryfhau gwasanaethau lleol a darparu mwy o ofal yn agosach i gartref tra'n gwella canlyniadau a chynaladwyedd hir dymor. Bydd profiad cleifion o ofal trawsffiniol hefyd yn cael ystyriaeth fel rhan o'r gwaith yma.
The Cabinet Minister, people across my constituency are very concerned about Powys Health Board's decision to delay planned care for operations in English health providers. During the election and before, you said that if you were in government, you would address this. Can you today outline when people in my constituency can expect the service they were receiving to be reinstated to English waiting times?
Llywydd, this government and I am committed to ensure equitable and equal access to all across Wales. Now, cross-border care is something that we experience across Wales. If you think of where I live in the north of Wales, in Betsi Cadwaladr, we go for treatment over in Liverpool, to Clatterbridge, to Liverpool Women's Hospital and others. The same is true in Aneurin Bevan with members going over. But there's a significant issue that we hear quite a bit in Powys. However, there is in England and Wales NHS cross-border healthcare services a statement of values and principles, referred to as the SVP. That is to ensure smooth and efficient interaction, and one of its key principles is that no treatment will be refused or delayed due to uncertainty or ambiguity as to which organisation is responsible for funding an individual's health care. Along that, there sits an NHS cross-border network with representatives from Llais and the Welsh Government. So if the member or others have examples, casework for instance, of individuals who haven't received the treatment that they need, I would suggest in the first place that you refer them to Llais and they can raise that on the cross-border network, and feeling that you're welcome to pass them on to myself and I will raise them at that level as well.
Diolch. Rebecca Phillips.
Diolch, Llywydd. We know that the government is committed to ensuring equitable access to cancer services across all parts of Wales, and I welcome that this new Plaid Cymru government is placing a strong emphasis on this through its proposed cancer plan. However, constituents in Brycheiniog Tywynedd are currently required to travel outside the area for specialist assessments due to the lack of local diagnostic services. Could the Cabinet Secretary therefore provide an update on progress towards establishing a rapid diagnosis centre in Powys? Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr iawn i'r aelod am y cwestiwn yna. Llywydd, dwi'n cofio rhai blynyddoedd yn ôl sefyll efo Siân Gwenllian yn Mangor yn trafod yr angen i rolio allan canolfannau diagnosis sydyn a cychwyn ymgyrch bryd hynny. Felly mae datblygu canolfannau o'r fath wedi bod yn flaenoriaeth i Blaid Cymru ers sawl blwyddyn. Rwan, da ni mewn sefyllfa i ymestyn yr hyn sydd ganddo ni ymhellach. Dyna pam fod adeiladu ar y cynlluniau a'r rhwydwaith sydd ganddo ni yn flaenoriaeth, ac mi ydyn ni wedi sôn yn cynllun 100 diwrnod, byddwn ni'n edrych ar ddatblygu rhaglen ar gyfer Powys. Mae'n amlwg fod yna wacter ym Mhowys, dyna pam y mod i wedi dechrau'r broses o gomisiynu astudiaeth dichanoldeb i'r posibilrwydd o ddatblygu ag agor canolfan ddiagnostig sydyn ym Mhowys yn y dyfodol.
Ian McIntosh.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Minister, many of my constituents, also in Brycheiniog Tywynedd, feel that they are being let down by a health service that is increasingly difficult to access. Powys, as we're all aware, is the largest county in Wales, taking up 25% of the country, yet it does not have a single district general hospital, meaning that many residents face long journeys for appointments, diagnostics and treatment. A member of my own family had to wait 7 years for knee replacement surgery, a delay that had significant impact on their quality of life, and it's sadly not an isolated case. At the same time, newly qualified paramedics are being trained in Wales at considerable cost to the taxpayer, only to be told that there are no jobs available for them. But we need more paramedics. So what on earth is going on here? Now, given these challenges, what specific actions is Welsh Government taking to reduce waiting times, improve access to healthcare for rural communities, and ensure that NHS workforce planning is delivering the doctors, nurses and the paramedics that constituencies such as Brycheiniad Tywer desperately need? Diolch.
So the member asks specifically around waiting lists, and I've made clear this government's plan to bring down those waiting lists, where we will be looking to roll out elective care hubs across Wales and investing in ensuring that we look at the pathway and the diagnostics. And I touched on the diagnostics to Becca Phillips in a previous response. Regarding the workforce plan, I've made clear that we will be developing a workforce plan and bringing forward that high-level workforce plan in the autumn. But tomorrow I am holding a summit with the representative bodies of paramedics, midwives and nurses and the health boards to see how we can respond to the graduate issue this summer in ensuring that we are finding as many placements as possible for them and making sure that we don't reach this position in the future.
Mike Hedges.
The NHS in Brycheiniad Tywer cannot be looked at in isolation from Swansea. The Neath and Cwm Tower areas are part of the Swansea Bay Health Board. 2 of the 3 major hospitals covering that area used by patients are Marston and Singleton Hospital in Swansea. For parts of Brecon, the Swansea Valley and Neath, the emergency department is at Marston Hospital. Some GP services cover the Tower near Swansea and the Swansea Valley, including the Cwm Tower hub. Does the Minister agree artificial political boundaries should not affect service provision and delivery?
I absolutely agree that any boundaries should not stop people from accessing services. That's something that we have been promoting constantly over the last number of years, that we need to get rid of the postcode lottery that exists in Wales. That's why we are working with health boards now to make sure that those boundaries are being broken down. And in fact, we have another summit tomorrow looking at primary care, looking exactly at how we can break down those artificial boundaries that we've got within the NHS and across local authorities in Wales.
Cwestiwn 2, Christiana Emsley.
Diolch, Howard. Cabinet Minister, when can the people of North Wales expect to see tangible improvements in waiting times and patient care as a result of the Welsh Government's latest interventions in Betsy Cadwaladr University Health Board? And how will the Cabinet Minister measure the success of those interventions?
This government is clear. We will not tolerate the continued issues at Betsy Cadwaladr University Health Board, and we expect immediate improvement.
Thank you. Minister, babies have been born, started school, and reached secondary education during the time Betsy Cadwaladr has been in special measures. If special measures can last for more than 11 years, they are no longer special measures. They are business as usual. Whatever government was in office when they began, your government now owns them. North Wales patients have heard over 11 years of assurances. Why should they believe that this time is any different?
So the Health Board has been in heightened states of escalation for many years, as has been rightly pointed out, with the current level 5 escalation in its 4th year. Clearly, there needs to be a change of approach to drive tangible and sustainable improvements. I've asked my officials alongside NHS P&I to undertake a stock take of the current position so that I can establish the true extent of the organisation's operational challenges, the quality of care and the strategic direction of the organisation, and determine the most appropriate next steps. I recently met with the Chair and Chief Executive of the Health Board during a visit to Ysbyty Glanllwyd and set out my expectation that they must take ownership of the long-standing issues within the Health Board and make the improvements required for the people they serve. I've also written to the Chair of the Health Board setting out my concerns about the lack of progress, and in July I will chair a meeting with members of the Health Board's executive team and board to make clear to them my expectations in terms of improvements.
Elfed Williams.
Diolch, Llywydd. Mae'r llywodraethant effeithiol yn ganolog i perfformiad ein gwasanaeth iechyd, a dwi'n cefnogi ymrwymiad Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru i rhoi strwythurau clir ac arweinyddiaeth newydd i'n byrddau iechyd dros y tymor seneddol hwn. Y methu cadwaladr, am rhy hir mae'r stori wedi bod yn un o fesurau arbennig ac anghysondeb mewn safonau gwasanaethau. Rydw i'n bryderus o weld, fel enghraifft, adran achos brysur Ysbyty Glanllwyd yn cael ei ddynodi fel gwasanaeth sydd angen ei wella'n sylweddol gan yr AGIC wythnos dwythaf. Nid y berniadaeth ar staff yw hyn, ond system lle mae diffyg eglurder mewn atebyrolwydd ac arweinyddiaeth gyson. Felly, gweinidog, pa waith sy'n cael ei wneud i adolygu'r fframwaith, dwysau ac ymrwymiad presennol a sicrhau ei fod yn gyrru'r gwelliant gwirioneddol a chyneladwy i gleifion.
Diolch i'r aelod am hwnna. Llywydd, mae'r aelod yn berffaith iawn i ddweud yn ei gwestiwn fod angen i ni gydnabod gwaith caled a gwaith da nifer o'r staff sydd yn Betsy Cadwaladr ac yn Ysbyty Glanllwyd yn benodol yn yr achos yma, a dwi eisiau rhoi hynna ar gofnod ein gwerthfawrogiad o'i gwaith nhw'n mewn amgylchiadau anodd iawn. Mae'r aelod yn cyfeirio yn benodol at lywodraethiant ac mi fydd aelodau yma'n ymwybodol ym mod i wedi cyhoeddi adroddiad fewn i lywodraethiant yr NHS yng Nghymru 2 flynedd yn ôl. Ac fel rhan o'r gwaith ymchwil i'r cyhoeddiad yna, mi ddoth yn amlwg nad oes gan gwasanaethau iechyd yng Nghymru hyder yn y fframwaith escalation yna sydd ganddo ni ar gyfer gwasanaethau iechyd. Mae yna adolygiadau'n cael ei wneud yn eitha cyson o'r fframwaith, ond mi dwi'n awyddus i ni gynnal adolygiad mwy cynhwysfawr. Oherwydd fel gath i sôn ynghynt, dydw i ddim eisiau gweld fframwaith sydd yn arwain at normaleiddio gwasanaethau sydd yn israddol. Mae'n rhaid ni gael fframwaith cryf mewn lle sydd yn medru dal byrddau iechyd i gyfri gan rymuso y cadeirydd a'r aelodau annibynnol mwyn cyrraedd y pwynt yna.
Darren Miller.
Cabinet Minister, I'm afraid that some of your answers are giving me a sense of déjà vu because they were the similar sort of answers that we've been hearing from the Labour Party for over a decade in respect of the poor performance of the Betsy Cadwaladr University Health Board. Now, what people want to see is concrete action to deliver improvements. We know that one of the things which people are absolutely desperate for is increased capacity, bed capacity in particular, in order to address the problems in the emergency department, which of course today has been designated as a service requiring significant improvement by Healthcare Inspectorate Wales. What action are you going to take to urgently review the paltry number of beds proposed for the new North Denbighshire Community Hospital in Rhyl, which are fewer than half the beds originally proposed 13 years ago, when the problems now at the nearby Glanllwyd Hospital are more acute than ever?
The member has raised this issue previously with me, and I have made it clear that we are committed to the new development in Rhyl, and that will happen. I have also made clear today that we will take a stock take of the situation because I am not happy, nor content with the situation as it is. We need to see urgent and immediate improvement. That's why I did visit Ysbyty Glanllwyd a month ago in order to make sure that the Chair and the Chief Executive understood clearly that they need to take responsibility of what's going on in Ysbyty Glanllwyd and across North Wales and need to see improvements immediately.
Cwestiynau nawr i Llyfarwyr. Galwaf yn awr y Llyfarwyr y pleidiau i holi'r gweinidog Cabinet. Yn gyntaf, Llyfarydd Reform UK i ofyn i'r dirprwy weinidog dros ofal cymdeithasol iechyd meddwl a iechyd menywod. Claire Archibald.
Diolch, Llywydd. Minister, Plaid Cymru promised to take all reasonable steps to ensure the carers' needs assessments are completed within 28 days. The Breaking Point report shows that too many carers either do not know that they're entitled to the assessment or wait too long to receive meaningful support. Will the Minister confirm when the 28-day standard will be in place across Wales and how the Government will hold local authorities to account if they fail to meet it? Diolch.
Diolch. Well, Llywodraeth, firstly, I'd like to welcome the member to her role. I know she brings expertise and experience in this area, and I'm really looking forward to working with her to make things better. And can I also say how glad I am that unpaid carers are the focus of spokespeople's questions so early in this Senedd. Indeed, in this first question session on health and care, unpaid carers face too many barriers, including what has been highlighted, too many not getting the support they need and deserve. And last week it was Carers Week, and I visited 2 events celebrating unpaid carers in Penarth and in the Senedd. And I spoke to unpaid carers about the reality of their lives, things going well, and the challenges, and they told me that they want policies, not praise. Now, I pledge to listen to that. I want to be their voice in government, to increase the visibility of the work they undertake, work that saves the government and our society billions of pounds. Now, the member has raised carers' needs assessments. I am pledging to work with local authorities to make sure that carers receive the assessments when they need them. Now, I understand that in legislation that there isn't always a guarantee that there needs to be a 28-day period for that, but we need to make sure that where there is a need, that it happens quickly, that the process needs to be streamlined, it needs to be standardised. There is too much inconsistency across local authority areas. They also need to be made more accessible. So it's about the timeliness, it's also about the accessibility, because even the terminology, we talk about assessments. That can be very off-putting sometimes, I think, for unpaid carers. It can be daunting. So, maybe I know that the Health and Social Care Committee talked about needing to talk about having a what matters conversation, maybe instead of an assessment. But I pledge that on this and on many other issues, I will do what those carers asked me to do. I will want to be their voice in the government. I want to be their minister. I want to keep hearing from them, because they told me, talk to us, not about us. And I plan to honour that.
Thank you for the response. And I do, some of the questions that I have actually, you've already answered. So the committee report is very clear that poor access to respite is one of the reasons unpaid carers are being pushed to breaking point. Will the Welsh Government now commit to a national minimal standard for respite care, including emergency and nighttime provision, so that support is not dependent on where the carer lives?
Now, thank you again for that really important question. I know that in terms of what has been raised in that Breaking Point report, that we are currently, the team is looking at that we are going to be reporting back to when the new committee is established, to reporting back on that, and we are giving real consideration to some of those recommendations. We have pledged to protect the short breaks scheme, but also to look at how we can expand opportunities for unpaid carers to benefit from respite and flexible working, because we know, and the member will know as well, I know that the short break scheme, it does work. Surveys show that carers feel more hopeful about the future after benefiting from that scheme. And some of those unpaid carers I met last week, they talked to me about the isolation they can feel, how family or friends can drift away because they don't understand the stress that the carer is under, and about the importance of respite. One of them told me that what you get to do in your own life is too often an add-on. I promise that I will do all I can to see how we can strengthen that.
And I look forward to that, so thank you very much. What additional funding will be made available to ensure the 28-day assessment target and improved respite vision can actually be delivered, rather than simply passed down to already very stretched local authorities?
Yeah, thank you for that final question again. And as I alluded to earlier, we are looking in terms of course, yes, what funding can be made available, and I'm hoping to be in a position to be able to give more information on that soon. But as well as that extra funding, it's making sure that those assessments are done in a timely manner, that they're standardised, that they actually are meeting the needs of unpaid carers, and that we are strengthening their rights. We also want to make sure that unpaid carers are a designated priority group in government policy. But look, I want to be a voice in this government for some of the people in our society who need it most. And I want to champion their needs, to amplify what they say, and I will work with people from all parties and none who are serious about improving the reality of these people's lives. It's what we are in politics to do, and I plan to focus on that.
Llywodraeth Cymru, Ken Skates.
Minister, my Welsh Labour colleagues and I stand with health visitors from Cwmtath, Morgannwg, who play an invaluable role in supporting families, and they want to be back at work. They want to be doing the jobs that they love, not on strike. What action will you take to resolve the situation immediately?
So health visitors are an integral cog in our health service. They support families when it matters most. They provide vital, proactive care right in the home. And we talk of the preventative agenda. We talk of care closer to home. Well, this is exactly what they do. Early intervention for young mothers, for instance, and their babies. So firstly, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all health visitors for the work that they do across Wales. With regards to Cwmtath, they shouldn't be in this position. People don't decide to take industrial action on a whim. And I welcome the fact that Unite provides support to the striking workforce. But I've said many times that I expect both the Health Board and the union to get back around the table to find a resolution for the sake of the workers and their patients.
Oh, thank you, Minister, but we would really welcome your individual and immediate intervention to resolve this. And I know that those workers would appreciate a meeting with you as well. But I also feel it's important to raise another issue that goes beyond politics and must be addressed. What specific actions will you be taking to reduce the number of stillbirths and neonatal deaths in Wales?
The issue around stillbirths is still not resolved in Wales. We still have the worst numbers across the UK, and we need to see them improve. Now, this is a matter that sits under my colleague Dilynwch Jewell's brief. Dilynwch will respond to you in good time.
Llywodraeth Caedwadwyr Cymraeg, Peter Fox.
Diolch Llywydd, and can I congratulate you, Cabinet Minister, on your position, and I wish you well. Cabinet Minister, you know that I chaired the Health and Social Care Committee during the latter stages of the 6th Senedd, when you were also a member. Together, we heard about the immense pressures facing our health service, not least within GP services, ophthalmology, gynecological cancer care, and some of what we've just heard in the previous question about social care and unpaid carers. Now, the committee published its legacy report in April, setting out a series of recommendations for future work. The message was clear. Without clear targets, measurable outcomes, and a genuine shift in funding, prevention will always lose out to short-term pressures. Can I therefore ask you, Cabinet Minister, whether you will commit to implementing all of the recommendations set out in the committee's report?
So the member talks about the need to set clear targets, and we have been clear that we will be asking health boards to shift up to 0.5% of their funds to the primary care sector every year, starting at the next financial year. That's why we are conducting a summit tomorrow with the health boards and the primary care leads in the health boards to identify and prepare a map to achieve that.
Well, thank you, Cabinet Minister. So you didn't quite answer if you were going to lay out or agree to all of the recommendations in the committee report, but I'm sure you'll be reflecting on that report, and I look forward to your views on it. Cabinet Minister, Plaid Cymru talks a lot about ambition, cutting waiting lists, hiring 100 GPs, creating surgical hubs. These are all laudable aims, but they require funding and sustained commitment. Yet nowhere in your plans do you set out a detailed workforce model, binding national targets or clear consequences for failing health boards. Now, your government will have to make difficult decisions on funding, including where resources are reallocated from and whether you will commit to a period of double funding, another key recommendation from the committee. At the moment, you are offering a list of initiatives, but not the framework or funding needed to deliver them. Without that, why should anyone believe your plan will not simply repeat the same cycle of missed targets, rising waiting times, and a lack of accountability that Welsh patients have endured for 27 years?
I'm glad that the member thinks that our ambitious programme is laudable, and we have therefore cross-party support for our ambitions. We all agree that we need to bring down waiting lists, and the plan that we've put together for those waiting lists are clinically led. I'm sure you don't want a politician just to put an arbitrary date or target on some of these issues. We want them to be the best clinical outcomes led by clinicians. The member will be aware that we have a supplementary budget coming up, and therefore I look forward to seeing his support of that supplementary budget so that we can achieve the aims that both he and I and others in this chamber want to see fulfilled.
3. Nick Carter.
Diolch, Llywydd. Ga i ofyn y gweinidog Cabinet i roi datganiad am cynllun cenedlaethol Cancer Cymru.
Diolch i'r aelod am y cwestiwn. Mi ydyn ni wedi dechrau gwaith ar ddatblygu cynllun canser cenedlaethol i Gymru, ac mi fyddai yn darparu datganiad ysgrifenedig cyn diwedd y tymor yma yn gosod allan yn bwriadau ni ar sut ydyn ni'n mynd i ymwneud â rhanddeiliad ar gyfer cynnwys y cynllun hwnnw.
Diolch. 1 in 2 people in Wales will be diagnosed with cancer at some point in their lives, and this is something that affects us all. Therefore, the proposal for our new government to develop a 10-year cancer plan is both well overdue and very welcome. One area often overlooked and highlighted to me by a constituent is metastatic breast cancer and incurable stage 4 cancer in general. In particular, there is no data on how many people are living with metastatic cancer in Wales, even though collection of this data became mandatory over 12 years ago. Without clear information on diagnosis, recurrence, treatment pathways and outcomes, we can't identify variations between health boards or ensure every patient receives timely, equitable support. Please can the Minister prioritise the consistent implementation of the metastatic breast cancer pathway signed off by Wales Cancer Network in 2023 and ensure that metastatic cancer is not overlooked in the new National Cancer Plan. Diolch.
So with the statistics mentioned there by Nick paints a grim picture, doesn't it, and tells us why cancer is a priority area for this government and why we need a cancer plan. The member referred to the cancer plan that we are drawing up, and it's something that the cancer community have called for many years, and I fail to understand why the previous government was so resolute in their refusal to develop a cancer plan. Plaid Cymru has promised it, we will deliver it, and we'll act on it. And it will be a comprehensive plan which will include action in respect of metastatic disease, implementing all nationally agreed pathways, and we'll also look to improve data on metastatic disease as part of the plan.
Question 4, David Hughes.
Will the Cabinet Minister make a statement on the future of the stroke unit in Prince Charles Hospital?
Anyone experiencing stroke or suspected stroke, regardless of where they live, should be seen and treated quickly in the most appropriate setting. The responsibility for the delivery of safe, high-quality stroke services for the population of this area lies with Cwm Taf Morgannwg University Health Board.
Cabinet Minister, Cwm Taf Morgannwg Health Board put on a consultation about temporary move of the stroke unit from Prince Charles Hospital to Royal Glamorgan Hospital in Llawn. But despite the large majority objection to the move, including senior health staff, local authority councillors, members of the public, the move still went ahead. One healthcare worker said, and I quote, "The removal of such a critical service has the possibility of patients experiencing delays receiving critical care and increasing the risk of long-term disability." The Health Board has now extended the temporary move by a further 12 months without any consultation. Can I ask the Cabinet Minister, when speaking with Cwm Taf Morgannwg University Health Board, can he ask when we are going to see the same service in Prince Charles as in Royal Glamorgan, because the service is needed in both hospitals? Thank you.
So with stroke services across Wales are not where they should be, sadly. We all agree, I'm sure, that we want to see a safe and sustainable service in every community. None of us wants to see a service that poses a risk to our loved ones, and I'm sure every member here would agree. Sadly, the service at the Prince Charles Hospital lost some key consultant workforce. This loss posed a significant risk to the safe and sustainable delivery of the service, something that nobody wants to see, as I've said. This led to the Health Board extending the urgent temporary change for a further 12 months. I'm advised that consultant capacity still remains fragile. My concern is for the health and well-being of patients in Merthyr and the area, and the need to provide safe services. My officials are continuing to maintain regular oversight and monitor it, but I am more than happy to raise the issues that the member raised with the executive team of the Health Board.
Vicky Howells.
Diolch, Llywydd. Cabinet Minister, I'd like to start by placing on record my thanks to the tremendous stroke staff working at Cwm Taf Morgannwg. A close family member of mine was recently treated at Prince Charles Hospital for a stroke, and they received really excellent, compassionate care and follow-up. I think it's important that while we remember the acute stroke unit has been moved from Prince Charles, the hospital's emergency department is still able to treat those attending with stroke or suspected stroke. So this could make all the difference. So can I ask you, Minister, to work with the Health Board to make sure that that message is out there loud and clear in case of emergency?
Thank you for that really important point, or 2 points to be fair to the member, mentioning the importance of the role played by the staff, the fantastic workforce there who are working in difficult situations. Again, absolutely echo those points. Also important to point out the importance of getting rehabilitation as close to home as possible, which is key if we are to see stroke patients fulfil their lives after the stroke event. Absolutely more than happy to work with the member and raise these issues at the appropriate level.
Question 5, Safa El Hassan.
Will the Cabinet Minister outline the progress underway to establish a 10-year digital health programme to improve electronic patient records across Wales?
In our first 100 days, the Welsh Government will begin development of a refreshed NHS Wales digital and data strategy centred on a single integrated patient record, building on platforms such as the NHS Wales app, National Data Resources and EPME, alongside investment in electronic health record systems like Open Eyes.
Diolch, Cabinet Minister. As an ophthalmologist, I've experienced firsthand, alongside my patients, the barriers and delays associated with the ability of digital health and Care Wales to develop major programmes. The implementation of Open Eyes programme, for example, took several years under the previous Labour government, which is unacceptable. Wales is now at risk of falling further behind in the digital health infrastructure, particularly as other nations are moving ahead, with Ireland rolling out a national electronic patients record system, while ours remains fragmented, such as Opera AI or paper-based. This inefficiency is placing unnecessary strain on doctors, nurses, at a time where we should be using digital systems to improve productivity in patient care, especially given the scale advantage of a smaller nation. What assurance can you give, Cabinet Secretary, to NHS staff and patients that this programme will deliver efficiency and at a pace and will result in genuine, integrated, well-coordinated care in an urgently needed?
We've used the first 100 days of this government to reset the approach to digitisation, putting digital at the core of the service, developing a digital and data strategy fit for the future, including a roadmap of a single integrated patient record for Wales. We can't continue with a fragmented and disjointed system. The people out there expect our systems to be able to talk to each other and share information. This is a long-term transformation, but will not only yield financial efficiencies, but more importantly, will improve patient outcomes. Llywydd, the member has a special interest in Open Eyes, which is understandable given her expertise in the field of ophthalmology. The story of Open Eyes in Wales is a bit of a sorry saga, as evidenced in the 6th Senedd's Health Committee's report into ophthalmology. I'm not at all happy with how it took so long and failed to be rolled out on time. I understand that it has now been rolled out across Cardiff and the Vale and Erin Bevan and Swansea Bay, but I expect other health boards to adopt and implement it. I'd be happy to invite the member and opposition spokespeople to have a briefing with the lead official if they think that would be of use.
Stephen Rodaway.
Thank you, Llywydd. I'd also like to thank the member for that important question. Again, very interesting to hear about Open Eyes. Given the NHS efficiency and, more importantly, patient safety depends on clinical staff having timely access to accurate and complete patient information, and recognising that fragmented record systems can result in important information not being available when and where it is needed, leading to significant inefficiencies and patient risks. What measurable progress has been made towards reducing those risks, improving effectiveness, and what specific performance measures will be used going forward to demonstrate that further investment in digital health is delivering tangible improvements in patient safety and overall efficiency? Thank you.
Those are all very fair points, and as I set out, we've put digitisation and the resetting of the digital programme into our 100-day programme. We will be mapping out a 10-year programme for digitisation, and you'll be able to track that as I make an announcement before the end of the term and as the programme is rolled out.
Cwestiwn 6, Hugh Thomas.
Diolch. Pa asesiad mae'r gweinidog Cabinet wedi wneud o gyflwr cynnal a chadw adeiladau Bwrdd Iechyd Prifysgol Caerdydd ar Fro?
Ar draws yr NHS, mae lefel uchel o waith sydd angen ei wneud ar yr ystad wedi cronni, gan gynnwys y Bwrdd Iechyd Prifysgol Caerdydd ar Fro. Mae arolygon cyflwr yr ystad wedi cwblhau ac mae swyddogion wrthi'n gweithio gyda'r Bwrdd Iechyd i wella cyfleusterau presennol. Mae yna hefyd yn llunio cynllun hir dymor i fynd i'r afel ar heriau o ran seilwaith a sicrhau bod yr ystad yn addas ar gyfer y dyfodol.
Dwi'n diolch i'r gweinidog am yr ateb. I'd like to raise specifically the conditions at the University Hospital of Wales at the Heath. Anyone who's visited the hospital in recent years will recognise the parlour state of parts of the buildings there. And I think everyone can also recognise the challenge and multi-billion-pound cost of replacing the Heath Hospital. But residents in the Cardiff and Vale Health Board area and further afield will have likewise been alarmed by comments from the Minister before the election, essentially proposing mothballing parts of the current site. Welsh Labour, in our costed manifesto, put forward an ambitious plan to fully replace the Heath Hospital with a new building, taking advantage of an improved funding settlement from the UK Government and using an innovative mix of capital and borrowing to fund the build. Will the Minister work with us to deliver the new hospital rather than resorting to a sticking plaster solution? Yeah.
I recently visited the Heath because a loved one had to go there for an operation, and I could see with my own eyes how there were problems there, as much as when I visited Glangwili and saw the problems there, and Glenclwyd and other hospitals across Wales. This is a legacy left by the previous government, £1.5 billion of backlog that needs to be resolved, and we now have to deal with that. Cardiff and Vale University Health Board submitted a programme business case in late 2021, proposing a £2 billion programme to replace both the University Hospital Wales in the Heath and University Hospital Wales Llandoch. This was deemed by your government unaffordable, and the scheme was not progressed. My officials are working with the Health Board to prioritise the highest risks that have been identified through this condition survey. The survey findings will also inform the development of the Health Board's plans for the site to ensure services continue to be delivered in a safe and appropriate way.
Gareth Thomas.
But it does not reflect the severity of what patients and staff are facing on the ground. I've been using that hospital for 30 years and I've also worked there. At the University Hospital of Wales, we're seeing sewage leaks, water damage and infrastructure now 50 to 60 years old, alongside a maintenance backlog running into hundreds of millions of pounds. Staff are clear, parts of the estate are no longer fit for modern healthcare and affecting both safety and working conditions. This is not just at Cardiff. At the Prince of Wales Hospital in Bridgend, we have already seen the consequences: structural failures, ward closures and disrupted services. All this sits within the NHS Wales maintenance backlog of approaching £1 billion. So I asked the Minister directly what immediate site-specific action is being taken in Bridgend and the Vale to make the highest risk buildings safe, what new capital funding will be committed, and when will patients and staff see real, visible improvements?
I thank the member for that question. I actually visited the Princess of Wales Hospital in Bridgend this morning, and saw for myself the improvements that have been made there since the leaking roof. And in fact, that crisis meant that they had to think differently about how to provide services, and have been able to develop a cold area of the hospital so that they can provide elective care in that part of the hospital. And that's the kind of thinking that we need to see. How do we use this, the crisis that we've had as an opportunity to improve the estates that we've got in Wales? That's why we've said that we will be using the capital money that we have to improve that backlog, especially the most urgent backlog that we've got in the NHS in Wales, which stands at not nearly £1 billion, but £1.5 billion, which is the legacy left to us by the previous government. But we've made it clear that we will be dealing with the urgent backlogs.
Ciara Marshall.
I'm glad the member has raised this with the Cabinet Secretary today, because we all know that the previous Labour government have left our hospitals crumbling. For years, in fact decades, we've heard about persistent issues like sewer leaks, water damage and outdated IT equipment, all a result of underfunding accumulating over time. But this isn't just about fixing buildings, because there are governance issues too. The culture of short-term firefighting within health boards has only made things worse, which is why I welcome the government recognising this is a rooted-in problem. So does the Minister agree with me that it is on the Labour Party to explain why, while they were in government, they allowed the maintenance backlog in the NHS to reach such a state, and that the new Welsh Government is doing the right thing in not burying their heads in the sand on this issue and tackling it head-on?
Absolutely, the member is right in her comments. The NHS faces significant in-year financial pressures. Individual health boards are managing challenging positions, and we're working closely with them. I'm clear that NHS finances require a combination of sustainable long-term solutions alongside investment. For all health boards with deficit positions, we've set out a clear expectations of the need for recovery plans with solutions that return them to a balanced financial position. There are strong arrangements in place on financial oversight of the system and a wealth of management information on efficiency and opportunities for improvement. I am actively looking at options on how to strengthen that approach, and we will deliver it within our 100-day plan commitment.
Andrew Arty-Davis.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Minister, I can remember talking to the then Chief Executive of the Cardiff and Vale Health Board some 10 years ago about the desire to build a new hospital on the Heath Hospital site. I believe it is some 10 to 15 years overdue from the original projection when the Heath Hospital was built in the early 70s. You highlighted your own visit to the hospital, and anyone visiting there can see the fabric crumbling before their eyes. There is excellence going on every day at that hospital, and staff are performing miracles, and patients are very grateful for that. But in the fabric of the buildings that exist on that site, that is no way to provide a regional health hub. Will you be the first minister to commit to rectifying the neglect that Labour presided over in their term of office and allowed the deplorable situation to arrive at that we're in at the Cardiff and Vale Health Board's Heath Hospital? And will you commit at the end of this term to have addressed the shortfall of funding and make the diggers dig the foundations to build a new hospital in Cardiff?
So the member is absolutely right that the situation that we find ourselves in with regards to the University Hospital Wales and indeed other hospitals across Wales is not acceptable. He was absolutely right in stating that staff are working miracles in very difficult circumstances. I echo those points. But just to re-emphasise that no plans have come forward by the Health Board to redevelop University Hospital Wales. Our priority at the moment is to ensure that we fix the urgent backlog in the NHS across Wales so that we ensure an equity of outcomes for patients across the whole of Wales.
Question 7, Vicky Howells.
Will the Cabinet Minister make a statement on the ongoing industrial dispute by health visitors within Cwmtaf Morgannwg University Health Board?
Yes, for fear of repeating myself, I'd like to put on record our appreciation of the work that is carried out by health visitors. We know how important they are. They look after some of the most vulnerable people in our society. So we have to make sure that they are respected. I've made it absolutely clear that we expect the Health Board and Union to come together.
Minister, I and my Welsh Labour colleagues stand in solidarity with the health visitors in Cwmtaf Morgannwg who play an invaluable role in supporting families. They want to be back in the job that they love. Welsh Labour Senedd members and MPs have written jointly to the Health Board, urging them to get back around the table and work in social partnership to resolve this dispute. But this isn't just a local issue. My office has checked with other health boards about how they pay their health visitors. One is evaluating the job role. 3 use various bandings, which in one case vary from Agenda for Change Band 5 to 8B, but 2 others only pay health visitors at Band 6, the banding which has ignited industrial action in Cwmtaf Morgannwg, now of course in its 17th week. So clearly we need a Wales-wide approach so that health visitors get the pay and banding they deserve, that their role, education and experience actually show they deserve, and they can get back to work supporting families. So will you make a Wales-wide solution to this a priority?
Llywydd, the member is quite right that we are seeing different patterns, different bands, different levels across health boards in Wales. That's why there is currently a new national framework being drawn up so that we have that standardised approach. I would wish for this to be designed in social partnership. Unfortunately, as things stand, because Unite are in dispute, they're not part of that process. I would urge Unite and all other partners to be a part of that process so that we can exactly deliver what you want to see, which is an unified national structure so that everybody has the same expectations across Wales.
Ac yn ôl y gweinidog Cabinet, cwestiwn 8 yw ateb gan y diproi weinidog Jane Bryant.
Diolch Llywydd. What action is the Welsh Government taking to increase the number of midwives?
Diolch. Rydyn ni'n cymryd camau wedi targedu gryfhau a sefydlogi'r gweithlu bywreigiaeth trwy'r cynllun gweithlu amenidigol strategol ac rydyn ni'n gweithio gyda'r Gwasanaeth Iechyd Genedlaethol i gynorthwyo graddedigion i symud mewn i gyflogaeth gan gynnwys trwy'r symud graddedigion ar y 19 o Fehefin.
Diolch. As the daughter of a retired community midwife who is still a member of the Royal College of Midwives, I'm concerned about the issues that the Royal College of Midwives Cymru have raised about job uncertainty. Newly qualified midwives are skilled, committed and ready to provide high quality care to women, babies and families. With more complexity of cases, there are particular gaps in support post-caesarean section, postnatal and bereavement care. What discussions has the Minister had with midwives and trade unions about these important issues to make sure that we utilise the skills of newly qualified midwives?
Thank you, Jane, for raising this question. It clearly is an issue very close to your heart and close to your family, and thank you for the empathy that you've brought in that question. Look, I do recognise the concern and the distress that's facing lots of newly qualified midwives, those who are unable to secure posts at this time when maternity services, as you've just been setting out, continue to face these workforce pressures. I do recognise that this creates a real risk of losing those newly qualified, trained midwives that we need so much before they can even begin their careers here. It's not a situation any of us would want to be in. Now, as I said, we are working with NHS Wales to better align education commissioning, vacancies and funded posts. I have met briefly with the RCM. I intend to have a far longer conversation with them. I mean, there is a graduate summit, as I mentioned, that is being held on the 18th of June. That is tomorrow, so this is very timely. We are prioritising this to bring partners together and to focus on those practical actions that we need to support those newly qualified professionals into roles. Now, that work obviously sits alongside the implementation of the Strategic Perinatal Workforce Plan. We have to do all we can to retain the talent that we have trained here in Wales, to recruit and support and to deploy them where they are needed. You have just been setting out, Jane, how vitally important they are in our society. We all thank them tremendously for the work that they do. It is invaluable. So thank you very much for raising this really vital question.
Diolch, Gweinidog a Dirprwy Gweinidog. Cwestiynau i'r Gweinidog Cabinet dros Llywodraeth Leol, Tai a Chynllunio. Cwestiwn 1, Paul Marr.
Diolch, Deputy Presiding Officer. Does the Cabinet Minister hold data for the total number of houses in multiple occupation in Wales and the proportion occupied by current and former asylum seekers?
Diolch yn fawr am y cwestiwn. Mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn cyhoeddi gwybodaeth bob blwyddyn ar wefan Stats Cymru am nifer o'r tai sydd yn cael ei galw yn HMOs, tai mwy nag un preswyliaid. Hynny yw yr ystadegau sydd yn hysbys i awdurdodau lleol. Yr oedd hyn yn 11,954 ar 31 Mawrth 2025. Sbariwch chi fynd i chwilio ar Stats Wales. Dydy y data ddim yn cael ei gasglu am breswylwyr.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. I recently met with a 70-year-old armed forces veteran in my constituency of Ceredigion and Penfro, who told me that after falling on hard times, he had spent several years living in an abandoned camper van, and because he was unable to secure accommodation. Given cases such as this, what assurances can your government provide the people of Wales facing homelessness that they will not be treated less favourably in the allocation of housing or housing support than those individuals that have been granted asylum status?
Yn uchelgais ni ydy bod pawb yng Nghymru yn gallu cael tŷ o ansawdd da am gost fforddadwy ac yn yr ardal iawn iddyn nhw gan gynnwys cynfilwyr, gan gynnwys ffoaduriaid yn ogystal. Mae'r cwestiwn cyntaf chi ynglyn â tai amlfeddiannaeth ac mae yn hysbys fod na ormodedd o'r math yma o dai yn gallu bod mewn rhai ardaloedd a bod hynny yn gallu creu problemau. Ond dwi yn troi yn ôl at be ddudwyd yn y siambr yma ddoe ac yn sefyll yn gadarn efo'r hyn ddywedodd arweinydd Plaid Cymru. Nid mewnfudo sy'n achosi'r argyfwng tai. Nid ceiswyr lloches sy'n achosi yr argyfwng tai. A dwi'n hapus iawn i ddychwelyd at yr holl faterion sydd ynglwm efo'r argyfwng tai sydd gynnon ni yma yng Nghymru, ond peidiwch a ceisio creu rhaniadau o fewn yn cymdeithas ni drwy drio pwyntio'r bai i un garfan benodol yn cymdeithas ni. Yr atab i'r argyfwng tai, mae yna sawl atab i'r argyfwng tai, ond un ohonyn nhw yn hollol glir ydy bod ni yn creu cyflenwad mwy o dai cymdeithasol ar gyfer pawb sydd yn dymuno bod yn byw yma yng Nghymru.
Anna Nicol.
Diolch. In Welsh Refugee Week, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to recognise the huge contribution that refugees can continue to make to our communities and economy in Wales, including in my constituency of Ceredigion and Penfro. Housing is a foundation for all of our lives, but unfortunately, many refugees in Wales today face destitution. A safe home is a foundation for people fleeing war and persecution to rebuild their lives so as they can contribute to their new communities. Can the Minister confirm that refugees will be included within her work to end homelessness for everyone in Wales?
Mi ddaru'r ddeddf digartrefedd a dyrannu tai cymdeithasol 2026 gael cysyniad brenhinol ar y cyntaf o Ebrill. A mi fydd y ddeddf yma yn helpu gael gwarad ar rwystra a heria sy'n wynebu ffoduriaid newydd yn ystod y cyfnod lloches symud ymlaen, yn benna trwy wella mynediad at wasanaethau digartrefedd a thai cymdeithasol i bob person cymwys. Mae'r ddeddf, wrth gwrs, yn anelu at wneud digartrefedd yng Nghymru yn beth prin, byr a heb gael ei ailadrodd, ac mae hyn yn drawsnewidio sylweddol o'r system ac mae'n debygol o bydd hwn o fydd i ffoduriaid newydd sy'n aml mewn peryg uchel o ddigartrefedd ar ôl gadael llety lloches. Mae'r gweithredoedd da ni'n gymryd yng Nghymru i gefnogi pobl sy'n chwilio am loches ac sydd o fewn ein pŵer datganoledig yn bennaf yn seiliedig ar atal clodi a pheidio ag ychwanegu pwysau ar yn gwasanaethau cyhoeddus. Ac yda ni fel Llywodraeth wedi ymrwymo i warchod y weledigaeth genedlaethol, y weledigaeth ryngwladol o genedl noddfa ac i sicrhau bod y negwyddorion yn cael eu hymgyrffori ar draws polisi yn cynnwys yn y maes tai.
Cwestiwn 2, Mae'r Rowlands.
Diolch yn fawr. Llongyfarchiadau i'r gweinidog ar ei rôl newydd. Sut bydd y gweinidog cabinet yn cydweithio ag awdurdodau lleol i weithredu argymhellion cynllunio'r Comisiwn Cymunedau Cymraeg mwyn cefnogi'r Gymraeg fel iaith fyw ym Mangor Conwy Môn?
Diolch am y cwestiwn. Mi fyddwn ni'n cydweithio efo Cymdeithas Llywodraeth Leol Cymru i fwrw ymlaen efo argymhellion y Comisiwn Cymunedau Cymraeg cyn bellad a bant nhw yn ymwneud efo cynllunio sydd yn ymhortffolio fi. Mi fydd tystiolaeth leol yn hanfodol i ddod o hyd i'r dillio polisi cywir bydd yn cefnogi'r Gymraeg mewn cymunedau ar hyd a lled Cymru.
Diolch am yr ymateb. Mi fydd y gweinidog yn ymwybodol fod y Gymraeg yn iaith fyw o fewn nifer fawr y gymunedau yn fuddsolaeth i, a dwi'n croesawu'r ymrwymiad gan Blaid Cymru sicrhau bod yr iaith Gymraeg yn cael yr ystyriaeth sy'n heddiannol iddo yn y system cynllunio gwlad a thref. Mi fydd y gweinidog cabinet hefyd yn ymwybodol fod yna nifer o brosiectau sy'n mynd tu hwnt i reolaeth awdurdodau lleol, sydd hefyd wedi achosi cryn dipyn o bryder i gymunedau ym Mangor Conwy Môn dros y blynyddoedd diwethaf, fel enghraifft ffermydd solar ar lefel fawr. Byddwn yn gwerthfawrogi felly bydde'r gweinidog yn medru rhoi mwy o fanylder i ni ar sut fyddai'n mynd ati i gydweithio efo awdurdodau lleol i roi'r Gymraeg yn ganolog mewn systemau cynllunio lleol a sicrhau bod yr iaith Gymraeg yn cael ystyriaeth ystyrlon mewn prosiectau arwyddocad cenedlaethol.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Dwi yn ymwybodol iawn o'r pwysau sydd ar yr iaith Gymraeg, nid yn unig yn eich ardal chi, ond ar draws yr ardaloedd yn y gorllewin a thu hwnt, a bod yn onest, yr ardaloedd lle mae'r Gymraeg yn iaith fyw ddydd i ddydd. Mae rhaid ni wneud popeth o fewn yn gallu i fod yn gwarchod ac yn hyrwyddo'r iaith Gymraeg yn yr ardaloedd yna. Ac mae'r Gymraeg yn rhan hanfodol o hunaniaeth ddiwylliannol Cymru wrth gwrs, ac mae rhaid i'r Llywodraeth yma fynd ati o ddifri rwan i edrych ar yr system gynllunio, sut fydd y system gynllunio yn gallu cynnal y Gymraeg a ddim gweithio yn erbyn y Gymraeg. Mae'r Comisiwn, gwaith mae'r Comisiwn wedi wneud o gwmpas yr ochr cynllunio yn ddarn o waith pwysig a gwerthfawr ofnadwy. Un o'i argymhellion nhw ydy i ddynodi ardaloedd o arwyddocad ieithyddol dwysedd uwch, ac mae hyn yn bwysig mwyn diogelu cymunedau Cymraeg rhag shifft ieithyddol pellach. Felly, da ni yn edrych o ddifri ar yr argymhellion yma. Dwi wedi gofyn i swyddogion ar draws y Llywodraeth, a dwi'n gweithio hefo'r gweinidog dros y Gymraeg, a da ni'n mynd i fod yn edrych efo'n gilydd i gyflwyno'r ffordd ora o weithredu'r mecanweithiau sydd yn cael ei nodi yn adroddiad y Comisiwn. Mi fydda, yn fy marn i'n sicr ac yn marn y Comisiwn, dynodi ardaloedd o arwyddocad ieithyddol dwysedd uwch yn gyflwng pwysig i reoli, adolygu, diwygio neu lunio polisia a ddiogelu a chreu amodau ffafriol i'r iaith ffynnu.
Galwaf nawr ar lefarwyr y pleidiau holi'r gweinidog cabinet, Cyfarydd Reform UK, Francesca O'Brien.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Member. Minister, you stood on a manifesto promise to deliver at least 20,000 new social homes by 2030. The people of Wales elected you on this commitment. So I would like to know, what are the annual milestones? How many social homes do you expect to be built by March 27, March 2028 and March 2029? Because a target without a trajectory is not a commitment. It is a deadline with nowhere to hide until it is too late. Therefore, Minister, can you confirm today that you will publish an annual milestone against your 20,000 social home target within the first 100 days of your government, of which you have 60 remaining. In addition, what specific actions do you intend to take to increase the supply of housing for the 84% of Welsh households who are not in receipt of social housing, but who are suffering the consequences of a lack of supply of homes for sale and rent?
Diolch yn fawr a diolch am fynd ar ôl un o fy mhrif blaenoriaethau fi, sef yr ymrwymiad i greu o leia 20,000 o gartrefi cymdeithasol, rheini yn nwylo y cyhoeddus, mae hynna'n olygu wrth gwrs, erbyn 2030. Mae gwneud hyn, mae'r ymrwymiad yma yn mynd i fod yn gallu helpu ni daclod i gartrefedd, cadw pobl allan o letu dros dro, lleihau yr rhestr aros sydd ar draws Cymru ar gyfer tai cymdeithasol a gwneud tai yn fwy fforddadwy. Mi fyddai'n dod â mwy o fanylion ymlaen i chi. Dych chi'n iawn i ofyn y cwestiynau be fydd yr cerrig milltir ar hyd y daith, ac dwi'n awyddus iawn i fod yn edrych ar hynna i gyd, ac yn awyddus hefyd i roi mwy o fanylion ynglyn â sut da ni'n diffinio beth yw sydd yn cyrraedd y targed, pa fath o dai yn union da ni'n sôn amdanyn nhw o fewn hyn. Dwi wedi bod yn hollol glir, dwi'n meddwl, fod rhaid i ni fynd i'r afal efo cynyddu yr cyflenwad net o dai cymdeithasol. Ac o ran be oeddech chi'n ofyn amdan yn gyffredinol hefyd, wrth gwrs, mae eisiau gwneud tai yn fwy fforddadwy i bobl sydd yn prynu am y tro cyntaf, ac mae eisiau meddwl, ac mi ydyn ni'n meddwl am yr holl becynna sydd wedi bod ar gael ar gyfer pobl yn prynu am y tro cyntaf, sydd yn helpu nid yn unig o bobl sydd eisiau symud i fewn i'w cartrau hunan, ond yn helpu hefyd y sector tai, yn helpu adeiladwyr bychin ac yn helpu i fod y sector tai yn ei gyfanrwydd hefyd yn cael y bydd allan o unrhyw gymorth mae'r Llywodraeth yn gallu gynnig.
Thank you, Minister. I'm sure you'll agree that if I can't have a timetable for the 20,000 homes, we can't monitor the progress of your government, and that's why we, Reform UK, want to hold you to account and scrutinise you, which the people of Wales want us to do. Your government has recognised that the planning system is broken, which is something I think we can both agree on. However, in order for you to tackle this issue, you are giving life to a new arm's-length body, a new taxpayer body to navigate a planning system so burdened with regulation that the builders have simply stopped building. A planning system so dysfunctional that even the planning officers are planning their way out of the jobs. I ask the Minister to tell this chamber if you will, before you create another body to manage the bureaucracy, will you commit to an urgent, time-limited review of every regulatory layer currently preventing Welsh builders from breaking ground? And will you set a deadline in this Senedd term by which you will have removed those that cannot be justified?
Diolch yn fawr. Dydw i ddim cweit yn cyd-fynd efo'r darlun da chi yn rhoi o system gynllunio wedi torri yn llwyr. Oes mae yna heriau mawr o fewn y system gynllunio, ac mae swyddogion cynllunio yn gweithio dan amodau anodd iawn, yn aml iawn, adranna cynllunio cynghora sir sydd wedi cael eu torri oherwydd bod cynghora sir yn trio gwarchod yr gwasanaethau rheini sy'n diogelu'r bobl mwyaf bregus, fel addysg a gwasanaethau cymdeithasol. Mae adranna cynllunio wedi yn sicr cael ei effeithio yn anghymesur oherwydd polisi a llyfnder yn y pen draw, llai o arian yn dod i wasanaethau cyhoeddus, heini'n gorfod gwneud penderfyniadau caled. Ond dwi yn cytuno efo chi bod angen adolygu sut fedrwn ni wneud y system gynllunio yn fwy deniadol mewn ffordd ar gyfer datblygu a chreu cyflenwad digonol o dai cymdeithasol a materion eraill hefyd. Ac felly mae gynnon ni gynllunio ar gweill a mae'r trafodaethau yna wedi cychwyn ynglyn a creu system gynllunio sydd yn fwy hygyrch ac yn fwy perthnasol i'r datblygiadau da ni yn deisyfu i creu.
Diolch, Minister, for your response. I would like to move to our attention to local government, which I know is a matter close to our hearts, having both been previous councillors. In 11 months' time, we will be sending people in Wales back to the ballot box to exercise their vote and determine their new local governments. Now, given the Finance Minister admitted over the weekend that your government is facing extremely difficult decisions to fund your election pledges, which doesn't come as a surprise as your costings are still missing in action, but I'm sure they will arrive sometime in the autumn, wouldn't it be prudent to require councils to carry out post-election value for money audits? Following each local election, councils should be required to conduct a comprehensive audit of spending, contracts and service delivery. This would expose inefficiencies early and allow new administrations to act decisively. So, Minister, will you work constructively with us to implement this policy to ensure value for money for local council taxpayers?
Mae'n hollol amlwg fod angen creu gwtnwch o fewn yn awdurdodau lleol ni. Maen nhw dan bwysa sylweddol iawn. Ond dwi ddim yn credu bod beth chi'n awgrymu yn ffordd o drio cyrraedd at hynny a bod yn onest. Dwi yn credu fod angen i ni fod yn gweithio efo Llywodraeth leol. Dwi'n sylwi yn manifesto reform, da chi'n sôn am gosbi neu rhoi cyfyngiadau ar Llywodraeth leol os nag ydyn nhw'n gwneud hyn llall ag arall. Nid dyna ffordd y Llywodraeth yma. Ffordd y Llywodraeth yma ydy gweithio mewn partneriaeth efo Llywodraeth leol ac mi ydyn ni'n edrych ar y strategaeth partneriaeth ac yn fanna mae'r drafodaethau yn mynd i fod o gwmpas sut i gryfhau y gwydnwch Llywodraeth leol ac dwi'n edrych ymlaen yn fawr at y trafodaethau yna a dwi'n mynd i gynhadledd yr Cymdeithas Llywodraeth leol fory fel mae'n digwydd, lle fydd y trafodaethau yna yn digwydd. Yn y ffordd yna, dwi'n meddwl, mae gweithio efo Llywodraeth leol ddim gosod rhyw set o ddynion arnyn nhw fel oeddech chi'n awgrymu.
Cyfarfod Llafur Cymru, Mike Hedges.
Diolch, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I welcome the Minister to her role as Minister for Local Government and congratulate her on her appointment. I believe it's the first time a local government minister and an opposition spokesperson have both previously held senior elected office in local government. My question is, what do you calculate the rate of inflation for 2026-27 affecting local government?
Sorry, Mike, can you just repeat the last?
What do you calculate the rate of inflation for 2026-27 affecting local government?
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Mike, a diolch yn fawr iawn i chi am yr cydnabyddiaeth yna o'r profiad sydd gen i fel cyn aelod o gabinet a chyn dirprwy arweinydd cyngor hefyd. Ac yn amlwg mae'r pwysau sydd yn wynebu yr awdurdodau lleol fel o'n i'n sôn, maen nhw'n bwysau sylweddol iawn. Fedra i matab eich cwestiwn chi ar ei ben, mae'n ei ofn, Mike, os ydych chi ddim yn disgwyl i fi fedru gwneud, dwi'n siŵr iawn o hynny. Ond mi na i edrych i weld os fedrwn ni gael wybodaeth yna i chi.
Oh, I can help you on that. Prior to the Welsh Government's final budget for 2026-27, the Welsh Local Government Association estimated the additional funding needed to make local authority budget pressures could total £1.6 billion over the next 3 years. The Auditor General for Wales said some councils are at the very edge of financial stability. In November 2025, he suggested some local authorities were close to issuing Section 114 notices. Education and social services account for the majority of local government spending. The Welsh Local Government Association estimates schools and social services alone will make up around 60% of financial pressures this year. Local authorities have statutory duty to provide these services, and with ever-increasing demand in these areas, there's little flexibility in other budgets. The Welsh Government had substantial consequential funding from ALN's expenditure in England. Does the Minister now expect that money to come into local government? And do you accept what I am saying about how much extra for local government that we need? And will you be arguing for the supplementary budget to have additional money for local government?
Diolch yn fawr iawn i chdi, Mike, am y cwestiynau yna. O ran y cyllideb, wrth gwrs, mi oedden ni fel plaid yn hapus iawn bod ni wedi gallu negodi hefo'ch Llywodraeth chi, Llywodraeth Lafur Flaenorol, cyllid o 112.7 miliwn o gyllid ychwanegol i awdurdodau lleol i sicrhau bod hynny ar gael ar gyfer 2026-2027. Mae hi yn gyfnod hynod o heriol, wrth gwrs, a dwi'n siŵr mi fydd yr gweinidog cyllid yn amlinellu mwy am yr her yna yn fuan iawn. Da ni'n dallt y pwysau sydd ar ysgolion a awdurdodau lleol ac yn enwedig ar deuluoedd ac yn enwedig yn y maes cefnogi anghenion pob dysgwr a rai efo anghenion dysgu ychwanegol ynghlwm efo hynny. Dydy'r system addysg a trefniadau cyllidol ddim yr un fath yng Nghymru a Lloegr, wrth gwrs, a mae'n amlwg fod pwysau ariannol sylweddol mewn awdurdodau lleol ysgolion yn gwlad ni yn ogystal ac yn Lloegr. A dwi'n gwybod bod nhw wedi gorfod gwneud penderfyniadau anodd iawn i reoli hyn. Mae rai ni wwan symud ymlaen i weithio efo'n partneriaid i ddatblygu cynllun trawsnewid hir dymor clir ar gyfer addysg dysgu ychwanegol. Un clir, un penodol ac un amserol i sicrhau bod y sector yn gallu cefnogi anghenion dysgwyr yn ogystal â bod yn gynaladwy yn weithredol.
Chyfarydd y Ceidwadwyr Cymreig, Peter Fox.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. Cabinet Minister, can I also congratulate you once again on your appointment? Now, your manifesto talks about reviewing the funding formula for local government, and that is very much welcome. As you know, I've called for that for a long time. But your manifesto also states that the structures of government in Wales, including town and community councils, will be kept under continuous review. Now, this has caused quite a lot of confusion and concern amongst local authorities. Can you therefore clarify once and for all that your government will not be looking to restructure local authorities and instead work with them to ensure they can deliver the public services that the people of Wales deserve?
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Peter. Ac dod eich cwestiwn cyntaf chi ynglyn â'r fformiwla ariannu, ac da ni eisoes wedi cychwyn ar y gwaith o adolygu'r fformiwla ariannu Llywodraeth leol i sicrhau bod o yn adlewyrchu gwir gost darparu gwasanaethau mewn gwahanol rannau o Gymru. Mi oeddech chi'n holi am ailstrwythuro Llywodraeth leol. Dydy ailstrwythuro Llywodraeth leol ddim yn flaenoriaeth i'r Llywodraeth yma. Bydd hynny ddim yn digwydd yn ystod yr cyfnod y Senedd yma. Ond wrth gwrs, mae yna nifer o bethau gallwn ni fod yn gweithio ar y cyd efo Llywodraeth leol i leihau biwrocratiaeth a phrosesau a chanolbwyntio ar gyflawni. A dyna lle mae'r cytundeb partneriaeth sydd gen Llywodraeth Cymru hefo Llywodraeth leol yn werthfawr ofnadwy mwyn i ni gyd drafod yn blaenoriaethau ac i edrych tua'r dyfodol. Deud bod yna ddim ailstrwythuro Llywodraeth leol, ond mae angen edrych ar yr rhanbartholi sydd wedi digwydd yn raddol drwy drws gefn. Ydy hwnna'n ffit i bwrpas yn bob achos? Dwi'n meddwl fod cyfle i wneud gwaith o gwmpas yr agwedd rhanbarthol o Llywodraeth leol.
Well, thank you, Cabinet Minister, for the clarity on that. That's very much welcome, and I know your anxieties around CJCs and things like that, so I can see that you will be looking at that regional entities. But to move on, one aspect that caused voters to turn away from the previous Welsh Government is the fact that they spent too much time looking for additional powers rather than using the ones they had to provide the basic services that the people of Wales depend on. Now, right now, local authorities, as we've heard several times, are facing increasing financial pressures and are being forced to raise council tax just to ensure that they can stay afloat. Now, the last thing they need are new additional projects and been brought forward on a whim of policymakers down here in Cardiff Bay. Would you agree with me that councils should be given the resources needed to deliver key and statutory services, and that the government should refrain from loading new burdens on them?
Yn sicr, mae unrhyw fath o newidiadau angen I trafod yn fanwl ag penderfyniadau yn cael ei gwneud efo'n gilydd. Dwi'n mynd yn ôl at y pwynt yna dro ar ôl tro. Dyna pam da ni wedi ymrwymo I adnewyddu'r cytundeb partneriaeth strategol efo awdurdodau lleol mwyn sefydlu'r berthynas waith gadarnhaol yna efo awdurdodau lleol ar hyd a lled Cymru. A mae hwnna yn rhoi cyfle arbennig I ni fod yn trafod goblygiadau unrhyw fath o fater polisi sydd yn cael ei ystyried gan Llywodraeth Cymru a sydd â goblygiadau Llywodraeth leol. Bydd hynna I gyd yn cael ei drafod mewn ysbryd adeiladol o gydweithio.
Cwestiwn 3, Helen Jenner.
Diolch, Dydd Prylwydd. Will the Cabinet Minister provide an update on the delivery of housing in Bangor Conwy Mon?
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Mi fyddwn ni'n canolbwyntio ar sicrhau cynnydd yn y cyflenwad o dai cymdeithasol ar draws Cymru. Mi fydd hynny'n cynnwys drwy adfywio canol trefi mewn anaddiadau mwy yn ogystal ag adeiladu rhagor o gartrefi newydd ar safleoedd tir llwyd.
Diolch, Gweinidog. During the election campaign, I met a family where a young mother and her 18-month-old child were still living at home with her parents because they simply had nowhere else to go. Sadly, that is the reality facing many families across Bangor Conwy Mon. So can the Minister tell us how many households are currently waiting for social housing in Bangor Conwy Mon, and whether that number is going up or down, and when families like this one I met can realistically expect to see the waiting list reduced? Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, ac yn anffodus mae beth ydych chi'n ddisgrifio yn rhywbeth sydd yn llawer rhy gyfarwydd I mi na hefyd fel aelod lleol. Mae inbox rhywun yn llawn yn dydi o broblema oherwydd yr argyfwng tai. Mi yda ni mewn argyfwng tai, dos am dwywaith o hynny, a mae'r effeithiau ar bobl go iawn yn cael ei teimlo mewn sefyllfaoedd fel a pobl yn byw mewn tŷ lle dos a ddim digon o le I bawb ac yn ysu I medru cael cartra digonol, cartra cymdeithasol oherwydd bod y rent yn fforddadwy, felly dwi'n cydymdeimlo yn fawr efo'r teulu yna. Yr ateb ar ddiwedd y dydd ydy cynyddu y cyflenwad o dai cymdeithasol, a mae gynnon ni lawer iawn o dai cymdeithasol neu fforddadwy ar y gweill gan gynnwys 359 yn eich chyfolaeth chi sydd I fod I gael ei cwblhau yn ystod 2026-27. Oeddech chi'n gofyn am rhestr aros, dydy'r wybodaeth yna ddim gen I law ac dwi'n ymwybodol bod yna 3 os nad 4 cyngor sir yn nghlwm efo'ch etholaeth chi a'r cynghora sir sydd yn casglu'r wybodaeth yna ac yn dal y gofrestr tai ynde. Ond dwi yn gwybod drwy waith mae Shelter Cymru wedi wneud bod tua 140 o filoedd o bobl ar draws Cymru yn disgwyl ar restra aros. Falle bod y ffigwr yna wedi cynyddu erbyn hyn. Dydy hwnna ddim yn ddata mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn uniongyrchol yn gasglu, ond dwi isio gweld ni fel Llywodraeth yn gallu cael mynediad ac yn cael y data yna fel bod ni'n bod yn hollol dryloyw ynglyn â'r sefyllfa. Diolch.
Cwestiwn 4, Leticia Gonzalez.
Thank you. Will the Cabinet Minister provide an update on the work underway to make renting fairer for tenants?
Diolch yn fawr. Cwestiwn pwysig. Mi fyddwn ni'n gweithredu pecyn o fesura I amddiffyn pobl sy'n rhentu ac yn bwrw mlaen hefyd efo mesura I sicrhau bod rhentu teg yn cael ei gosod fel bod pris rhentu cartra mor fforddadwy a phosib.
Thank you. Rents in Wales are rising well ahead of wages, with private rents increasing by 8.7% across the country and even higher in Cardiff, leaving many households vulnerable to debt and poverty. At the same time, UK government policies such as the Warm Homes programme includes the mandatory move towards EPCC requirements for all private rented homes by 2030. This will inevitably add further cost pressures on landlords, costs which tenants are already worried will simply be passed on through higher rents. This is compounded by the reduction in the cost cap available to landlords to carry out necessary upgrades, raising serious questions about how deliberately these standards are in practice within the Welsh private rented sector. Given this, will the Welsh Government work with the UK Government to urgently seek clarity on how landlords are realistically expected to fund and deliver these improvements without further driving up rents for tenants in Wales?
Diolch yn fawr. Dwi yn credu bod gwella effeithlonrwydd yn ni llety rhentu preifat yn hanfodol. Mae amcan gyfrif yn dangos bod 30% o rentwyr preifat yng Nghymru yn byw mewn tlodi tanwydd, sy'n sylweddol uwch na'r gyfradd mewn tai cymdeithasol neu gartrefi mae bobl yn berchen. Dwi'n cydnabod y pryder ynghylch y costau landordiaid ag i denantiaid os ydy'r costau yna'n cael eu pasio ymlaen drwy'r rhent. Ond yn y pen draw, mae gwella effeithlonrwydd ynni yn allweddol i leihau biliau ynni a mynd i'r afal a thlodi tanwydd, ond mae rhaid iddo fod yn ymarferol. Mi nes i gyfarfod wythnos diwetha y gweinidog defnyddwyr ynni Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig a nes i gefnogi ac egluro wrtho fo bod ni'n cefnogi'r targed o gyrraedd safon EPC-EC erbyn 2030. Nes i wneud yn glir hefyd bod na nifer o landlordiaid yng Nghymru sydd ddim yn landlordiaid proffesiynol ac bydda fi isio cefnogi nhw i ddeall i rhwymedigaethau nhw o dan yr safon newydd yma neu'r ymgyrhyddiad newydd ac i gael mynediad at gyngor ar fesura priodol a chost effeithiol. Felly, da ni'n awyddus i gefnogi yn yr symudiad yna. O ran, roeddech chi'n holi am rhentu teg ac yn sicr mae y sefyllfa yn mynd yn waith, mae'n ymddangos. Rhent misol preifat Cymru yn 834 ar gyfer taledd y mis Ebrill 2026, sef cynnydd o 4.9% neu 39 pint o gymharu ar blwyddyn gyntaf, y blwyddyn cynt. Ond wrth gwrs, mae'r sefyllfa yn amrywio llawer o ardal i ardal. Cynnydd mwyaf wedi bod ym Mhywys, 9.8%, Castell Nedd, Port Talbot, 9.2%, Caerffili, 8%. Ac yn y blaen. Felly mae angen i ni fynd i'r afal a hyn ac mi fyddai'n dod â mwy o wybodaeth ymlaen ynglyn â sut yn union da ni'n mynd i fod yn edrych ar reoli rhentu ac yn edrych ar waith mewn gwahanol wledydd ar draws y byd sydd wedi llwyddo i wneud hyn yn llwyddiannus.
Diolch. Mae cwestiwn 5 gen Matthew Jones wedi dynnu nôl. Felly, cwestiwn 6, Stephen Rodaway.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. What is the cost of the Welsh Government's target of 20,000 homes by 2030, and what sources of funding will be used to deliver it?
Y prif ffrydiau ariannu ar gyfer y targed ydy'r grant tai cymdeithasol a'r rhaglen gyfalaf llety trosiannol. Rydyn ni hefyd yn sefydlu unos fydd yn gweithio'n agos efo wrth i dod â lleol a chymdeithasau tai i hwyluso mynediad at gyllid a helpu cynlluniau i sicrhau buddsoddiad.
Thank you, Minister. When setting the target of 20,000 new social homes, what assessment was made of the housing demand arising from the Nation of Sanctuary programme? And if that demand was not included, how can the government be satisfied that the target is sufficient to meet the needs of people living in Wales? Also, given the pressures already facing those on social housing waiting lists, which housing providers were consulted before the target was adopted, and what assessment has been made of the impact that Nation of Sanctuary commitments will have access to social housing for local Welsh people and Welsh communities? Thank you.
Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig sy'n gwneud penderfyniadau am letu i geiswyr lloches. Dydy tai cymdeithasol ddim ar gael i geiswyr lloches sydd yn disgwyl am benderfyniad. Mae hynny yn hollol glir. Ac yr ffigwr, ydych chi'n gwybod faint o geiswyr lloches sydd yna yng Nghymru ar hyn o bryd? Ryw syniad o gwbl faint sydd yma. Mae'r ffigwr dydy'r ffigwr ddim yn cael ei gasglu gan Llywodraeth Cymru fel o'n i'n esbonio yn gynharach, ond mae'r Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig, y swyddfa gartre, yn casglu'r wybodaeth a'r ffigwr sydd gen i ydy o gwmpas 3,400 o geiswyr lloches. Pobl ydy'r rhain sydd yn ffoi rhag erchylltera rhyfel, pethau fedron ni yn y siambr yma mond dychmygu sydd fath o fywyd mae a sydd fath o trauma mae'r bobl yma yn ffoi o ddiwrtho. Felly, peidiwch a trio creu rhaniadau drwy drafod problemau tai yn yr un gwynt a siarad am geiswyr lloches. Dydy'r argyfwng tai ddim byd i wneud efo ceiswyr lloches. Gobeithio bod y neges yna yn cyrraedd at y clustia sydd angen clywed. Dydy yr argyfwng tai yng Nghymru ddim byd i wneud efo ceiswyr lloches, dio ddim byd i wneud efo ffoaduriaid.
Jane Bryant.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. And I'm aware that we need to build more homes of all tenures, and the Welsh Labour Government put in record levels of money into social housing, £2 billion in the last Senedd term, which led to record levels of delivery and a healthy pipeline of construction. The previous government also accepted all the recommendations of the Affordable Housing Task Force, which looked to identify pragmatic ways to support the delivery of more homes and affordable homes, and it was welcomed across all sectors. Will this government pledge to take that work forward? And if so, when will the next meeting of the implementation group take place?
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Jane, am yr cwestiwn yna. Ac yn y siambr ychydig wythnosau nôl, mi nes i ganmol y gwaith oedd y Llywodraeth yn gweithio hefo landlordiaid cymdeithasol ac awdurdodau lleol wedi i wneud i symud y gwaith yma ymlaen o gyrraedd targed 20,000. Nathach chi ddim cweit wneud o, ond dwi'n gobeithio y bydd modd cadarnhau bod ni rwan yn cyrraedd at y targed osodwyd gan y Llywodraeth flaenorol erbyn diwedd y flwyddyn. Ac mae yna gynlluniau ar y gweill sydd yn neud fi'n hyderus bod hyn yn hollol gyrraddadwy a chredadwy. O ran yr tasglu tai fforddadwy, dwi fel chi oeddan ni yn rhan o drafodaethau ynglyn â'r gwaith nath Lee Waters arwain o gwmpas tasglu ac dwi wedi croesawu'r argymhellion yna a dwi yn awyddus i'r argymhellion barhau i gael ei gweithredu efo canolbwyntio'n benodol o'r cychwyn ar y rhai sy'n cydfynd efo manifesto ni a'n uchelgeisio ni ar gyfer unos. Ac mae'r argymhellion yna yn rhy pwysig iawn i ni fod yn cario ymlaen, a mi ddoi nôl atoch chi efo dyddiad ar gyfer yr cyfarfod cyntaf.
Cwestiwn 7, Lynn Aikman.
Diolch. Will the Cabinet Minister provide an update on the establishment of UNOS to upscale the delivery of social housing across Wales?
Diolch, Lynn. Mae'r gwaith wedi dechrau i sefydlu unos a fydd yn galluogi cynyddu ac yn bwysig iawn cyflymu'r gwaith o gyflenwi tai cymdeithasol. Bydd unos yn gweithio mewn partneriaeth efo rhanddeiliad allweddol i gyflymu'r cyflenwad hir dymor o gartrefi cymdeithasol newydd ledled Cymru drwy helpu i ddatgloi'r rhwystra rhag cyflawni sy'n bodoli ar hyn o bryd.
Over the past year, private rents in Newport have risen by almost 20%, and at the same time in almost 70% of areas across Wales. Shelter Cymru have found that there are no properties advertised for rent within the local housing allowance rate. This gap between housing costs and support levels is leaving many households with no viable option, contributing directly to rising homelessness and increasing reliance on temporary accommodation. Given the clear pressures this is placing on local authorities and the long-term financial constraints that temporary accommodation creates for budgets, beyond increasing social housing supply, what work is being undertaken to support councils in moving towards a more phased, planned reduction in reliance on temporary accommodation and to provide the funding stability needed to manage the transition effectively?
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Lynn, ac da chi'n gywir I dynnu sylw at nifer o broblemau yn fan hyn, a da chi'n cychwyn efo'r Local Housing Allowance, ac yn sicr, da ni fel Llywodraeth yn glir bod ni yn parhau I alw ar Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig I ddadrewi yr lwfans tai lleol I leihau'r bwlch rhwng rent a buddal tai, gan leihau'r risg o ddigartrefedd I filoedd o deuluoedd a sicrhau bod nhw'n gallu cadw I fyny efo'r rhenti cynyddol. Felly mi fyddai'n gweithio hefo'r gweinidog cyllid ar y mater yma yn fuan iawn ac yn gwneud yr ddadl yna I Lywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig. Oeddech chi'n sôn am yr angen I symud I ffwr o ddwrth llety dros dro. Wrth gwrs, mae Caerffili yn gwario 8 miliwn o bunna ar rhoi llefydd dros dro I bobl. Mi fydda yr 8 miliwn o bunna yna yn gallu cael ei ddefnyddio llawer iawn gwell yn bydde mewn ffyrdd I gynyddu'r cyflenwad o dai cymdeithasol. Ac yn y darnu mawr, pan mae pobl yn cwestiynu faint ydi cost a sefydlu unos, gymharu fo'r 8 miliwn yna, mi fydda sefydlu unos yn ffordd o fuddsoddi mwyn bod y ffigwr yna yn diflannu oedd wrth cyngor fel Caerffili a nifer fawr o gynghora sir ar draws Cymru. A dwi yn falch bod fi wedi cefnogi'r ddeddf digartrefedd a dyrannu tai cymdeithasol, yr un nath yr cyn ysgrifennydd Cabinet Tai arwain drwy'r Senedd dwytha. Mi fydd o yn gatalydd ar gyfer diwygio'r system ddigartrefedd yng Nghymru. Mae gofyn I bob rhan o'r system weithio efo'i gilydd I nodi risg cynnar ag atal ar gyfwng, ac mi fyddwn ni yn cyhoeddi yr cynllun gweithredu ar gyfer y ddeddf yna yn fuan iawn.
Cwestiwn 8, Safa Al Hassan.
What progress has the Welsh Government made towards reviewing the funding formula for local governments?
Diolch yn fawr iawn, ac mi ydw I yn gweithio efo Llywodraeth leol ar y mater yma, a byddai'n trafod cyfeiriad yr adolygiad o'r fformiwla ariannu ar gyfer Llywodraeth leol efo'r is-grŵp cyllid.
Diolch, Cabinet Minister. We're all aware of the extremely difficult situation facing local authorities across Wales. The budget from the previous Welsh Government would have meant that there would be a 22% council tax increase or 14,000 job losses. I'm proud of Plaid Cymru's intervention, boosting local government funding by 113 million, increasing the council budget by 4.5%, with no councils receiving less than 4.1%, saving thousands of jobs. It is evident, however, that councils need more certainty and more sustainable footing. Will the Cabinet Minister make a statement on the government's plans for supporting councils to deliver crucial services?
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Safa. A diolch, dwi yn cytuno fod y cytundeb cyllideb wnaethon ni efo'r Llywodraeth Flaenorol yn hanfodol bwysig I Lywodraeth leol, ac dwi'n credu y ffigwr oedd 112 o filiynau bena dwi wedi deud y ffigwr yna sawl gwaith. Dwi'n mynd dda iawn yn gofio ffigwrau fel arfer, ond cofio hwnna. Fel nes I nodi yn fy natganiad ar ymlaenoriaethau gynharach yn y mis, mae Llywodraeth leol yn bartnar allweddol ar draws ystod eang o'n blaenoriaethau ni ar gyfer Cymru a mi fyddai'n gweithio'n agos efo nhw i sicrhau fod yr awdurdodau lleol yn y sefyllfa gryfa posib i ddarparu'r gwasanaethau mae bob un ohono ni yn dibynnu arnyn nhw. O ran yr fformiwla, rhaid gyhoeddi bod na gyfarfod o'r grŵp cyllid yr WLJ yn digwydd dechrau Gorffennaf. Da ni wedi disgwyl chydig bach oherwydd mae na newid personel yn y WLJ efo arweinydd newydd ac yn y blaen, ond un o'r pethau cyntaf fyddan ni'n drafod efo nhw drwy'r grŵp cyllid ydy adolygu'r fformiwla ariannu.
Tom Montgomery.
Minister, it is the view of the people on these benches that the people of Wales are overtaxed. No area shows this more clearly than in council tax. The average council tax for a Band D property in all three local authorities included is several £100 higher than the average for a Band D in London, one of the most expensive cities in the world. And this financial burden is hitting working families hardest. During the election campaign, you committed to carrying out a review of local government funding. Can you assure me, Minister, that the government will get on with this review urgently so that we can see a better funding settlement for local government by the next financial year?
Diolch yn fawr am y cwestiwn pwysig yna, ac dwi'n yn cytuno efo chi. Mae'r system dreth cyngor fel mae hi ar hyn o bryd, dydy hi ddim yn deg. Mae rhai o'r bobl sydd yn ennill yr cyfloga isa yn talu cyfran fwy o'i cyfloga nag ydy pobl sydd yn ennill cyfloga uwch. Dydy'r system ddim yn deg fel mae hi, ac da ni fel Llywodraeth wedi ymrwymo i edrych ar sut fedra ni wneud y system yn fwy teg. Deud y gwir, mae hwn yn portffolio yr gweinidog cyllid yn ogystal â fi, so mi fyddai'n gweithio hefo'r gweinidog cyllid i ddod â gwybodaeth pellach i chi ynglyn â sut yn union fyddwn ni'n symud ymlaen beth yw'r camau nesaf fydd yn digwydd o gwmpas hyn. Diolch.
Officer, I think that when you compare London with Wales, I think you might find that in London there's very few properties that are below Band D, and in parts of Wales like Blaenau Gwent, most properties are Band A. And you look, so it's not how much what the banding is, it's how much people are actually paying, and I think that you will find that there's not much difference. Wales pays slightly. I'll try and explain it to you simply outside of here. Will the Minister make available the calculation of the data for the standard spending assessment for each council? Will the Minister then make available the calculation and data for the Welsh Government support for the local councils? Does the Minister agree that we need that prior to making any changes to the formula?
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Mike. Megis dechrau mae'r trafodaethau ynglyn â'r fformiwla. Bydd y trafodaethau yna yn digwydd, fel dwi'n deud, drwy'r grŵp cyllid y WLJ, sydd yn cynnwys cynrychiolwyr o blith, arweinwyr y cyngorau i gyd. Ac wrth gwrs, o dan y grŵp yna, mae yna grŵp o swyddogion Llywodraeth leol hefyd yn trafod yr holl fater ynglyn â'r fformiwla. Dwi'n awyddus i edrych ar yr egwyddorion sydd tu ôl i'r fformiwla yn ogystal â'r newidiadau o ran mewnbynnu mwy o ddata i fewn, o gwmpas addysg enghraifft, i fewn i'r fformiwla fel mae ar hyn o bryd. Mae angen edrych o ddifri ydy y fformiwla yn ffit i bwrpas o hyd ac i feddwl o ddifri sut ydym ni'n mynd i greu'r newid. Fydd o ddim yn debyg, fydd pawb falle ddim ar ei hennill drwy newid yr fformiwla, ond os ydy rhywun yn dod at y peth mewn ysbryd o greu tegwch ac yn rhoi y ddadl ymlaen bod angen i'r tegwch yna ddigwydd ar draws Cymru, fi'n credu modd i ni symud ymlaen.
A'r cwestiwn olaf, gweinidog, cwestiwn 9, Sarah Edwards.
What plans does the Welsh Government have to review its guidance to local authorities on the undergrounding of electric cables?
Mae'n manifesto ni yn cynnwys rhagdybiaeth glir o blaid, claddu, cebla trydan foltedd uchel, neu ddefnyddio polion pren yn hytrach na thyrau delltog dyr. Byddwn yn ymgynghori a ddiwygio'r polisi i roi'r ymrwymiad yn ein manifesto ar waith.
Cabinet Minister, the Welsh Government's independent advisory group accepted that more work is needed on the costs of cable-ploughed underground transmission lines, and its community representative declined to endorse the report because of this. Do you accept that decisions on new grid infrastructure should not proceed until those cost comparisons have been properly concluded? Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr. O ran y fframwaith datblygu cenedlaethol newydd, sydd yn rhywbeth sydd yn fy mhortffolio i, dwi'n bwriadu cyhoeddi datganiad ynghylch ymgysylltu â'r cyhoedd ar gyfer lansio galwad am dystiolaeth, a fydd hynna yn digwydd yn fuan iawn. Yn y manifesto ni, fe wnaethon ni sefydlu rhagdybiaeth o blaid, claddu, cebla, foltedd uchel, neu ddefnyddio peilona pren yn hytrach na dir. Mi fyddai yn amlwg yn gweithio efo'r gweinidog cabinet dros fenter cysylltedd ac ynni i sefydlu y dull polisi i gyflawni yr ymrwymiad. Mae'n bwysig egluro na fydd pob cebl trydan newydd yn cael ei gydsynio gan weinidogion Cymru nac yn unol a'n polisi ni, gan fod rhoi cydsyniad ar gyfer cebla trydan dros 132 kV yn cael ei gadw nôl i Lywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig. Dwi'n siŵr bod chi'n ymwybodol o'r ddwy haen yna sydd yn bodoli. O dan adran 127 o ddeddf Sylwaith Cymru 2024, fe all gweinidogion Cymru gyhoeddi datganiad polisi ar yn dull gweithredu ar gyfer rhwydweithiau trawsyru trydan gan gynnwys gosod llinella o dan ddaear. A wedyn mae rhaid penderfynu ar bob cais yn unol ar datganiad polisi yna. Felly, fel dwi'n deud, dwi'n credu bod, illa dyna mae o'n neud siŵr o fod ar hyn o bryd, yn trafod y polisi newydd sydd angen i gyflwyno, a fydd angen i'r polisi fynd drwy brosesa priodol cyn iddo gael ei ddynodi mwyn sicrhau nad ydy'r testyn yn creu problemau. Diolch.
Diolch, Gweinidog. Cwestiynau amserol i ofyn i'r Gweinidog Cabinet dros iechyd a gofal. Darren Miller.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Minister make a statement on the decision by Healthcare Inspectorate Wales to designate the Emergency Department at Ysbyty Glan-Clwyd as a service requiring significant improvement?
Deputy Llywydd, I'm deeply concerned that a HIW inspection identified significant failings at Ysbyty Glan-Clwyd Emergency Department, which have led to it once again being designated as a service requiring significant improvement less than 2 years after it was removed from this status.
Thank you, Cabinet Minister, for acknowledging your concern. Many of my constituents, of course, are concerned too, but they're not very surprised, frankly, to learn that the department has once again been designated as a service requiring improvement by Healthcare Inspectorate Wales. In fact, they were surprised that it was de-escalated in the first place back in August 2024, because the situation in that emergency department is totally unacceptable, not just for patients, but also for the staff who care for them, the hard-working staff. It's unsafe, staff are facing burnout, patients are coming to harm, and I'm afraid that some are even dying as a result of the failures in the leadership and the governance at the Betsy Cadwallader University Health Board. I'm contacted week in, week out by constituents sharing their unacceptable experiences at that hospital with me. These include an elderly patient spending 4 days in a chair on a corridor due to a lack of beds, others waiting for treatment while lying on blankets on the floor, a patient having to wait 8 hours in the emergency department before they could be discharged simply because they were waiting for a prescription to be dispensed, and of course regular attempts to discharge very sick individuals and patients who are not fit to go home due to bed pressures. And of course we all saw in the media that awful report about the very tragic death in a corridor in a very undignified way of an elderly person last year in full view of other patients. Totally unacceptable, and I know we all want to see major improvements. But it isn't only the Health Board that's failing to get to grips with these issues. The Welsh Government has also, through its escalation and intervention arrangements, been unable to get to grips with the problems at that hospital, and I'm sure that you will acknowledge that that is the case. It first went into special measures, of course, over a decade ago, 11 years ago, in fact, last week, and that performance has deteriorated over that time, over that 11-year period. In fact, Llawn is the worst performing hospital emergency department in the whole of the country. I'm not proud to say that. I don't want it to be that way. I want it to be at the top of the tree, but it's not, and it's not right. So can I ask you this, Cabinet Minister? We know that we need to get on and deliver that new hospital in Rhyl. I've asked you twice so far whether you will look at the number of beds in that hospital so it can take the proper pressure off the emergency department in Llawn. Will you put the beds up to 30, which was the original plan, rather than the 14 that is currently the case? Just a simple yes or no answer would be appreciated on that. Will you also, in the meantime, acknowledging that bed pressures are the primary immediate problem, will you immediately work with the Health Board to look at using the capacity at nearby Abergele Hospital so that inpatients can be moved there when it's safe to do so, and that a minor injuries unit can be established there in order to take the pressure off the hospital front door? And will you also agree with us that it's time to look at the Welsh Government's escalation and intervention arrangements that don't seem to be fit for purpose and certainly aren't working in the North Wales area, to understand why that is the case, and finally commission that independent review, independent inquiry into the Betsy Cadwaladr Health Board failings so that we can hold those responsible for failing to turn this organisation around to account.
Firstly, I'd like to pay tribute to the emergency department staff at Llawn. The issues identified in this report are in no way a reflection of their dedicated work, and I'd like to put that on record. They're being let down just as much as patients by the ongoing institutional dysfunction that is not of their making. I've made it clear that the ongoing problems at the Health Board, which have not been resolved satisfactorily over many years, are utterly unacceptable. And I've conveyed this in no uncertain terms to the Chair and the Chief Executive of the Board. The member will be aware that one of my first visits in this role was a visit to Ysbyty Llawn, where I saw the hard work and professionalism of staff in abundance. But I also saw firsthand how these board-level issues have such a corrosive impact on the efficiency and safety of services, with issues such as corridor care still far too prevalent in the wards. I'm sick of it. I know the member is sick of it. Staff are sick of it, and the people of North Wales are frankly sick of it. And as the First Minister outlined last week, we're putting the Health Board on notice. Things have to improve, and they have to improve quickly, and all options are on the table in this respect. I've been given assurances from the Health Board that it has taken immediate action in response to the issues raised and identified, and that it is safe for people to continue attending the emergency department at Ysbyty Llawn. We'll continue to monitor the situation closely and keep members updated accordingly. I've also made it clear my expectation that the Health Board works without delay with HIW to make the necessary improvements. This includes clear action to improve the quality of care, as well as ambulance patient handover performance, tackle corridor care, improve discharge to restore confidence in urgent and emergency care services. The Health Board remains in Level 5 escalation, including for urgent and emergency care, because patients in North Wales are waiting too long in emergency departments and deserve better. But as I've already mentioned, this doesn't preclude the option of further action being undertaken if we don't see immediate improvements. NHS P&I is working directly with the Health Board to drive the urgent improvements required. We are looking for significant improvement in performance, patient experience and outcomes, and we are actively supporting the Health Board to improve emergency care outcomes by strengthening urgent primary, community and social care. This whole system approach will improve flow, support people closer to home and avoid unnecessary admissions. NHS performance and improvement is already supporting delivery of the Health Board's improvement plan. The Health Board must demonstrate faster, measurable improvement against its escalation criteria and improvement plan. And the member will be aware that as part of our 100-day plan, we're working with Audit Wales and HIW to review the effectiveness of existing escalation framework so that it better supports and embeds improvements on a permanent basis. This forms part of our broader programme of NHS governance reforms, which was informed by direct engagement with healthcare professionals and was primarily inspired by our unflinching motivation to get to grips with the issue of Betsy once and for all. Following my meeting with the Chair and Chief Executive during my visit to Ysbyty Glan Clwyd last month, I set out my expectation that they must take ownership of the long-standing issues within the Health Board and make the improvements required for the people they serve. Despite that support, I'm not at all satisfied that the Health Board has delivered the pace nor the scale of improvement required against the de-escalation criteria, nor shown that it has fully acted on the advice and insight provided. This is unacceptable. I'll chair a meeting with the Health Board's executive team and board in July to review oversight, scrutinise progress and reinforce expectations for faster delivery against the improvement plan and de-escalation criteria. Finally, on some of the points particularly raised by the member, I have mentioned and we have committed to a review of bed numbers across Wales so that we know that we have the numbers appropriate for our needs and the demands, and we know that step-down facilities are a useful addition to community services. As I've mentioned, we will be looking at the escalation and intervention framework, and in regards to Abergele, I'm more than happy to invite the member to come and discuss this issue with officials.
Tom Montgomery.
Can I start by thanking Darren for bringing this forward? It's a very important issue. Minister, I've been contacted by several constituents regarding the ongoing failings of the Health Board and this hospital. We've had years of special measures, years of reports raising the alarm and years of media stories revealing the horrifying tales from patients. Minister, the situation cannot go on. In reform, we promised action and we promised accountability. We said that we would review the NHS Wales Act to enhance ministerial powers to intervene in failing health boards. Will you do the same?
Diolch yn fawr iawn am yr ymateb ar cwestiwn yna. Dwi wedi ymrwymo yn barod y byddwn ni yn adolygu fframwaith uwch gyfeirio ac ymyrryd, ac felly mi fyddwn ni'n edrych yn gyson ar hynny ac edrych weld lle allwn ni gryfhau o mwyn cryfhau'r sefyllfa yn Betsy Cadwaladr.
Rhith i'r aelod Becca Martin.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. Betsy Cadwaladr University Health Board has spent much of its existence under some form of special measures. There's a well-documented history of cultural challenges and mismanagement within the Health Board, which underlines the urgent need for a fundamental shift. We must move away from the cycle of reactive crisis management and instead embed a culture that is performance-driven, transparent and genuinely accountable. Does the Cabinet Minister therefore agree that the current Welsh Government is right to not shy away from these long-standing issues of Health Board governance, but to confront them directly by undertaking a thorough review of the escalation framework?
Unwaith eto, dwi'n diolch i'r aelod am y cwestiwn yna. Mae'n berffaith iawn i gyfeirio at problemau diwylliannol sydd yn bodoli o fewn y Bwrdd Iechyd ynghyd â'r problemau llywodraethiant. Dyna pam y gwnes i gyhoeddi papur rhai blynyddoedd yn ôl ar ddiwylliant a llywodraethiant o fewn y gwasanaeth iechyd yng Nghymru, ddari gychwyn efo'r cwestiwn sut mae datrys problem fel Betsy Cadwaladr. A dyna'n union ydy'n bwriadau ni, ydy edrych ar y fframwaith uwchgyfeirio ac ymyrryd i gryfhau mwyn gwneud yn siŵr fod aelodau annibynnol a'r cadeirydd yn cael ei grymuso mwyn dal y bwrdd i gyfri a gwneud yn siŵr fod gennym ni system sydd efo hyder y gwasanaeth iechyd ar draws Cymru.
Canolaf Ken Skates.
Well, Llywydd, and thank you again for tabling this question, Darren Miller. Minister, this is a deeply concerning report, and the inspection found alarming issues with safety at the A&E department and internal leadership and culture. Now, next week the Health Board has promised to consider plans to strengthen staffing levels across all emergency departments in North Wales, but problems here don't just relate to staffing levels. They relate to staff feeling that they weren't listened to. So specifically, what is your response to concerns over internal leadership and culture? And secondly, you mentioned in your response to Darren Miller that all options are on the table in regards to the future of Betsy Cadwaladr. Does that include reorganisation?
Nweth eto, mae'r aelod yn berffaith iawn I nodi siom a'r pryderon dybryd sydd yn ymddangosiadol ar draws y pleidiau fan hyn ynghylch adroddiad HIW I fewn I ysbyty Glan Clwyd, a dwi'n rhannu'r gofidiau hynny fel dwi wedi sôn eisoes. Mae'r aelod yn berffaith gywir. Mae nid problem yn ymwneud â niferoedd y staff yn unig ydy hyn. Mae hyn yn broblem sydd yn perthyn I ddiwylliant. Mae adroddiad HIW yn nodi'n glir fod yna broblemau diwylliannol mewnol o fewn ysbyty Glan Clwyd, ac mi ydyn ni'n gwybod fod yna ddiwylliant ar draws y bwrdd iechyd sydd angen edrych arno. Dyna pam y mod I wedi bod yn edrych I ffeindio datrysiad I hynny. Mi ydw I wedi trafod ac yn parhau drafod efo y swyddogion yn y gwasanaeth iechyd I weld sut allwn ni fynd i'r afel a'r cwestiynau yn anghylch y diwylliant. Achos os na fedrwn ni ddatrys yna fyddwn ni ddim yn gallu datrys dim un o'r problemau niferus sydd yn wynebu Betsy Cadwaladr. Mae yna broblemau eraill, mae'n werth sôn amdan hefyd pan fod rhywun yn edrych ar ysbyty Glan Clwyd. Pan nes I ymweliad, pryd oedd rhyw fus yn ôl, efo ysbyty Glan Clwyd, mi nath un o'r swyddogion sôn am ystadegyn oedd yn ddoth fel braw I fi'n eitha brawychus. Wyddwch chi, os newch chi ystyried maint ysbyty Glan Clwyd o gymharu efo maint ysbyty Athrafawol Caerdydd. Maint ardal rhyl bodolwyddan y Ffrestatyn o'i gymharu efo Caerdydd. Mae yna wahaniaeth sylweddol. Ond mae'r un faint o amweliadau ambulans yn mynd I ysbyty Glan Clwyd yn ddyddiol a beth sydd yn mynd i'r ysbyty yr Hyth yng Nghaerdydd. Felly mae yna broblem yn fanna pam fod gynnon ni'r niferoedd yna o bobl yn dod I fewn. Mae'n codi cwestiwn am wendidau sylweddol a sylfaenol yn gofal cynradd, a sut fedrwn ni fynd i'r afel hynna. Dyna pam yn bod ni yn edrych I gefnogi a chryfhau gofal cynradd, ac mae'n gofyn cwestiynau am sut mae pobl yn dod allan o'r ysbyty yn ddiogel. Hynny ydy y flow yna drwy'r ysbyty. Felly mae yna broblemau dyfnach mae rhaid edrych ar ynghyd â y pwynt creiddiol mae'r aelod wedi wneud am ddiwylliant. Felly dwi'n hapus I gymryd yr hyn mae'r aelod wedi ddweud, ac mi ydw i'n awyddus I gweithio yn draws bleidiol mwyn ffeindio datrysiad i'r problemau yma.
Diolch, Gweinidog. Datganiadau 90 eiliad. Steve Bayliss.
Diolch. It is with great sadness that I rise to pay tribute to Caroline Jones, a former member of the Senedd and a woman whose courage, kindness and dedication to others left a lasting mark on Wales. Caroline was, above all else, a public servant. Throughout her life, she devoted herself to helping others, supporting charities, veterans, homeless people, women's refuges, children's organisations and countless community causes. She gave her time generously and worked tirelessly to improve the lives of those around her. Her commitment to others was perhaps most evident in her support for women facing breast cancer. She faced that battle herself. Caroline became a mentor and source of hope for many women confronting the same diagnosis. She showed extraordinary courage, refusing to allow illness to define her life or limit her ambitions. Indeed, one of the most remarkable examples of her resilience was her election to this Senedd while continuing treatment for cancer. That achievement reflected not only her determination, but also her unwavering belief in public services and her desire to make a difference. Caroline was also a proud advocate for veterans, inspired by her father's military service and strengthened by her husband's distinguished career in the armed forces. She championed those who had served our country and never missed an opportunity to support their causes. Those who knew Caroline speak of her warmth, her generosity, her sense of humour, and her ability to make people feel valued and welcome. She touched countless lives through friendship, compassion, and simple acts of kindness. Today, we remember not only a former member of the Senedd, but a remarkable woman whose legacy of courage, service and kindness will endure. Our thoughts and deepest condolences are with her husband, Alan, her family, her friends, and all those lives she touched. May she rest in peace.
Sian Gwenllian.
Diolch yn fawr. Tua'r adeg yma, yr wythnos nesaf, fydd nifer ohonon ni'n talu'r deyrnged olaf i Robin Evans, cerddor, cynhyrchydd a Chymro i'r Carn. Yn wreiddiol o eifionydd fe setlodd Robin yng Nghaernarfon, roedd yn perthyn i genhedlaeth oedd yn benderfynol o weld yr iaith Gymraeg yn tyfu'n iaith gyfoes, oedd yn perthyn i bob agwedd ar fywyd. Roedd y weledigaeth honno yn amlwg yn rhai o'r prif bethau y bydd Robin yn cael ei cofio amdanyn nhw, mynediad am ddim a rownd a rownd. Yn y cyfnod y sefydlwyd y band Mynediad am ddim, roedd canu poblogaidd o'r math yma yn brin iawn ac yn ddechrau ar oes aur mewn cerddoriaeth Gymraeg fodern. Yn yr un modd, roedd rownd a rownd yn gysyniad arloesol, yn rhaglen deledu fydda'n cyflwyno'r iaith i bobl ifanc mewn cyd-destun anffurfiol a phoblogaeth. Hyd heddiw, mae'n parhau i fod yn rhaglen sy'n denu cynulleidfa ffyddlon. Roedd y cyfan yn rhan o weledigaeth Robin. Y bydda'r iaith Gymraeg yn parhau cyn belled a bod diwylliant yn adlewyrchu bywyd a iaith bob dydd. Ond yr hyn fydd yn aros yn y co, ochr yn ochr a'i lwyddiant a'i ddawn, oedd ei fod yn ŵr hynaws a gwylaidd. Dwi'n meddwl am heilwen, llio, hyw a gweddill y teulu ar y cyfnod trist yma, ac yn cofio dy wyneb, Robin.
Vicky Howells.
June is Pride Month, the annual celebration of LGBTQ+ identities. The original Pride marches were held to commemorate the Stonewall riots in New York City in 1969. Events are now held around the world across the year. This year's theme for all of us focuses on unity, inclusion and advocacy for marginalised LGBTQ+ groups. It's also a powerful reminder that Pride Month is both a celebration and a call to action. This is especially true when we see LGBTQ+ identities being threatened around the world. Our trans brothers and sisters are particularly vulnerable. I am proud of what Welsh Labour delivered in government. The LGBTQ+ action plan, expanding free PEP, supporting Pride events, but there is always more that we can and must do. Last Saturday saw Pride Cymru being held here in Cardiff. Thousands of people came along to rejoice, to be themselves, and also to boost the local economy. With this year's theme, we are reminded that grassroots Pride organisations are more important than ever, giving people visibility in their own communities and ensuring a safe space for all, wherever you live in Wales. In my constituency, we will celebrate RCT Pride on the 25th of July in Ynys and Harrod Park, and Merthyr Pride 3 weeks later on the 15th of August. To all the volunteers who make this happen, thank you for what you do for all of us.
Paul Davis.
Diolch, Diolch Brilwydd. Last week I was very pleased to join Mencap Cymru at Stackpole Gardens in my constituency to celebrate a truly significant milestone, the organisation's 80th anniversary. The event reflected on Mencap's proud history and recognised the work it carries out to support people with a learning disability so they can live fulfilling, independent lives and that families and carers can receive the support that they need. Now, this week is also Learning Disability Week, and this year's theme, Do You See Me?, focuses on employment. Sadly, while many employers in Wales recognise that people with a learning disability can be valuable and productive members of the workforce, too many are still not taking that step to employ them. Mencap's research suggests that this is not about cost, but it's about confidence. Employers are often concerned about getting it wrong, about health and safety, or about how best to provide support. And yet, in reality, most adjustments can be simple, low cost, and entirely achievable with the right guidance. At a time when there are labour shortages and economic inactivity, We must not overlook the talents and contributions of people with learning disabilities. They want the opportunity to work, to contribute and to be seen. And so on that note, I'd like to say a big thank you to Mencap Cymru for the work that they do to support people with learning disabilities in Wales. They are truly transforming lives. And I urge all members to show their support for Learning Disability Week.
Yeah. Ac yn nawr, rydyn ni'n symud i'r item 6, Dadl Reform UK, gwariant rhyngwladol a Llywodraeth. Galwad ar Cai Parry-Jones I wneud y cynnig.
Diolch Llywydd. It's a privilege to be opening this debate today, tabled in the name of my colleague Llawn Powell, on behalf of my party, and most notably on behalf of many hard-working Welsh taxpayers. Llywydd, we spend a lot of time talking about the cost of living crisis, and rightly so. People across Wales are struggling to make ends meet because of rising costs. So when we as legislators propose taxing people, taking money out of their pocket, we must ensure that every single penny is justified. With 500,000 people waiting for NHS treatment, when in Cardiff over 20,000 emergency food parcels are being delivered to individuals in a year, and with 20% of children leaving Welsh primary school functionally illiterate, all of our resources have to be focused and they have to deliver for the people of Wales. Of course, we know that these serious problems in Wales will not be entirely rectified by the money the Welsh Government is spending overseas, but it would be a good start. And this isn't just about pounds and pence, it is about principles. It's about the Welsh Government acting first and foremost in the interest of Welsh people and Welsh communities. During the election campaign, I spoke to hundreds of voters, many of them, to be honest with you, former Labour voters, who said they couldn't see how spending overseas could be justified while their local communities were visibly struggling. Turning to the amendments, I will first deal with the amendment tabled in the name of Lynn Neagle on behalf of Labour. In it, it says that international spending constitutes 0.031% of the current Welsh Government's budget. Clearly, the Labour Party is trying to pretend that this spend is negligible, but that small percentage makes up nearly £10 million a year. Let me be clear, that money can make a huge difference to people in Wales. That money could fill well over 100,000 potholes on Welsh roads. It could cover almost half of the budget shortfall in Cardiff Council. It could cover millions of free school meals for our poorest children. And we will hear several other potential uses for that money later in the debate. The Labour amendment also calls on the Senedd to recognise the direct economic benefits of this spending. Llywydd, I hope this afternoon a Labour speaker will be able to set out these direct benefits and how they were achieved, because previously the Senedd has struggled to scrutinise this spending. Indeed, earlier this year, the Senedd Committee for International Relations has said it had serious concerns about the financial transparency and international relations budget. They said they had been denied the ability to scrutinise the budget and added that, quote, information was frequently incomplete and unclear with irreconcilable amounts of money within the spend. So I know we would all welcome some transparency on this matter. Now, turning to the government's amendment tabled in the name of Heledd Vychan, which describes Reform's approach to Wales in the world as isolationist. It's a bold attack line, Llywydd, from a party whose whole existence is to withdraw Wales from the United Kingdom. But there is nothing isolationist about choosing to govern for the people of Wales. That should be what we are here to do. It should not be controversial. And it's churlish to suggest that unless you support spending Welsh taxpayers' money on overseas mini embassies or tree planting in Africa, that you're closing yourself off from the world. The amendment also calls for us to celebrate Wales's reputation for, among other things, being open to business. This again is a strange attack from a party that will damage small businesses in our tourism community with their tourism tax, risking the livelihoods of over 1 in 10 Welsh workers. And let's not forget that Plaid supported the 20-mile-per-hour default speed limit, which is estimated to cost the Welsh economy £4.5 billion. While Reform is committed to backing tourism, backing our high streets and reforming business rates, we won't take any lectures from Plaid on creating a Wales that is open to business. Llywydd, the Finance Minister spoke over the weekend of extremely difficult decisions that the Welsh Government will need to make to fund their manifesto pledge, because the previous Welsh Government had left finances in such a poor state. We can only imagine, Llywydd, how cross Plaid will be when they get hold of the people who supported that last government budget. People in Wales are now concerned that there's a real chance this Welsh Government will cut public services in order to fund their uncosted policies. And many will resent those cuts and having to tighten their own belts, while the Welsh Government on overseas spending won't tighten theirs. I hope that members across this chamber will join us in finally putting the interests of Welsh people first. Diolch yn fawr.
Roedd wedi dethol y gwelliannau i'r cynnig. Os dyrbyni'r gwelliant 1, cael gwelliant 2 a'i ddethol. Galwaf ar y gweinidog cabinet dros effaith olroedd, Llywodraeth a cyfansoddiad i gynnig yn ffurfiol welliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Helydd Fychan. Yn ffurfiol?
Cynnig yn ffurfiol.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Galwaf nawr ar Hugh Thomas i gynnig gwelliant 2 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Lyn Nigol.
Llywydd, I rise to speak in support of the Welsh Labour amendment, but we'll also be voting for the Plaid Cymru amendment. It seems to me, Llywydd, that there are two arguments in favour of international spend by Welsh Government. The first is a hard-nosed one, that we get excellent value for money for it, frankly. We've heard of the figures, 9 million spent abroad annually, 0.031% of the Welsh Government budget. And of that figure, 8 million is spent on promoting Wales abroad, with an emphasis on economic development through in-country offices in places like New York, in the Middle East and Europe. They support the growth of Welsh exports and help secure direct investment into Wales. Remember the International Investment Summit held in Newport last December? The £16 billion headline investment secured through that conference would not have been secured without the work of our international offices. Indeed, in 2024-25, Wales saw a 23% increase in levels of foreign direct investment, with 65 new investments, 2,500 new jobs. Wales having the second highest percentage increase in projects of any part of the UK. And this expenditure on international workers also supported the recruitment of hundreds of healthcare workers to support the NHS here in Wales. It is clear, therefore, that there is a direct benefit to Wales from this spend. In a post-Brexit world, which you guys voted for, this is exactly what we should be doing out there, promoting Wales on a global stage. But beyond the self-interest argument, there is also a moral case to be made. Global solidarity is not an add-on for Wales. It is woven into who we are. In a former career, many years ago, I was employed by Christian Aid. It's an organisation that was born out of the rubble of the Second World War, a time when churches and chapels the length of Wales came together to help refugees in Europe rebuild their lives. The people of Wales, emerging from their greatest crisis, seeing their place in building a world that was more just, where everybody could flourish. It's that same internationalism that saw Welsh workers join the International Brigade to fight fascism in Spain in the 1930s. The same idealism that saw communities across Wales in the early 2000s join the Make Poverty History campaign, demanding a world free from poverty. And Wales answered with our own Wales Africa programme. This funding wasn't put in place on a whim, but in response to concerted calls by Welsh voters. So let us be clear, Llywydd, Wales is not an island. We are not insulated from the war in Ukraine, from drought and disease in East Africa, or from conflict in the Middle East that displace families. Conflict and climate change drives up the cost of living in our communities. In an ever more interconnected world, the people of Wales are entitled to a government and a Senedd that takes the need of its people seriously, and its global responsibilities seriously. We've already heard this term repeated references to immigration and asylum seekers from the benches opposite. If they genuinely wanted to reduce immigration, then they would support aid funding to help people in the global south affected by conflict and the impact of climate change. If they genuinely wanted to tackle child poverty, they wouldn't oppose the UK Labour government scrapping the 2-child benefit cap. But Reform aren't interested in actual solutions, are they? And this debate is yet another opportunity to stoke outrage in a way that is at odds with the reality and a million miles away from the genuine generosity that the people of Wales find in their hearts when crisis strikes. When the Disaster Emergency Committee launched its Ukraine appeal, people in Wales gave nearly £16 million, including £4 million from the Welsh Government, demonstrating the strength of public support for this international expenditure. Christian Aid, Save the Children, Oxfam were amongst the DEC charities, turning this generosity into action, supplying 75,000 civilian trauma kits and other critical medical supplies to the Ukraine. These are life-saving initiatives that Ukraine's health ministry credits with helping save civilian lives. This is what this funding delivers, Llywydd, fractional though it is. Not a luxury, a commitment to hope, to human flourishing, and a better future for Wales and the world. It's an expression of who we've always been and who I hope we will always remain. And that is why I will be voting against this cynical motion today. Thank you.
Sarah Rees.
Diolch, Llywydd. I would like to register an interest that in my previous role I was chair of Wales Overseas Agencies Group, spokesperson for DEC Cymru, and in the past I have been sponsored by the Rotary Club of Llantut Major to undertake a global study exchange in the Philippines. This motion calls on the Welsh Government to end all international spending. It asks us to turn our backs on the world, to close the door on our values and to sever the ties of solidarity that have long defined Wales. I urge members to reject the politics of division and hate. Our global connections are no further away than a glance out of the window above us towards Tiger Bay. But let us not romanticise that, because those docks were arteries of empire, loading ships with resources extracted through colonial exploitation. We must remember that history with clear eyes. Yet Welsh people, our trade unions, our faith groups, our communities have always sought a different path. From the Women's Peace Petition of 1924 to our status as the world's first fair trade nation, we have chosen to use our global connections for good, not for greed. To scrap international spending is to betray that tradition. It's to signal that Wales no longer cares. So let us look at what this spending actually achieves. The Welsh Government, along with all other UK nations, have supported the Disaster Emergency Committee, and DEC appeals, launched in response to some of the world's worst humanitarian disasters, are literally life-saving: food, water, medical care and shelter for people suffering unimaginable hardship. And in recent years, sadly, we have seen a plethora of humanitarian crises. The distress of Ukrainian citizens in response to the Russian invasion. The harrowing scenes of the Turkey-Syria earthquake when families watched rescue teams digging their loved ones from under rubble. The dystopian horrors of a genocide of the Palestinian people in Gaza. And I was always humbled that despite how little many people in Wales have, they always answered the DEC's calls for support. Natural disasters, pandemics and conflicts rarely respect borders. But cooperation and learning crosses borders too, and that is something that we can all gain from. This argument for isolation is a false one. It suggests that by looking inward, we become stronger. But I'm still waiting for an example of a Brexit benefit. In a world facing climate change, conflict and inequality, no nation is an island. The challenges faced abroad are often the precursors to the challenges that we face at home. the COVID pandemic, the cost of living crisis, the inflation in our fuel bills. These are reminders that our economies and our societies are intertwined. I know the lifelong benefits of programmes like Tithe, enabling learners from every part of Wales to travel to more than 90 countries, broadening horizons that no classroom alone can reach. This is not wasteful spending, it's a prudent investment in our shared future. Some try to paint Plaid Cymru as separatists, using semantics to spread division rather than focus on real scrutiny. But we, Plaid Cymru, stick to our values. We are internationalists. We believe in a Wales that opens a hand of friendship because there truly is a welcome in the hillside. I urge members to reject this motion. Let us reaffirm our commitment to a Wales that leads not just in policy like the Future Generations Act, but in action. Let us continue to stand with people in need, to build partnerships, and for our small nation to lead the work for a more just and peaceful world.
Ian McIntosh.
Diolch, Llywydd. I'm very passionate about speaking about this issue and supporting it because at its heart, it's about getting the priorities right. Now, across Wales, people are asking this very simple question. If there is not enough money to provide the services that they rely on, that they're paying for, why is the Welsh Government spending money overseas? So, in my constituency behind Senedd, and as mentioned in an earlier speech as well, people, including some of my own family, were waiting years for treatment on the NHS. Some were travelling huge distances to access healthcare because Powys, the largest county in Wales, still doesn't have a single district general hospital. Our rural roads are deteriorating. Public transport is limited. High streets are struggling. Councils continue to raise council tax whilst cutting local services. At the same time, councils across Wales are closing primary schools. In my own constituency, Craddock Primary School, literally a few yards from my own road, my own home, is being closed despite the passionate opposition of local families and residents. When a village school closes, it's not simply the building that closes, it's the years and all the part of the community, and it tears the heart out of it. It removes the focal point of local families and it weakens the very fabric of rural Wales. Yet, whilst communities are being asked to accept these cuts and closures, Welsh Government continues to spend taxpayers' money overseas. Now, it was reported in January, which was referred to by one of my colleagues just now, that a Senedd committee that the Welsh Government's international strategy expected. Sorry, let me start again. It was reported in January by a Senedd committee that the Welsh Government's international strategy is expected to cost around £58 million. It maintained 20 overseas offices across 11 countries with annual running costs running into millions of pounds. We are told this expenditure is essential, according to the gentleman over there. But at the same time, we are constantly told there is insufficient funding available for the public services we need here at home. Now, many taxpayers will struggle to understand why Wales needs what some have described as mini embassies around the world. When patients cannot get treatment, roads are crumbling, schools are closing, and councils are under severe financial pressure. Now, the concerns do not end there. Members of the Sened's own International Relations Committee, who reported that £58 million spend, have also raised concerns about the transparency of this spending and complained that they have been unable to properly scrutinise aspects of that budget. Now, in any area of public expenditure, transparency and accountability should be non-negotiable. We have also seen reports of significant expenditure on hospitality, travel and events through some overseas offices. Regardless of the justification offered, many people struggling with the cost of living will question whether such spending represents the best use of their money. It's not ours, it's theirs. Now, the Welsh Government has also committed millions of pounds to overseas aid and international projects. Now, let me be clear, the people of Wales are very generous people. We care deeply about those suffering from war, natural disasters and poverty around the world. But government is ultimately about making choices that are for the benefits of taxpayers in this country. So it is entirely reasonable for taxpayers to expect the Welsh Government to focus first and foremost on Wales. This debate is not about isolationism, as was referred to earlier. Wales should continue to trade internationally. Wales should continue to welcome visitors and investment from around the world. And we should continue to promote Welsh products, Welsh businesses and Welsh tourism on the global stage. That is also done nationally as well, already, separate to this. But there is clear difference between promoting Wales and spending Wales taxpayers' money on activities that fall outside. I'll finish and I'll let you come in. On activities that fall outside the core responsibilities of devolved government. Foreign affairs are reserved to Westminster, not here. The primary responsibility of Welsh ministers is to improve healthcare, education, transport, economic growth, public services here in Wales. So,
are you seeking to make an intervention?
Yes, please.
I did say I'll allow it to come in right at the very end, sorry.
Thank you.
Because otherwise I'll forget where I was, which I have done now. So let me repeat. Foreign affairs are reserved to Westminster. The responsibility of Welsh ministers is to improve healthcare here, education here, transport, housing, economic growth and public services here in Wales. So every pound spent overseas is a pound that cannot be spent reducing our Welsh NHS waiting lists, supporting struggling schools, repairing roads, helping vulnerable people or strengthening rural communities. The people who elected us expect us to focus on the issues that affect their daily lives. They expect us to put Wales first. So that means concentrating on our resources on improving public services, supporting our communities and delivering better outcomes for the people we deserve. That is why Reform UK believes the Welsh Government international spending should end and that those resources should instead be directed toward the priorities of the people of Wales. Thank you. You can come in now.
The news to the chamber. You need to make an intervention during the contribution. You can't accept the intervention at the end of the contribution. But we're all learning. Don't worry. Don't worry. Diolch, Ian. Noted. So no intervention possible now, I'm afraid. Anna Nicole.
Thank you, Llywydd. I'm proud to be a member of Plaid Cymru, an internationalist party, and pleased that in May, voters in Wales rejected Reform's UK's isolationist ideology, which would have been hugely detrimental to the Welsh economy, our communities and our services. International spending opens Wales up to the world, increases our global brand and supports both investment into the country as well as opening our businesses up to global markets. In the year ending March 2026, the total value of Welsh exports was £19.1 billion, exported to countries like the US, Ireland and Germany. Exports support our micro and small businesses, with the ONS noting that micro and small businesses constituted the largest number of trading businesses in 2019. We know that Welsh international spending and exports have an interdependent relationship, meaning that international spending directly supports domestic businesses across Wales. Companies who have benefited from the Welsh Government export support programmes since 2020 have delivered more than 475 million to the Welsh economy, and I welcome Plaid Cymru's plans for a new development agency to further improve support for exports. Unlike Reform UK, who want to shut us off from the rest of the world, Plaid Cymru wants to improve the access that our domestic businesses have to global markets, as well as attract international investment into Wales. Since 2020, there have been 280 investment projects by foreign-owned companies in Wales, creating and safeguarding more than 24,000 jobs. We understand that global Wales supports our businesses and grows our economy, and that plans to cut all international spending will weaken our economy and cut jobs. I want to work as part of the international community for the benefit of our country and our people, and I urge members to reject this motion. Diolch.
Joe Martin.
My thanks to Claire Powell for submitting today's debate. The good news is we found £9 million for your childcare idea. The bad news is you are going to have to stop funding some of the most pointless schemes known to man. You'll be familiar with these schemes, of course, because your party's made you defend them during the election campaign. But I should say all of these are real uses of taxpayer money. In one scheme, for example, in Peru, we fought climate change by providing the indigenous Wampi tribe with solar-powered canoes. In Uganda, we advanced gender equality with a beekeeping scheme, somehow. And obviously, we send... No. And obviously, we send Uganda money to plant trees as well, because we won that competition. Who can find the stupidest use of taxpayer money? We actually asked some Ugandan people what they thought about Wales' scheme to send them money for trees. And they said, why are you sending us money for trees? And we then asked the same question to some Welsh students who'd been through our underfunded education system, but we didn't get a reply because we'd emailed them and they couldn't read. And then have a look at illiteracy rates for students graduating. And then finally, we spend £5 million on mini-embassies across the globe. In India, one of the functions of those mini-embassies is to recruit nurses to come and work in our NHS, which is great because it means that the Welsh people who would have otherwise become nurses can instead go on universal credit. I haven't quite as to why we can't just have an enormous pit where we burn all the money, but apparently that's not compliant with net zero. Not everyone thinks these are stupid ideas, of course. I did actually receive an email from a constituent the other day in favour of these schemes. I'm joking, I didn't.
I'm going to leave this because I don't accept any of this and I don't want to be a part of it, so I'll be leaving the chamber.
Yeah, Diane. Yeah, Diane.
To be careful in terms of the way we conduct debates and respect for other members and the language being used. So I simply remind you, you may not have been in the chamber earlier on, but if I could advise you accordingly, please.
Yeah. And the fact that these schemes have no support amongst the general public does leave me wondering who exactly we're doing all of them for. And I have a horrible feeling that we're doing it for Plaid Cymru and Labour politicians. We're doing it to make them feel good. And we're making them feel good in a country where 1,000 people died in hospital corridors last year. Plaid Cymru's brand is the Party of Wales. Not Uganda, not Peru, not India. And in fact, here's how you can genuinely help those countries. Incrementally improve Wales until it becomes an example for those countries to follow. And if they don't, that is their choice. That is what a real nationalist party would be doing. And when I wonder if we can ever work together, that is what I put my hope in. That one day, you'll rediscover the fact that you're a nationalist party. I'm a nationalist too, for Great Britain as a whole, but I understand that impulse that you have. And when I look for good in Plaid Cymru, I find it, because I see people amongst them who genuinely love their country. But when you love something, you put that thing first. Only last week, you spoke about the vital importance of taxpayer-funded childcare for Welsh children. How important is that to you? Is it more important than overseas spending? In Westminster, the Tory party doubled foreign aid whilst imposing austerity. There are now only 7 of them in this chamber. The same fate awaits any party that insults taxpayers by frittering money overseas on feel-good vanity projects. So I want to encourage the Party of Wales to be nationalist, to put Wales first. Spend your constituents' money on your constituents. That way, when someone is lying in a hospital corridor and they ask you, are you really the Party of Wales? You'll be able to say yes.
Darren Miller.
For us, this is a debate about what the Senedd and the Welsh Government is responsible for versus what the UK Government is responsible for and where those responsibilities lie. And it's very clear that foreign relations, international development are matters for the UK Government, not the Welsh Government. And as a result of that, I believe that we respect devolution and can expect respect for devolution back when we respect the boundaries of our legislative competence and the competence of the Welsh Government's position as well. Now, we have argued for many years in this Senedd that taxpayers' money should not be spent on mini-embassies, overseas offices in different parts of the world. There are 3, for example, in China alone, a country which we know has been linked to espionage in this country. And we've even seen arrests of individuals associated with the previous Welsh Labour government. And that, to me, is a concern. So, as far as we're concerned, we want to see the £9 million spent on those overseas embassies and on the international development projects, which have been referred to in this chamber, and for that money to be invested here. Now, I am not anti-international aid. I just want to make that clear, right? And as has already been pointed out in this debate, the people of Wales are generous and they give on a voluntary basis enormous amounts every single year to international aid projects. Many of you know that I have strong links to the faith community. And let me tell you, you will find generous church congregations across this country with links to Africa, Asia, and all sorts of other parts of the world doing some phenomenal work. I'm not against those things. I support those things, and I want to encourage people to give to those things. But I do not believe that when people are dying waiting for ambulances, when we're at the bottom of the educational tree as far as the league table of the United Kingdom is concerned, and when our road infrastructure isn't working, our transport infrastructure is creaking, that it's right to spend those millions of pounds on those things when the Welsh Government should be focused on the things for which it is responsible. I will take the intervention.
Will the member accept that economic development is something that the Senedd and Welsh Government does have devolved competency for? And will you further accept that the vast majority of the spend internationally is on economic development?
You know, the UK government is responsible for the economic development and relationships overseas to bring inward investment into the United Kingdom as a whole, and that includes Wales. And, you know, they do a pretty good job, right? We secure a huge amount of international inward investment into the United Kingdom through the work of British embassies around the world and UKTI and all of those other organisations that work in that field. And of course, look, I'm a Conservative. I'm pro-business. I want businesses here to thrive. I want companies to come and invest in our country because the Labour Party has trashed our economy over the years in Wales. We're the poorest part of the United Kingdom. Of course we need inward investment. But what we don't need are people embedded in exotic cities around the world, because you don't seem to choose places that aren't very exotic or nice places to live, and make sure that we have, yes, of course, we will always want to be an internationalist country, looking out and seeking to influence the world, but we do that as part of the United Kingdom, an integral part of the United Kingdom, and I'm proud to be a member not only of the Welsh Conservative Party, but of the Conservative and Unionist Party. And I believe in the union of the United Kingdom and that these foreign relationships and the international development is done better as a United Kingdom as a whole. And I think it is a scandal, members, I think it is a scandal that it's impossible to try to scrutinise the £58 million that has been spent to date on these international relationships. It's a shame on us all that that information isn't readily available to members of this Senedd so that we can do our job in holding the Welsh Government to account for the money that it spends. And, as has already been pointed out, it's not their money in the first place. It's taxpayers' money. It's every single person in this country that deserves to know where that money is spent. And I hope very much that those new committees that have been established will be able to get through all of the paperwork sufficiently well that they can see every single bean that's been spent in the name of taxpayers in this country and to make sure that it's invested in the right way. I support the motion.
Gwyn Williams.
I am cognizant of the fact that I am quite hugely outnumbered now, but there's two aspects to this. First is how it looks, and second, an example of how it is. First of all, Wales has long been a country that looks beyond our own horizons, looking to make a difference in the world and help where we can, but also we rely on help coming in to us as well. I speak as a person who works in the NHS, and many, many healthcare workers, of course, come from abroad, especially here in Wales. And every hospital in the country would crumble if all the international workers went home. 22% of our workers in Wales are non-EU nationals. 6% come from the EU itself. In Singleton Hospital in Swansea, the eye department, I am the only Welsh-speaking, Welsh-origin consultant there, and much as I like to convince myself that I can do the work of 10 people, I cannot, especially now because I am here. Chronic shortages in these sectors increase hospital discharge delays, reduce bed availability and create bottlenecks across the healthcare system. At a time when the NHS is struggling, we need the support from abroad as well, though we also, of course, need to grow our own ability. And now, an example. Everybody likes an example in the world. And Hugh, over there, he kindly mentioned the Wales for Africa programme, which was a wondrous programme, and I myself have been a part of it. Our global health partnerships are things we should be proud of. I took part in Vision 2020, which was in fact part of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine with the World Health Organization and the Royal College of Ophthalmologists to prevent blindness, avoidable blindness on a worldwide basis. This was an all-UK thing, but within Wales it was funded in large part from the Wales for Africa programme, for which our eye department in Swansea was very grateful. We took part in the Sheikh Zayed Regional Eye Centre in the Gambia, for we had this Vision 2020 link. And through that programme, we supported better ophthalmological practice there. We cured blindness. But more importantly, perhaps, if you're all thinking, what do we get back from this, is the fact that we set up that unit with a diabetic retinopathy clinical research network so that they could provide clinical data into a worldwide network of how to treat diabetic eye disease. What do you do in macular edema, for example? Proliferative diabetic retinopathy and cases of advanced diabetes are infinitely, unfortunately, commoner in the Gambia than they are here. So we can have much to learn from this, and the international community of researchers has much to learn from this, for the benefit of people here in Wales with diabetes and for all mankind. For we are all, we heard John Donne quoted a few times, we're all part of the continent, a piece of the main. And every man's death diminishes me, for I am part of mankind. Anyway, this whole debate tries to position international investment and domestic investment as a zero-sum game. It isn't. But looking outwards does not come at the expense of looking inwards. And I suggest that such a simplistic outlook condescends the people of Wales and stymies science. And I urge all members, remaining members, to reject the motion put forward today and to show that Wales has ambition. Yeah.
Andrew Griffin.
I'd like to begin by thanking those members who have already contributed to this debate, and in particular Claire Powell for bringing this motion forward. It's an important discussion, and one that goes directly to how we prioritise the use of our limited public funds. I want to speak about this in a way it's raised with me by constituents across my constituency in Gwynedd Maldwyn, not through ideology. Because when we talk about international activity or overseas offices, it can feel very distant from the day-to-day reality of my constituents. Let's strip it back. We're talking about a choice of how we spend around £9 million a year. And when you look at that, it stops being abstract very quickly. A significant part of that, around 4.6 to 4.7 million every year, is simply spent on maintaining the overseas offices. So before anything else happens, almost half of that funding has already been committed. And in Gwynedd Maldwyn, that matters, because I can tell you what £9 million looks like when you come back home. It looks like families waiting longer than they should for a home, constituents struggling to access consistent healthcare, communities where the bus service has been reduced or withdrawn, and older residents who need just more support to stay independent. Those are not abstract pressures. That is what my constituents are dealing with now. That same £9 million in 1 year could mean around 200 additional nurses, 60 to 90 social homes, dozens of rural bus routes, or hundreds of home care packages. That is the scale of the choice that we make. In Gwynedd Maldwyn, our economy depends on farming, small businesses, tourism and hospitality, all of which are under pressure. And that same funding could be used to support those sectors directly, strengthening the local economy that my constituents rely on. And at the same time, Gwynedd, Powys and Wrexham councils are stretched. Health services are under pressure and rural connectivity is fragile. We are not dealing with spare capacity. I'm not talking about theoretical impacts. I'm talking about what funding would do with the systems we already run. The question is simple. Is this really the best use of £9 million a year for my constituents of Gwynedd Maldwyn and other constituents in other constituencies of Wales? Because every pound spent internationally is a pound not spent on local services, local businesses or the rural communities that I represent. In Gwynedd Maldwyn, 9 million is not a small figure. It's the difference between precious easing or continuing. My constituents expect that that difference is made here by us, and I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Paul Rock.
The people of Wales have always been outward looking. We understand our place in the world and the difference it makes when we do the little things, both at home and abroad. So often, we have led the world in global responsibility. Many of us in this chamber will remember 18 years ago last week being so proud when Wales became the world's first fair trade nation, which proved that Cymru can be and is a global leader. Our leadership on fair trade is proof that decisions made here in Wales in Wales can have an impact both at home and abroad. Fair trade goods are now widely available and recognised by the Welsh public, and the impact of this on producer communities is enormous. This could not have been achieved without support from the Welsh Government. Anyone who says we can't make a difference is underselling Wales and isn't giving our nation its due. Even if some in this chamber don't think we should take our global responsibilities seriously, it is incredibly naive to think that Wales doesn't benefit from international government spending. For example, Ireland, our nearest international neighbour, is one of the countries that the Welsh Government spends money in. Ireland is our third biggest trading partner, and visitors from the Republic of Ireland spent £47 million in Wales in 2023. Members, if this Senedd supports this motion, Welsh Government funding will no longer be able to be used to attract tourism from Ireland into Wales, and our economy will suffer accordingly. If this Senedd supports this motion, Welsh Government funding will no longer be able to help Welsh businesses to export to Ireland. If this Senedd supports this motion, it will decimate the port towns in Wales that depend on trade and tourism with Ireland. If this motion is carried, what will those members who voted for it say to our port towns, our Welsh farmers and our small business owners who stand to lose so much? Is this really what Reform are intending by bringing this motion? The money that the motion references is, as we've heard, about 0.031% of the Welsh Government's budget. Perhaps Dewi Sant will have felt this amount was one of those little things that can indeed have a huge difference. For these reasons, and to maintain our place as a nation which can continue to lead the world in taking our global responsibilities seriously, I urge members to reject the motion.
Galwaf yn nawr ar y gweinidog cabinet dros effaith ddiolroedd, Llywodraeth a'r cyfansoddiad. David Tristan Davies.
Diolch, Llywydd. I think I should take a few moments at the beginning of this contribution to reflect on the tone of the debate. You, Llywydd, began your contribution by reminding people that we are parliamentarians. And I'm afraid that the standard of this debate has descended to the level of a public house, not of a national Senedd at some points. And let me say, that isn't about disagreement. My friend, the leader of the Welsh Conservatives, made a speech, and I disagree with more or less all of it. And yet it was conducted properly and in line with the standing orders and the procedures of this Senedd. I think we should all take our duties properly as parliamentarians, whatever views we agree or disagree on. As a Minister responsible for government effectiveness, my priority is straightforward: to ensure that this government demonstrates leadership, delivers efficiently, transparently and in the interests of people of Wales. I'm proud that this government is providing leadership, working for its people and acting to promote social well-being while positioning Wales as a confident, globally connected nation. That is what effective government looks like, and that is what we will deliver. The Welsh Government's spending on international work is, as we've heard, some £9 million or 0.03% of the overall budget. A small contribution, I would suggest, to building our prosperity, protecting our public services, strengthening our culture and promoting our values. It is how Wales places our place in the world, demonstrating confidence, responsibility and a clear sense of who we are. Our international work turns that belief into action, creating jobs and investment. I think, Llywydd, we've heard enough from our friends opposite today. In future, I may well take interventions, but today I shall make progress. Our international work turns that belief into action, creating jobs and investment, exports and partnerships, life-changing experiences for students, new colleagues for our NHS, and enabling communities in Wales and beyond to learn from one another. When Wales works internationally, Welsh people benefit. Our businesses reach new markets, university bills, global partnerships, young people return home with skills and confidence, and Wales's reputation grows. We should be proud of that, not in a narrow way, not with our backs turned to others, but proud to be generous and outward-looking, proud to share, proud to learn, internationalist, not isolationist. Our international relationships matter. In a turbulent world, they are bridges over which trade, knowledge and culture can pass. Whether it is deepening links with our neighbours in the European Union, and our friends opposite may not like that either, but whether it is deepening links with our neighbours in the European Union, strengthening ties with Asia, or building partnerships across North America, Wales is saying, we are here, we have something to offer, and we want to work with you. Internationalism, not isolationism. These relationships help Welsh companies export, attract investment into our communities, create jobs for Welsh people, support research collaboration, and open doors for artists, athletes, students and entrepreneurs. But they also do something more profound. They remind the world that Wales is not a footnote. We are a country with a living language, a democratic voice, talent and a deep moral imagination. Our diaspora tell Wales's story overseas and are an asset to support our ambitions. We are here to learn and to share what we know with others. And our international relationships bring economic benefits, whether this is the multi-million-pound investment by Vishay securing 500 jobs in Newport's semiconductor sector, or an additional 475 million in export orders for Welsh companies who have received Welsh Government support. These results are real for every one of our constituents right across Wales. We celebrated our relationship with Japan, recognising half a century of investment into Wales to the twinning of two UNESCO sites, Conwy and Himeji castles. And this week, it was announced that tourist numbers to the north from Japan are increasing to such an extent that we could see a £4.5 million boost for our tourism sector for that part of the country alone. The Wales for Africa programme has over 20 years shown how international partnerships can change lives, as we've heard from my colleague from Gwyr Abertawe, through mutual respect, shared learning and practical action. From climate action and health links to education, fair trade and community solidarity, the benefits flow both ways, bringing skills, confidence and connection back to Wales.
Will you take an intervention?
I will, Darren.
I was very disappointed to hear your comments about me. My street cred's gone right down. But I just wanted to, just wanted to ask you, look, I'm not knocking some of the positive impact in other countries of the spending from Wales, okay? I see that. It's evident to see. The question I have is, what benefit do people in Wales see as a result of a tree planted in a field in Uganda?
We've just been talking...
What benefit does that bring to someone whose public toilets are closing, libraries are threatened with closure, and leisure centres threatened with closure? I just can't see that it brings any. And that's why I say far better to encourage people to give generously of their own volition, rather than the Welsh Government intervene in this spending area for which it's not responsible.
I think I'm indulging my friend after destroying his street cred there, but 4.5 million in a tourism boost, £475 million of exports, companies in Wales benefiting from our international partnerships. And culture is diplomacy of the deepest kind because it reaches beyond policy and speaks to the soul. Threatened languages thrive as a result of our shared experiences. And sport, what an incredible platform for Wales. Rugby, football, cycling and so many other sports give Wales that global visibility that no advertising campaign could ever buy. Tour de France comes to Wales next year. That would not have happened if we looked inward. And I note that opposition party manifestos outline plans for Wales to be seen as a major international sporting destination. How does that happen if we look inwards and remain closed to the world? There are some who say a small nation should know its place. I say Wales knows its place. Our place is in the world. Our place is out there seeking investment and exporting our goods. Our place is beside those who share our values. Our place is with young people hungry for opportunity. Our place is with patients who need care, communities who are ready to connect, and cultures that are ready to meet. So let us be ambitious for Wales internationally. Let us celebrate the partnerships that bring communities together, value the healthcare workers who bring their skill and care to our NHS, champion the life-changing power of exchange, and send our culture and our sport into the world with confidence. Our bilateral relationships will deliver for our economy and express our values. Our government is proudly internationalist. Wales as a country is proudly internationalist. And I am confident that as a Senedd today, we will say to the world who we are. Diolch.
Galwalf ar Jason O'Connell I ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch, Llywydd. Can I just say, first of all, I'm deeply disappointed that some members have left the chamber today, and it just goes to show, I think, for those constituents that voted for those members, that when the debate gets tough, they get gone. And that is absolutely shameful for the people that voted for them. So allow me to be absolutely clear on what today's debate is about. Now, our motion is not about reform, wanting to pull up the drawbridge on the rest of the world. In fact, we need the rest of the world to realise our economic potential that we have here. This debate is about one very simple principle. Welsh taxpayers' money should always be spent in Wales on Welsh people. It is that simple. There is a UK government budget for foreign spending to the tune of £13 billion. And many of the achievements that you just reeled off there, Minister, are as a direct result of that foreign investment. None of those were accomplished as a result of this Senedd planting a tree in Uganda. I can promise you that. All we hear here is there's not enough money for schools, there's not enough money for hospitals, not enough money for councils, and our roads are sometimes like driving on the surface of the moon. Yet somehow, when it comes to overseas schemes, offices, vanity projects and the like, this government always manages to bust open the chequebook. I thank the members who we've heard from today, some who set out very clearly why they believe this spending should end. Now, at a time when our children are struggling to learn to read, people lie sick and getting treated in hospital corridors, we believe the Welsh taxpayers' money should be spent on directly improving those aspects of life in Wales. We heard from Kai, who made the point that this is about priorities, and he's absolutely right. It's very easy for Labour and Plaid to stand up and say that this is only a small percentage of our budget. But that is not an argument. Indeed, it is just going to show that you've completely lost sight of the value of a taxpayer pound. People in our constituencies up and down this country go to work every day and they contribute each and every hard-earned pound, and it is on us to spend that pound diligently for their benefit. Now, just imagine what that money could do for Wales. Millions of pounds, as has already been said, could be spent on millions of additional free school meals, could be spent to fix the roads, Now, Ian and Andrew raised how our towns and villages are declining, while international offices remain open. Now, how is that prioritising the people of Wales? Then we heard, of course, from Plaid, the ones that were still here. Anybody who thinks the Welsh taxpayers' money should be spent in Wales is an isolationist, which is quite ironic, given the position that the party wants to take on independence. Ending international spending doesn't mean we can't foster positive relations or encourage investment for our businesses. I'll remind members that the UK maintains £13.5 billion of spending a year. There is a lot of confusion here, I think, between what this Senedd has devolved responsibility for versus what the UK government has responsibility for. Yeah. This is about Senedd spending. Yeah. So this is a party that A, wants to undo Brexit, B, wants to take us out of the United Kingdom, and they have the goal to call others isolationists. A party that spreads division between us and England. And again, I note in the Minister's response, not once did I hear the words United Kingdom, which tells us everything that you need to know. So financially reckless abroad, while pushing grievance politics at home, they're a party full of excuses and empty promises. They always blame Westminster. It's always unfair, and I'm sure HS2 funding will solve a lot of this country's ills, but we have to be based in realism. Now, what we're saying is, we do have the money, but we have to prioritise Welsh people and Welsh businesses. Now, the truth is, as we've seen today, a lot of the Plaid members are addicted to performative politics. This standout that we've seen today just goes to show that. Yeah. They love the press release. They love the empty slogan. They love telling everyone how compassionate they are. But true compassion has to begin at home with Welsh people. And that's what today's motion is about. Looking after our families, looking after our communities, and looking after our country. We have to allow those abroad to look after themselves while we in Wales are still struggling up and down the country. That's why people are voting for reform. That's why Labour has crumbled. That's why the Tories have vanished at a UK level, and why Plaid will fall flat during this term. They are sick of this government already obsessed with international vanity projects. They want a government that fixes the NHS, supports businesses and puts Welsh communities first. Plaid Cymru call themselves the Party of Wales, and today they have the chance to prove it. Back reforms motion. End Welsh Government international spending and put Wales first. Diolch.
Diolch. Before I move to put in the motion here, I just want to reflect on the debate that we've just had and the remarks I made earlier this afternoon in opening. And I ask all members to pay attention to my repeating a short extract from what I said. Robust disagreement is part of democratic debate, but it must always be grounded in respect, and we must avoid using language that has the potential to inflame debate and to increase tensions. I expect members at all times, to conduct themselves in a way that promotes respect for the Senedd and extends respect and courtesy to other members and to everyone in our society. I've read those twice now into the record today for very good reason. I realise we are in early weeks of this chamber, and I want this chamber to succeed in line with my remarks and with that guidance. Joe, I would like you to reflect, please, on the remarks and your contribution today. It was not in line with my expectations. Going forward, I think we all need to reflect on this and make sure that we comply with our conduct within this chamber and the way we comport ourselves in light of my remarks. It's particularly disappointing as I made those remarks for a very good purpose earlier this afternoon. We can have robust disagreement, but with respect for each other and respect for others out there in wider society. Felly, a cwestiwn yw, a ddylid derbyn y cynnig heb ei ddigwyddio a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu. Gwrthwynebu, gohreiaf y bleidlais o dan yr eitem hon tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. Rydyn ni'n symud yn awr i eitem 7, dadl Reform UK, cofrestr ystadudol ar gyfer lobiwr. Galwaf a Francesca O'Brien i wneud y cynnig.
Diolch, Llawedd. I move this motion in the name of Claire Powell on behalf of Reform UK on a straightforward principle that the people of Wales have a right to know who is trying to influence the laws and decisions made in their name, and that right is currently not being met. Every healthy democracy needs transparency, and for too long, this institution has operated under a veil of secrecy on one of the most consequential relationships in politics, the relationship between decision makers and those who seek to influence them. Let me be clear at the outset. Lobbying itself is not necessarily a problem. Charities can lobby for vulnerable people, small businesses lobby for fairer regulations, trade unions lobby for their members, farmers lobby for food security, and community groups lobby for better local services. None of that in itself is sinister, and nothing in this motion seeks to discourage it, restrict it, or obstruct ordinary people who simply want to make their voices heard to those that represent them. What this motion is about is the difference between lobbying that happens in the open and the influence that happens in the shadows, and ensuring that the public can always tell the difference. Let's deal with the facts as they stand today. Wales currently has no statutory register of lobbyists. What exists instead is a set of voluntary guidelines agreed by resolution in this chamber back in 2013, supplemented by a code of conduct that places the burden of due diligence on individual members rather than on any systematic framework. Compare that with the rest of the islands where they now stand. Scotland has a statutory lobbying register since 2016. Ireland has run one since 2015. Westminster also has its own register covering consultant lobbyists, and notably, the Welsh Government opted out. When Transparency International assessed ministerial transparency and integrity regulations across the 4 UK governments, Wales came in third out of 4. That is not a record to be defended, that is a record to be corrected. This is not a new concern either. As far back as the Standards of Conduct Committee's own inquiry into lobbying, evidence was submitted making exactly the case we at Reform UK are making today. Public affairs practitioners themselves, the very people who would be on that register, told the committee that a statutory register would be welcome, provided it covered both in-house lobbyists and outside agencies, not just one or the other. They argued sensibly that given how often minority governments are a feature of politics here, influence doesn't only flow through Welsh ministers, it flows through every member of this Senedd, because every member can move legislation, table amendments and shift outcomes. A register that only captures ministerial meetings would only capture a fraction of the picture. There is also the question of why successive governments have resisted this. A former minister once argued that legislation on lobbying was unnecessary because lobbyists, in his words, did not have access to ministers. Deputy Llawn, I was going to say Llawn, I don't think anyone in this chamber or anybody watching at home generally believes that sentiment. We know meetings happen. We know access happens. The only question is whether the public gets to see who is asking for that triple access pass, on whose behalf and on what subject. A register doesn't stop those meetings from happening. It simply means the people of Wales get to know they are happening. Now, Reform's position on this is straightforward and consistent with the position we set out clearly to the people of Wales before they sent us here. We pledged to introduce a lobbyist register for the Senedd, bringing Wales into line with the rest of the United Kingdom. This Senedd has an opportunity at the start of the new term to close a gap that has been left open for far too long and to end the idea of a closed revolving door for the Cardiff Bay bubble, which has led to too many politicians becoming disconnected from ordinary people and led to a perception that politicians have their snouts in the trough. We have a chance to end this perception today. I look forward to hearing the contributions of members across the chamber. Thank you.
Diolch. Rwyf wedi dethol y gwelliant i'r cynnig, galwaf ar Hugh Thomas i gynnig yn ffurfiol welliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Lynn Neagle.
Diolch, Dirprwy Llywydd. Dwi'n codi i gyflwyno'r gwelliant hwnnw. Gwelliant dwi'n gobeithio gaiff ei weld fel un cadarnhaol sy'n cryfhau nod y cynnig gwreiddiol i sefydlu cofrestr statudol o lobbywyr. Yn gyntaf, hoffwn roi ar gofnod ein diolch ni i bwyllgor safonau'r 6ed Senedd am ei gwaith yn datblygu fframwaith safonau cliriach, cryfach a mwy tryloiw, gan gynnwys adolygu ac ychwanegu at y cod ymddygiad yr ydym i gyd yn ei ddilyn yn y lle hwn. Rwy hefyd yn cymeradwyo gwaith y pwyllgor safonau ar urddas a pharch gyda'r broses adalw yn arbennig o bwysig i iechyd ein democratiaeth Gymraeg. Rhaid ni bob amser ymdrechu at y safonau uchaf o ymddygiad fel aelodau o'r Senedd hon. Gan droi at lobio yn benodol, mae adroddiad etifeddiaeth y pwyllgor safonau wedi gadael y gwaith o symud ymlaen ar gofrestr statudol y lobbywyr i fyny i ni, fel aelodau newydd o'r Senedd ac i'r pwyllgor safonau newydd. Mae'r aelodau yr ymainciau hyn yn barod i wythio hyn yn ei flaen ac rwy'n galw'r bob aelod yn y lle hwn i gydweithio ar y mater. Dylai tryloiwder ychwanegol hwn gael ei groesawu gan aelodau'r Senedd hon ac gan bawb fel y gwnaethbwyd y pwynt jyst nawr. Mae'n iawn fod y wybodaeth hon ar gael yn gyhoeddus i bobl ei harchwilio a'i deall. Fel Senedd wedi ei hehangu, mae gennym ddyletswydd i bobl Cymru i fod mor agored a thryloiw ac y gallwn. Diolch.
Credir Owen Griffiths.
Diolch yn fawr a diolch am ddod ar y drafodaeth yma ger bron heddiw. As a member of the Standards Committee in the 6th Senedd, I know this is not a new issue. Lobbying has been considered carefully over the number of Senedd terms, and the committee has always recognised that lobbying itself is not improper. Hearing from charities, trade unions, businesses, campaigners, professional bodies and constituents is part of how members do our jobs. But there is an important distinction between legitimate engagement and a system where the public cannot clearly see who is seeking to influence decisions, on whose behalf and on what issue. That is where transparency matters. Mae angen i ni fod yn ofalus i beidio â chreu system sy'n cosbi ymgysylltu democrataidd arferol. Dylai etholwyr, elusennau bach, grwpiau cymunedol, ymgyrchwyr lleol allu siarad efo aelodau heb ofn cael ei dal mewn biwrocratiaeth ddiangen. Ond, mae gwahaniaeth rhwng hynny a lobio proffesiynol, masnachol neu drefnus ar ran buddiannau penodol. Dyna lle mae angen mwy o eglurder. There's also a question about the conduct of lobbyists in their engagement with members. Most organisations engage properly and respectfully. They provide information, make their case, and understand that members must make their own judgment in the public interest. But there are also occasions where approaches can become overly persistent or pushy. Members should not be pressured, badgered, and made to feel that access to them can be forced through persistent tactics. I also have concerns about the way that Senedd estate can sometimes be used in this context. The Senedd is a public, democratic space. It's not a commercial venue for private lobbying companies to monetize access to members or to their institution. Where the estate is available without charge, there must be proper transparency if organisations are being charged by intermediaries to participate in events held here. Members, participants and the public should be clear about who is organising an event, who is paying who is being charged and what role any lobbying or public affairs company is playing. A statutory register should therefore not only record who is lobbying and on whose behalf, but should also sit alongside clear expectations about conduct. Professional lobbying should be transparent, proportionate and respectful of the democratic role of elected members and the public nature of the Senedd estate. That would protect members, but it would also protect reputable organisations and lobbyists who are already operating to a high standard. The existing guidance already makes it clear that members should know who is lobbying them and why. It also encourages members to keep records of lobbying meetings. That was sensible at the time, but the guidance alone is no longer enough. The Senedd has grown, its responsibilities have grown, and public expectation around openness in political life have grown too. That is why a statutory lobbying register for Wales is now a logical next step. It should be proportionate and should not place unreasonable burdens on small charities, community campaigners and constituents, but professional lobbying activity should be visible, consistent and subject to clear rules. Dwi'n cefnogi y cynnig dylai Cymru gael cofrestr statudol o lobbïwyr. Dwi hefyd yn cefnogi gwelliant y blaid lafur. Mae'n cydnabod yn priodol y gwaith wnaeth y Pwyllgor Safonau yn y chweched Senedd ac yn gofyn i'r Pwyllgor yn y Senedd yma fwrw ymlaen gyda'r gwaith hwn ar fyrder. Dylai gwneud hynny'n ofalus, yn droloio a gyda chydweithio cadarnhaol gan bob plaid. This is not about casting suspicion on every organisation that speaks to a member. It's about strengthening confidence in Welsh democracy. Transparency protects the public, but it also protects members, campaigners, charities, businesses and legitimate lobbying from the perception that influence operates behind closed doors. For that reason, I support the motion and the amendment, and I hope the Senedd can move forward from discussion to delivery. Diolch yn fawr.
Sarah Cooper-Lasad.
I'd like to begin not with an argument, but with a picture. Picture someone walking into this building on a quiet afternoon. They have a meeting and no one will ever write it down. They make their case in the quiet, a bill, a clause, a decision that will touch 3 million lives. And as they speak, the law begins to move, slowly, almost imperceptibly, towards an interest you cannot see, for a purpose you will never be told. Then they rise and they leave, and the room is left exactly as it was before. Every chair in its place, as though no one had ever set foot in it inside. No name, no record, no trace. Nothing to say they were ever here, as if they never existed and they were never real. And yet the law now bears their fingerprints, and not one of us will ever know whose hand left them here. That is the most unsettling part, that someone can reach into the life of a law, shape it to their will, and leave the room behind exactly as they found it. That is not a failing in our system in Wales. That is the system. We are among the very last democracies in the Western world, still content to be haunted in this way, to let our laws be shaped by the hands we will never see and we will never know. So the question that I will now ask is, how do we build a good one? The UK built its register before Ireland did and built it badly. It captures only consultant lobbyists and it's been judged the least transparent in the Western world. The US has 10 times as many lobbyists on its public register, even adjusting for population. Ireland took the opposite path. It captures anyone lobbying a public official, backs it with a regulator that monitors, investigates and fines, and receives roughly 10 times the returns. Same idea, opposite result. The difference wasn't effort, it was design. And we needn't reinvent the wheel. Scotland already shows the way. A government bill run by the Parliament itself. But breadth must be built with care. When the Standards of Conduct Committee took evidence, the Wales Council for Voluntary Action rightfully gave a warning we should heed. get the definition wrong and you haul a food bank into the same net as a corporate lobbying machine, frightening off the very charities democracy depends on. And my colleague Owen Griffiths made an absolutely excellent point, and I pay homage to his speech. The question isn't whether Wales should have a register. Scotland has had one since 2016. Ireland since 2015, the EU has one, and even Finland has one. The real question is whether Wales builds a register that works or one that merely looks good and changes nothing. Because at present, we have almost nothing. A resolution of this Senedd from 2013, and note what it does. It places duties on us, on members, to take note and decline paid advocacy. It places absolutely no duties on the lobbyist. It is passive, it is unenforceable, and tells the people of Wales next to nothing about who is shaping their laws. And let me address something else. Transparency does not depend on the purity of whoever makes the case. It depends on whether the rules are right. Strong rules protect the public from wrongdoing in every party, including when warranted my own. I would far rather be the member who argued for these rules than the ones that quietly hoped they'd never came. Which brings me to Amendment 1. This Senedd has examined this question twice, a full inquiry in the last Senedd and another one in 2018. Twice this evidence was gathered, twice nothing was built, and now we are asked yet to hand it to another committee to examine it again. So what was missing was never analysis, it was the will to legislate. This Welsh Government or this Senedd own commission has every power to bring forward a bill. Replacing a call to create a register with an invitation to re-examine it is not caution, it is delay. Because in the end, this is not about lobbyists who do legitimate work. It is about one simple question any person in Wales is entitled to ask. Who was in the room? Who was in the room when this law was written, and why was I not allowed to know? Answer that, and you have a democracy worth trusting. Refuse to, and we should not be surprised when people stop believing in this place at all.
Diolch. Vicky Howells.
Today is an important topic and one which cuts to the heart of how citizens can and should expect a modern democracy to work in practice, to ensure decisions are made for the right reason, that they are taken transparently, with the best interests of our country at heart, and not as a result of undue influence, money or corruption. As we look to make sure this is the case, that our democracy is fit for purpose, it's important to remember, as noted by my colleague Hugh Thomas and Owen Griffiths, that we're not starting with a blank slate here. This is a point captured in the Welsh Labour amendment tabled in the name of my colleague Lynn Nego. And that notes the work carried out in the last Senedd term by the Standards of Conduct Committee. And in reflecting on this, I just want to draw on my own experience as chair of that committee for the first 3 years of the term. So as a committee, we started to look at lobbying early on, but then we folded that into our wider inquiry around individual member accountability. And in May 2024, we responded to a request for a register of lobbyists in Wales. Now, this work hadn't been completed by the time I left the committee later that year, but I did follow the progress of it with interest. And I think we need to remember one key point in all of this, and that's the fact that Wales has got a large number of really small charities that frequently want to reach out to members of this Senedd on issues close to their heart. And I recall that some concerns had been raised that any register could serve as a deterrent to smaller charitable organisations who could struggle with the bureaucracy and the costs that may be put in place. So safeguards will definitely need to be taken forward on any register of lobbyists to ensure there are no unintended consequences whereby, for example, a small charity might feel it has to pay for a lobbyist to take up advocacy on their behalf. I'm sure that's something we could all agree we wouldn't want to see. So I welcome the previous Standards of Conduct Committee identifying that we need an improved definition which better distinguishes between lobbying and advocacy. Now, this recognises, of course, that, as other members have alluded to, lobbying can be a positive thing, deepening understanding, sharpening policy and capturing that lived experience, but it has to be carried out in a way that is transparent and accountable. And these are issues set out in the committee's legacy report, and I hope that the new Standards of Conduct Committee will take them forward in due course. And as we are electing a chair of the next Standards Committee this afternoon, I hope that the candidates for chair will bear these points in mind. I was interested also that the legacy report called for the committee to consider within this context further work around the question of donations. Now, this is critical. So, alongside my thanks to Reform UK Ltd for tabling this motion, I will also express an element of surprise at the motion that they've tabled today. The leader of Reform UK Ltd, its former majority shareholder, is well known for racking up a staggering sum in donations. I understand it's in excess of £2 million since he became an MP. Well, that's not including the £5 million gift from Christopher Harborne prior to the 2024 general election, which Mr Farage seemed to forget all about. So, to close, I do welcome Reform UK Ltd's new scrutiny of the influence of money on politics. And in that purpose, I hope that all parties can work together to make sure we get this right. Diolch.
Well said.
Thank you. Benjamin Hodge McKenna.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. I speak today in support of a statutory register of lobbyists in Wales. Something that we all hear in the media from fellow politicians and, most importantly, from the people we represent. It's that trust in politics is wearing thin. Up and down the country, many people believe that influence in Cardiff Bay lies not in this chamber, but in private lunches, corporate dinners, and most dreaded of all, party conferences. As elected representatives, it is incumbent upon us to restore trust in our democratic system. We can begin this process by increasing the transparency and accountability in our politics. Decisions that impact the people of Wales should be made in full view, not over a cup of coffee that the public doesn't get to taste. When members of this chamber, I'll take a quick one if you don't mind.
You mentioned party conferences. It's a matter of record that in the past, Reform have banned journalists from their party conferences. Do you regret that, and will you take that up with the party leadership?
Well, I find it interesting that the member from the party opposite takes this opportunity to try and score political points when Reform are trying to improve transparency and accountability in this chamber. Westminster has a register, Holyrood has a register, but Wales relies on voluntary guidance and good intentions. We have no real disclosure as to who has been paid to influence whom. This is not good enough. As this Senedd matures as an institution, its safeguards must mature with it. Without proper transparency, we risk the prospect of people losing faith in this institution entirely. Now, Monday was the 811th anniversary of the signing of Magna Carta, something I'm sure everyone in this room celebrated. It enshrined that no free man would be deprived of rights except by the legal judgment of his peers or by the law of the land. That meant no selling of justice and no arbitrary power. That principle, that power must be accountable and visible, has been the cornerstone of British democracy. Winston Churchill called democracy the worst form of government, except for all the others. But he also knew about its greatest vulnerability, when the many are governed in the dark interest of the few. Now, we've heard good representations in this chamber today about the fact that lobbying itself is not the enemy. People, charities and businesses alike have every right to make their case to elected representatives. At Reform UK, we want Wales to have a prosperous economy where enterprise thrives. But when unelected and often highly paid advocates work to shape public policy in the comfort of private meetings, we are at risk of falling to government by proxy. Establishing a statutory register is a step towards restoring trust in our politics by enhancing the transparency and accountability of this chamber. Who is lobbying who? On whose behalf? And how much are they spending? A simple, searchable public register tells the people exactly that. No more excuses and no more revolving door without scrutiny. On this side of the chamber, we want to put the people first, not the quangos, not the professional political class, and not those who seek to privately influence public policy. This register is a modest, democratic reform that enhances transparency and reduces suspicion. It strengthens our devolution by showing that Wales can lead on integrity, not fall behind. The British philosopher Jeremy Bentham said that without publicity, no good is permanent, and under the auspices of publicity, no evil can continue. I say let us embrace that principle and trust the public with the truth. Diolch yn fawr.
Paul Davis.
Diolch, Dirprwy Lywydd, and I'm pleased to take part in this very important debate. The Welsh Conservatives are supportive of a statutory register for lobbyists, and we've been consistently clear that we support any moves to provide greater transparency in our democracy, and we will be supporting this motion today. As has been said, the absence of a lobbying register in Wales is in contrast with many other countries where mandatory registers are already in place. Now, that's not to say that we should do something because other parliaments do it, but where the details of a lobbying register are set out clearly and where they demonstrate a greater degree of transparency and accountability, then it's the right thing to do. This is something that I also have some experience of, having been a member of the Cross-Party Standards of Conduct Committee when it considered how a lobbying register should be introduced in the 5th Senedd. And it's important to understand the context of that committee's inquiry. Now, members will be aware that that committee concluded that it was minded that a register may need to be done via a statutory route. At the time, the committee argued that the lessons from other parliaments showed that there was a risk of reputational damage and of members not engaging with non-compliant organisations if a voluntary register was introduced. That report also rightly stated that to be effective, a register should require sufficient incentives for compliance and sanctions for non-compliance, and so a register on a statutory footing would certainly provide greater credibility and help strengthen public trust in our democracy. However, at the same time, the committee concluded that there would also be a need to demonstrate a proportional use of resources and value for money for the taxpayer. As the report stated, at the time there was little evidence to show that statutory registers in their current form provided the correct information to enhance and improve transparency. The experience of other legislatures, and in particular Westminster and Scotland, was still evolving when that inquiry was undertaken, and the committee rightly argued that Wales should learn from those models before making any decisions on a statutory register. Instead of rushing into a system that might not deliver meaningful transparency, the committee recommended a series of practical interim steps to help improve transparency around members' work. For example, the piloting of the publication of members' diaries was recommended to better understand the scale and nature of lobbying. The committee also recommended an increase in the amount of information published about events held on the Sennedd's estate. And it also recommended further research into how influence is sought and gained over politicians in order to better our understanding of lobbyists' influence in Welsh politics. The committee believed that lobbying as an issue needed to be part of an ongoing dialogue, and I believe it was right to learn from experience elsewhere and gather further evidence. Now, as has already been mentioned, the Standards Committee revisited this in the last Senedd and revised its lobbying guidance after taking further evidence from stakeholders and looking at the lobbying registers in the other parliaments across the UK. And so if the motion is passed today, I very much hope that this Senedd will further look at lobbying in Wales, build an evidence base to develop a register and provide an update on the lessons that have been learned from other parts of the United Kingdom. Because if we are serious about transparency, we must be serious about getting this right. There is little value in a system that creates bureaucracy without delivering genuine insight, accountability, and absolute democratic transparency. And so whilst I support the calls being made for a lobbying register, it must be developed properly, it must be proportionate, and it must enhance transparency rather than simply replicate systems that I've considered to be limited elsewhere. And this will require cross-party collaboration, detailed work, evidence building and careful attention. Therefore, in closing, the Welsh Conservatives support the creation of a lobbying register. We support efforts to improve the level of transparency in Welsh politics in order to build trust, and that will ultimately strengthen our democracy. And therefore, we will be supporting this motion.
Ac yn olaf, Carmelo Colasanto.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. I support this proposal by Clear Powell fully. I became a councillor and more recently accepted the privilege of serving as an MS to serve the people of Wales and to help shape as well as make our politics more accountable. Over time, I've watched politics drift away from the clarity and transparency that should define public service. It's no wonder that the electorate has begun to lose faith in us as a political class. For me, nothing reflects that loss of trust more clearly than the growing number of people who chose not to vote recently. They're not disengaged because they don't care. They're disengaged because they believe that we no longer act in their best interests. Which brings me to this debate around creating a register of lobbyists. As was pointed out to me recently, we are the only government in the UK that does not have a lobby register. But yesterday, I listened intently to arguments from the government in favour of devolving justice and policing on the basis that Wales is the only nation without those powers. If that argument is strong enough to justify major constitutional change with all the additional cost it brings, then surely it is strong enough to justify something as simple and straightforward as creating this register. Otherwise, I believe we risk being selective about when we use comparisons with the rest of the UK as a rationale for any sort of action. So let's be clear, the people of Wales aren't asking us to split the atom or send a rocket into space. They're simply asking for something more simpler, accountability and openness from us. They want to know who we meet, why we meet them, and how those interactions shape the decisions that are made in this chamber. The chamber that exists for them, the chamber that serves them, and the decisions that will ultimately affect their lives. So, in summary, can I just say today, let's collectively show the people of Wales that we are serious about rebuilding their trust. Let's support the creation of this register so our constituents can see clearly who we engage with and for what purpose. This is our chance to take that first but significant step for rebuilding public confidence in Welsh politics and democracy. Diolch.
Diolch. Galwaf ar y gweinidog cabinet dros effeithiolrwydd Llywodraeth a'r cyfansoddiad. David Trystan Davies.
Diolch yn mawr, Dirprwy Lywydd, a diolch i bob un o'r cyfranwyr. I ni wedi cael trafodaeth adeiladol, styriol, amryw o bersbectifau, ond trafodaeth seneddol, a dwi'n diolch i bawb am eu cyfraniadau, a mae yna gryn consensws hefyd ar draws y siambr hwn. Mae bod yn agored ac yn dryloiw yn un o'r gwerthoedd yna mae ein prif weinidog wedi gosod allan I ni fel Llywodraeth, ac felly mae e'n dilyn os I ni am fod yn agored ac yn dryloiw fel Llywodraeth, y byddwn ni'n cefnogi y ffaith bod y Senedd hon yn agored ac yn dryloiw, ac felly fe fyddwn ni yn cefnogi y cynnig sydd wedi ei osod yn enw Llyr Powell prynawn yma. Ni ddyle sefydliadau teimlo bod angen iddyn nhw gyflogi corff allanol mwyn cael gafel ar weinidog neu gyfleu ei safbwynt I Lywodraeth Cymru, boed lefel hynny ar lefel gweinidog neu swyddog. Wrth gwrs, dwi'n cydnabod bod modd i'r sector materion cyhoeddus yng Nghymru chwarae rôl ddilys fel ni wedi clywed gan sawl cydweithiwr heddi, a'i bod e'n gwneud hynny o ran gwella dealltwriaeth o wleidyddiaeth a Llywodraeth Ddatganwledig, ond ni ddylai cwmnïau materion cyhoeddus bod mewn sefyllfa lle mae canfyddiad bod ganddyn nhw unrhyw fath o fantes pan ddaw hi I gael gafel ar wybodaeth, gweinidogion neu swyddogion. Dwi wedi nodi fel Llywodraeth ni wedi ymrwymo I sicrhau bod gwybodaeth ar gael mewn ffordd sy'n agored ac yn dryloiw trwy wefan y Llywodraeth a thrwy ddatganiadau i'r Senedd, a dwi'n awyddus I wneud mwy o hynny, a byddwn falch I glywed unrhyw syniadau ar draws y siambr hon I gefnogi yr egwyddor hynny y dylen ni fod yn agored ac yn dryloyw? Andrew.
Those of us who were here in the last Senedd term remember the purchase of Charleston Farm by the then Labour government. There was no business case in place for that expenditure of £4.2 million. But what came to light in the development of the business case after the purchase was a private, informal dinner party between two government ministers, a senior lobbyist, at her house, and the beneficiary of that purchase attending that dinner party. It's critical that the ministerial code is aligned to any register of lobbyists that comes into play. So does the government commit to put it in the ministerial code that the ministers would fall under such a lobby register?
I thank the member for the intervention. In line with our commitment to openness and transparency, we will align our practices as a government with that of the Senedd, as we should do. Gai droi at y cynnig ei hun. Mae'r Llywodraeth wedi nodi bod yr adroddiad gwaddol ni wedi llawer gan sawl person gan y Pwyllgor Safonau ac Ymddygiad y 6ed Senedd yn argymell bod y Pwyllgor nesaf yn parhau ar gwaith ar atebolrwydd aelodau unigol drwy ystyried lobio a rhoddion ymellach. I ni'n cefnogi hynny yn ogystal â rhagor o waith ar gofrestr lobiwyr. Fe ddaeth gwaith blaenorol y Pwyllgor i'r casgliad a ni wedi clywed gan rhai aelodau fod systemau Prydain a'r Alban ddim yn ddigon clir. Ac wy'n credu bod yr awgrym yn fanna bod angen i ni ddatblygu'r sail dystiolaeth yn un cadarn a phwysig. Mae'r adroddiad y Pwyllgor Safonau yn awgrymu bod nifer o ffactorau i'w hystyried. Mae rhain yn cynnwys angen amddiffiniad gwell a chlir sy'n gwahaniaethu rhwng lobio ac eiriolaeth, sy'n cydnabod y rôl gadarnhaol y mae eiriolaeth yn gallu ei chwarae ac sy'n cydnabod y materion sy'n cyfrannu at ganfyddiad negyddol y cyhoedd ohono. Mae'r adroddiad yn nodi hefyd yr angen am hyfforddiant rheolaidd a sesiynau gloywi i aelodau ag eraill ar y rheolau lobio. Mae'n rhaid hyrwyddo'r canllawiau yn weithredol a'i gwella drwy enghreifftiau ymarferol, darpariadau, esboniadau clir o gyfrifoldebau ac ymestyn yr hyfforddiant i bawb sydd yma yn y Senedd. Mae gan Comisiwn y Senedd rôl allweddol i ware ochr yn ochr ar Pwyllgor Safonau wrth ddatblygu y sail dystiolaeth ac i symud y pethau yma yn ei blaen. Mae'r Llywodraeth hon yn gefnogol i'r symudiad yna ac yn dymuno'n dda iawn i'r Senedd a'r Pwyllgor newydd yn ei waith. Mae'r gwelliant sydd wedi cyflwyno gan y Blaid Lafur yn ni hefyd yn ei gefnogi. Mae'n gyd-fynd gyda'n safbwynt ni, sef mae mater i Gomisiwn y Senedd a'r Pwyllgor Safonau Ymddygiad nesaf yw bwrw mlaen a bwrw mlaen gydag egni a ffrydlondeb gyda'r gwaith allweddol. Dwi'n ailadrodd y dylid bwrw mlaen ar gwaith hwn ar sail trawsbleidiol trwy'r Pwyllgor ac fel Llywodraeth sy'n ymroddedig i dryloywder a bod yn agored fe fyddwn ni yn cefnogi'r gwaith hwnnw. Diolch yn fawr.
Galwaf Archir Powell i ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch, Ledri Llywydd. I'm at the unusual position in which closing the debate we're at what seems to be a bit of a consensus here. But I want to thank all members for contributing. You see, my journey for a lobbyist register isn't a short one. I started campaigning soon after the 2025 bill came into law in Westminster. The first action I took was trying to campaign for it here in Wales. In 2017, along with Matthew McKinnon, I led a petition to the then Sened's Petition Committee calling for a statutory lobbyist register in Wales. Sadly, I was told at that very time that the Senedd will consider it via the committee, the Standards Committee, and we hope to progress soon. Shortly after, I helped brief members of this Senedd and sat in that very gallery and watched the Senedd debate then, a similar debate to this, but pushback was a lot more. In the chamber, they said, whilst we support it, we look forward to the committee's work and look forward to seeing it. Now, I appreciate the work the former committee's done. I think Peredur and Griffith pointed out some very good facts and what the committee's work. I commend it. But we can't allow time to move as slowly as it has been. Wales is now over 10 years behind Westminster and exactly 10 years behind West Scotland is. So where we say this can't be rushed, I think we also can't drag our feet.
because as members on this side have said and across the chamber, this is about public trust in this Senedd and us as individuals. Whilst turnout is low for Senedd elections, and we did see an increase in the last one, we need to see it grow even more. So we need to find ways that strengthens public trust in this institution and as us as members and government going forward. And that's why I'm grateful for the government outlining its not just supporting this motion, but working cross-party to produce a statutory lobby. I do want to echo what members have said here today. Bringing in a lobbyist register isn't about demonising those who work in trying to influence us as members or us in the Senedd. This isn't about demonising lobbyists or presuming guilt. We accept that lobbying is a crucial part of a healthy democracy, but it must be regulated now. This is a simple ask. So I'm not going to drag this out any longer because this work will continue with who we will find out one of the successful members who has become the new chair of the Senedd Standards Committee. And I wish them all the very best, and I hope they do work as quickly as possible. And let's bring this in this Senedd. That's why we brought this vote forward so early in this Senedd. So on that, I hope all members, as I've heard, do vote for this motion. And in that, thank you very much.
Diolch. Y cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn y cynnig heb ei ddiwygio, a oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Gohiriaf y bleidlais o dan yr eitem hon tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. A gan fy mod i dal yn ffeindio'n rhaid, fi'n mynd i holi Huw Istef yn hyn ar gyfer y cyfnod pleidleisio.
Nawr te, rydyn ni'n eitha llawn. O'n i bai bod 5 aelod yn dymuno i mi gani'r gloch, symudaf yn syth i'r cyfnod pleidleisio. Na, rydyn ni'n symud i cyfnod pleidleisio. Item 5 yn gyntaf, galwaf am bleidlais ar y cynnig a gyflwynwyd yn enw Llyr Powell. Os gwrthodir yn cynnig, byddwn yn pleidlaisor ar y gwelliannau a gyflwynwyd i'r cynnig. Agorwch y bleidlais. Bleidlais. O blaid 37 ymatel, dim yn erbyn 48. Rydyn ni'n symud nawr i Amendment 1. Galwad am bleidlais ar welliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Helydd Fychan. Os derbynir gwelliant 1, bydd gwelliant 2 yn cael ei ddeddol. Agorwch y bleidlais. Caiwch y bleidlais. O blaid 49 ymatel, dim yn erbyn 36. Galwaf nawr am bleidlais ar y cynnig wedi ei ddiwygio. Agorwch y bleidlais. Bleidlais. O blaid 48 ymatel dim yn erbyn 37. Mae'r cynnig wedi ei ddigwyddio wedi ei dderbyn. Rwy'n ni'n symud nawr i item 6. Cofrestr ystadudol ar gyfer lobby yw'r. Galwaf am bleidlais ar y cynnig a gyflwynwyd yn enw Llyr Powell. Os gwrthodir y cynnig, byddwn yn pleidlaiswr ar y gwelliannau a gyflwynwyd i'r cynnig. Argorwch y bleidlais. Bleidlais. O blaid 77 ymatel, dim yn erbyn 8. Mae'r cynnig wedi ei dderbyn. Nawr. To go back to the... Technology. Diolch. Yes. Nawr te, rydw i'n gallu dweud cynlyniad bleidlais prynhawn ma, so I can reveal the results of the votes for the chairs from earlier this afternoon. I'll do them in order of the committees that we were voting on. Canlyniad y bleidlais, gydd ar gyfer cadeirydd, pwllgor y blynyddoedd, cynnar, plant, pobl ifanc ac addysg. Fi'n dweud unwybau a fi'n dweud nifer y pleidleisiau. Becca Brown, 40. Sarah Evans, 42. Ymatal a'i pleidleisiau, 7. Pleidleisiau wedi ei difetha, dim, cyfanswm 89. Rwy felly datgan bod Sarah Evans wedi hethol yn cadeirydd pwllgor o blynyddoedd cynnar, plant, pobl ifanc ac addysg. Canlyniad y bleidlais gydd ar gyfer cadeirydd y pwllgor cydraddoldeb, hawliau dynol a chyfiawnder cymdeithasol. Round 1 a round 2. Okay. Nawr te. Round 1. Sarah Rees, 32. Zainab Akbar, 33. Elfyd Williams, 21. Ymatel ei pleidleisiau, 3. Cyfanswm, 89. Gan a chafod ar un ymgeisydd fwyafrif o pleidleisiau dewis cyntaf, caiff yr ymgeisydd y gafodd y nifer lleiaf o bleidleisiau dewis cyntaf Elfyd Williams a'i hepgor a chafod ei bleidleisiau a'i hail dosbarthu rhwng yr ymgeiswyr a oedd yn weddill yn trefn blaenoriaeth. Felly, canlyniad terfynol yw yn round 2. Sora Rhys, 37, Zainab Akbar, 41. Rwy felly datgan bob Zainab Akbar wedi hethol yn cyrraedd y pwllgo cydraddoldeb hawliadynol a chyfyndiawndau cymdeithasol. Cynlyniad y bleidlais gyda ar gyfer cydairydd pwllgor ar economi, ynni a chysylltedd. Anna Nicol, 40. Elwyn Fawn, 41. Ymatal a'i pleidleisiau, 7. Cyfanswm, 88. Rwy felly datgan bod Elwyn Fawn wedi ethol yn cydairydd pwllgor yr economi, ynni a chysylltedd. Ac yn ola. Cynlyniad y pleidlais gydd ar gyfer cydairydd y pwllgor safonau ymddigiad. Alan Cox, 30. Lindsay Whittle, 48. Elin Stevens, 10. Cyfanswm, 88. Gan ei fod wedi cael mwyafrif o pleidleisiau dewis cyntaf, rwy'n datgan bod Lindsay Whittle wedi ethol yn cydairydd y pwllgor safonau ymddigiad. Llongyfarchiadau i chi gyd. A pawb sy'n, everybody who put their names forward as well. Well done. Very good indeed. Nawr, nesa, fe gawn ni dadl fer. Elwyn Fawn, am y dadl fer.
Wel, diolch yn fawr llywydd ac dwi falch a ddweud na i ddim cadw chi'n hir yna. Dwi'n gobeithio yn y lle cyntaf na byddai'n cael fy nghyddо o fod yn ymyrryd mewn materion rhyngwladol wrth gwrs yna. Ond mae rhai hynny ohonom ni'n sy'n ddigon ffodus i fod wedi dysgu rhywfaint o'n hanes, yn gwybod bod canu heledd yn sôn am yr hen bywys, am Pengwern ei hanes cyfoethog a'i thranc, efo colli cynddylan ar dref wen a gorfod mudo tua gorllewin Powys. Y rhyfeddod ydy, bod canrifoedd wedi mynd heibio, mae'r cysylltiadau Cymraeg yn parhau yn gryf yn yr ardal, efo enwau fel Treflach, Trefonen, Porthwain a Gwern y Brenin, yn dysteb i oes a fi, ac mae'r Gymraeg yn parhau i'w glywed. Ewch i Mart Siswallt ar ddydd Mercher, ac allwch feddwl eich bod y Mart Gyrwen neu Rhythyn. Ewch i'r siop Gymraeg yng nghanol tref Siswallt, tra bod dim un siop ar fath ym Mhywys gyfan gyda llaw. Neu ewch i'r grwpiau dysgwyr trwy'r ardal. Ac wrth gwrs bellach, cylch tua fi gan mudiad meithrin yn y dre hefyd, yn sicrhau parhad Gymraeg i'r genedlaeth nesaf. Yn wir, tra dynodwyd Caerdydd yn Brifddinas Cymru ar ugeinfed yr Rhagfyr 1955, 30 mlynedd cyn hynny, ym 1895, pan nad oedd gan Cymru Brifddinas trafodwyd ddarlith ymhebedw gan Emrys ap Iwan. Cyfle fi hwn iddo wy'n tyllu farn a ba le'n union a dylid bod y Brifddinas. A'r casgliad ydoedd, mae ymhengwern sy'n bellach amwythig. Ac as gai i ddyfynio. Fe ddylai'r Brifddinas fod yn agos i gyffiniau de a gogledd, sef o fewn dalaeth a elwyd gynt yn bywys. Dyweder, a wlad rhwng yr afon Mawddach a'r afon Ystwyth, ac oddi rhyngddyn hwy tua'r dwyrain, gan gynnwys Croesoswallt, Pengwern a Llwydlo, trefi oedd yn perthyn unwaith i dalaeth Powys, ac y ddylen fod yn perthyn iddi eto. Gai iddyn ni. Nawr, peidiwch â poeni. Dwi ddim yn awgrymu newid y ffiniau a cymeriad Pengwern yn ôl. Wel, a dwi'n siŵr fyddai cyfeillion o Gaerdydd ddim am golli statws prifddinas. Ond peri pwysigrwydd yr ardal yma, yn economaidd gwelwn teuluoedd ifanc yn symud o gefn gwlad Maldwyn i Grososwallt, a Mythwig a pentrefi ar y ffin i gael tai, gwaith a cyfleoedd newydd. Ac wrth gwrs, mae gweddill Powys yn ddibynnol o gwasanaethau allweddol, sbytau Gybowen ac ymwythig fel y tystiau wythnos diwetha, sy'n nid yn unig yn denu cleifion, ond yn denu staff sy'n siaradwyr Cymraeg o ffell ac agos. Mae'r ardal hyd yn oed o fewn talgylch Eisteddfod Maldwyn Meirionnydd 2027. Wythnos nesaf bydd y Comisiwn Cymunedau Cymraeg a sefydlwyd gan y Llywodraeth Flaenorol yn cynnal cyfarfod yng Nghroesoswallt wrth baratoi ei droddiad ar y Gymraeg tu allan i Gymru
gan ganolbwyntio ar y Gymraeg yn sir ymwythig yn gystal ag mewn rhannau eraill o Loegr a'r byd. Mae'r wladwriaeth Brydeinig, yr un mae rhai yn ymyfrydu ynddi, yn lofnodwr i Siarter Ewrop. Mae Siarter Ewrop ar gyfer ieithoedd rhanbarthol neu leiafrifol yn gytundeb gan Gyngor Ewrop sy'n aneliad ymddiffyn a hyrwyddo ieithoedd rhanbarthol a lleifrifol a siaradur yn draddodiadol mewn gwladwriaethau sy'n bartion ym mhob agwedd ar fywyd cyhoeddus. Mae'r Siarter, ynghyd â'r Confensiwn Fframwaith ar gyfer diogelu lleafrifoedd cenedlaethol, yn tystio i ymrwymiad hirdymor Cyngor Ewrop i ymddiffyn y lleiafrifoedd cenedlaethol. Mae ieithoedd rhanbarthol neu leiafrifol yn rhan o drefdadaeth ddiwylliannol Ewrop, ac mae ei diogelu a'i hyrwyddo'n cyfrannu at adeiladu Ewrop sy'n seiliedig ar ddemocratiaeth ac amrywiaeth ddiwylliannol. Mabwysiadwyd y Siarter a lunwyd ar sail testun y gynigwyd gan ganadledd sefydlog awdurdodau lleol a rhanbarthol Ewrop fel confensiwn gan Bwyllgor Gweinidogion Cyngor Ewrop ym mis Mehefin 1992. Ac fe arwyddwyd yn mis Tachwedd 1992 yn Strasbourg. Daeth i rym ym 1998. Mae Pwyllgor Arbenigwyr Annibynnol yn monitro gweithrediad y Siarter. Weithfed ringan y Dachwedd 2018 mae bwysiadwyd y dirprwyon newidiadau i weithrediad i fecanwaith monitro mwyn ei grefhau, a daeth rhain i rym ym mis Gorffennaf 2019. Bwriad y Siarter i ymddiffyn a hyrwyddo ieithoedd rhanbarthol neu leiafrifol ac annog i defnydd mewn bywyd cyhoeddus a phreifat. Felly mae'n rhwymo gwladwriaethau Prydain ynghyd system hyn, sy'n bartion i hyrwyddo'n weithredol y defnydd ar ieithoedd hyn mewn addysg, cyfiawnder, gweinyddiaeth, y cyfryngau, diwylliant, bywyd economaidd a chymdeithasol a chydweithrediad trawsffiniol. Felly mae'r Siarter yn mynd tu hwnt i amddiffyn llefrifoedd a'r frwydr yn erbyn gwahaniaethu, gan ei gwneud yn yfynol i'r gwladwriaethau sy'n bartion, hefyd gymeryd camau i hyrwyddo ieithoedd llefrifol yn weithredol. Mae Cyngor Ewrop yn sicrhau bod y Siarter yn cael ei weithredu'n ymarferol. Mae pwyslais y Siarter ar diriogaeth draddodiadol yr iaith, a dyma rhyw achos yn rhannau o sir ymwythig dan sylw. Mae sawl gwladwriaeth yn estyn y Siarter tu hwnt i ffiniau gweinyddol presennol o fewn y gwladwriaeth. Nid yw ffin Cymru Lloegr yn rheswm dros beidio a chynnwys y Gymraeg yn sir ymwythig o dan y Siarter. Ffin fewnol o fewn yr un wladwriaeth yw yn llygaid y Siarter. Dan gyfraith rhyngwladol, mae dyletswyddau ar Lywodraeth y Deyrnas Gyfunol dan Siarter Ewrop. Hyn yn cynnwys dyletswyddau sy'n weithredol tu allan i Gymru. Dan erthigol 7.3, mae dyletswydd ledled y deyrnas i hyrwyddo cyd-ddealltwriaeth ieithyddol, gan ddefnyddio addysg a'r cyfryngau torfol i'r diben hynny. Hefyd, mewn perthynas â'r Gymraeg, mae'r Deyrnas Gyfunol wedi ymrwymo i'r erthigol 13.2, sy'n gosod dyletswydd arni i gefnogi'r Gymraeg y tu allan i Gymru. Hynny, pob tro mae cais neu ddymuniad i gael mynediad addysg Gymraeg ym Mhywys, mae yna ffas, stŵr, gwrthwynebiad. Mae teuluoedd yn gorfod apelio, cwyno, herio penderfyniadau, swyddogion a cael cymorth rhag mudiad rhieni dros addysg Gymraeg, a gwthio yn erbyn sefydliadau sydd ddim yn deall. Gadewch ni fod yn uchelgeisiol. Gadewch ni hwylwyso mynediad yn addysg Gymraeg ym mhobman. Gadewch ni fod o ddifri am y targed o miliwn siaradwyr Cymraeg. Gadewch ni ddatgan yn glir bod dwyieithrwydd yn rhywbeth i'w groesawu ac ein bod yn croesawu y siaradwyr newydd, a croesawu rai hynny sy'n digwydd byw dros y ffin, ond am ail afel neu cael mynediad at ei treftadaeth. Mae llwyddiant diweddar Ysgol Gymraeg y Trallwm yn esiampl wych. Y fy niferoedd ar gynnydd a ceisiadau yn dod o lan y mynach a pant, sydd dros y ffin. Efo lle i 100 o ddisgyblion, mi fydd yn llawn mis Medi yma. Gwn am eraill sy'n byw yng Nghoesoswall sy'n teithio'n ddyddiol i Ysgol Llanrhaeadr y Mochnant, ond dim ond ar ôl gorfod ymgychu. O sicrhau mynediad hwylus di-draffaeth yn ddios cynyddu fydd y diddordeb. Felly gofyn ydw i, Gweinidog, am decwch, ac i'r Weinidog gweithio efo Cyngor Powys ac ymwythig os angen, i sicrhau 3 cam gweithredol. Yn gyntaf, Sicrhau bod modd i pobl ifanc gael mynediad di-draffaeth, di-lol a cludiant rhwydd ac hwylus addysg Gymraeg fel norm os yn byw dros y ffin. Sicrhau estyniad ysgol Gymraeg y Trallwm fel yr agosaf at y ffin i adlewyrchu y twf a'r brwdfrydedd lleol. Ac sicrhau cynllun gweithredu clir 5 mlynedd i hangu darpariaeth addysg Gymraeg yn halgyrch ysgol uwchradd Llanfyllin. Yn yr un modd ac mae'r Llywodraeth yn helpu ysgol Gymraeg Llundain, a'r cyngor Prydeinig yn buddsoddi ym Mhatagonia, dylid helpu cyngor Powys a'r teuluoedd i alluogi mynediad at addysg Gymraeg ar hyd y ffin. Mae cynsail i gynnwys y Gymraeg yn Sir Amwythig. Yn Nhachwedd 2025, cadarnhawyd bwriad y Deyrnas Gyfunol yn dilyn ymgyrch gan gyngor Cernyw ac eraill i newid sefyllfa bresennol y Gernyweg yn y siarter, a'i rhoi yn rhan 3 o'r siarter, sy'n golygu bod rhaid cyflwyno 35 mesur penodol mewn meysydd fel addysg, y cyfryngau, gweinyddiaeth ac ati. Hyd hynny, bydd Cynnyweg yn iaith o dan rhan 2 yn unig. Ac o weithredu'n gadarnhaol, fel y nyddiau heledd, pan fydd rhaid iddi fudo o Bengwern i gastell newydd mathrafal ger Meifod, y bu modd i siaradwyr Cymraeg y ganrif yma, fudo'r hyn i'w Sir Amwythig heddiw i gestyll addysgol Powys. Diolch yn fawr.
Galwaf ar y gwanid o Cabinet dros addysg a'r Cymraeg i ymateb i'r ddadl. Anna Brychan.
Diolch yn fawr. Diolch yn fawr, mae'n ddrwg fi. Am araith ddiddorol iawn. O'n i ddim yn disgwyl cwpla heddi yn trafod canu heledd, ond allai'm gweithio ti faint o bleser mae fe wedi rhoi i fi i ddarganfod mai hynny sydd wedi digwydd. Ond bydd rhaid i fe ddisgwyl gwrthwynebiad brwd oedd aelod etholedig dros Gaerdydd os dwi moyn ein herio ni am statws prifddinas yn ytrach Cymru. Mae yna bethau diddorol iawn wedi cael eu codi fyna. Ac fel i ni'n dweud yn gyson, a fi'n credu bod hyn yn un o'r cyfleoedd mwyaf pendant i ategu hynny eto, mae'r Gymraeg yn perthyn i ni gyd, gan gynnwys bobl soswallt, o bosib. Gan gynnwys yn sicr y plant a'r rhieni sy'n byw ar hyd pob ran o'r ffin sy'n dymuno dysgu a mwynhau'r iaith. A mae'r cyfeiriadau at diriogaeth traddodiadol yn rhywbeth fi'n credu fyddai'n dychwelyd ato fe, edrych arno fe, mae hwnna'n ddiddorol yn ei hunan. A mae cyfeiriad y cylch tu a fyd a'n arweiniad mudiad meithrin yn rhai croes oswallt yn Sir Amwythig yn dangos yn glir nad rhywbeth hanesyddol yn unig mor hyd berthynas hon, ond rhywbeth sy'n parhau i fod yn beth byw iawn heddi hefyd. A wi yn falch fel sonies di bod yr Comisiwn Cymunedau Cymraeg yn ymweld â croes oswallt wythnos nesaf mwyn archwilio'r cymunedau Cymraeg hynny sy'n byw tu fas i Gymru, a sut allwn ni ddod ar egni ar brwdfrydedd hwnnw a manteisio arno fe ar bydd y Gymraeg a dyfodol Cymru. A fydd yn diddori hefyd mod i'n cwrdd yn fuan gyda awduron y Comisiwn i drafod rhai o'r elfennau yma ymhellach. Diolch hefyd am gyfeirio at Eisteddfod Maldwyn Meirionnydd yn 2027. Wy'n bersonol, a mi'n siŵr bod eraill hefyd yn edrych mlaen yn fawr at fynychu'r dathliadau 850 mlynedd o Steddfod dros yr wythnosau nesaf yma. A fi'n credu bod fi wedi cytuno i ddilyn yr arglwydd Rhys i'r rhywle, fel rhan o'r dathliadau rheini. Ac fel bob Steddfod, bydd Steddfod 2027 yn gyfle arall i groesawu pobl o bob rhan o Gymru a thu hwnt i ddathlu creadigrwydd Cymru ar ei orau ac adeiladu cydberthnasau newydd ar hyd ac ar draws y ffin, a chreu gwaddol ar gyfer dyfodol cadarnach ar gyfer y Gymraeg ym mhob rhan o dalaeth Powys. Dwi ddim yn dweud talaeth yn yr araith gyda llaw. Fi sy'n teimlo hynny bob tro fi'n gyrru trwyddo fe. A mae hyn oll eto'n adlewyrchu pa mor ddwfwn mae'r Gymraeg wedi ymwreiddio yn yr ardal bwysig hon ac yn rhan felly o'i dyfodol. Ac mae rhoi cyfle teg i blant a phobl ifanc gael yr addysg orau posibl a thrwy hynny ddysgu a mwynhau'r Gymraeg ar hyd y ffin a thrwy Gymru gyfan yn flaenoriaeth greiddiol i ni fel Llywodraeth, fel mae sawl un o'n ni wedi cyfeirio ato fe yn areithiau'r wythnosau diwethaf yma. A dyma pam mae'r Llywodraeth hon wedi gwneud addysg yn flaenoriaeth genedlaethol a rhoi Gymraeg wrth galon portffolio hwnnw. Ni yn dymuno sicrhau cyfle teg at addysg Gymraeg a llwybr addysgol cryf, clir a dirwystyr o'r blynyddoedd cynharaf at addysg bellach, uwch a gydol oes. Ac mae codi safonau yn ysgolion y sicrhau'r amodau gorau ar gyfer dysgu ac addysgu yn eithriadol o bwysig i ni. Nes i gyfeirio ar y dechrau bod y Gymraeg yn perthyn i ni gyd, ac mae honno'n egwyddor sydd wedi sefydlu'n gadarn erbyn hyn, a mae'r Llywodraeth hon am weithredu sicrhau mae dyna'r realiti ym mhob cwr o Gymru. Mae arolwg diweddar, a fi'n credu bod yn bwysig i ni gyfeirio at hyn, yn gyson yn dangos bod 82% o bobl Cymru sydd rhwng 19 a 40 mlwydd oed yn cefnogi'r ymdrechion i sicrhau bod plant yng Nghymru yn cael dysgu Cymraeg. A felly mae angen i ni weithredu ar hynny. A fel mae'r aelod yn gwybod, mae Powys fel pob sir arall yng Nghymru yn gweithredu cynllun strategol Cymraeg mewn addysg, cysga i'w garedigion, a cafodd y disgwyliadau cenedlaethol eu cryfhau yn dilyn adolygiad brys o'r cynlluniau yma nôl yn 2017. Cam sydd wedi gyrru ymddygiad a phenderfyniadau polisi gwell, ac mae arwyddion o hynny yn sicr i'w gweld ym Mhowys. Mae'r sir wedi gweld cynnydd o chydig dros 200 hyd yn hyn mewn addysg Gymraeg ers dechrau gweithredu cynllun strategol nhw, sy'n adlewyrchu'r hyn sydd i weld ar draws Cymru. Cafodd ysgol Pennant, Pen y Bont Fawr, fuddsoddiad i estyn yr ysgol a chynyddu darpariaeth cyfrwng Cymraeg, a cafodd ysgol Gymraeg y Trallwng fuddsoddiad i adeiladu ysgol newydd ar leoliad mwy i alluogi'r ysgol honno i dyfu. A mae'r niferoedd wedi cynyddu'n sylweddol ers hynny, ac mae cynlluniau i estyn yr ysgol ymhellach i ateb galw brwd am addysg Gymraeg yn yr ardal na. A mae nifer o ddatblygiadau eraill ar drod ym Mhowys hefyd, fel fydd e'n gwybod yn iawn megis yr ysgol newydd ym Mhonsenni, ysgol Calon Cymru yn Llanfair y Muallt a Bro Hyddygen yn Machynlleth. A mae gan y sir hefyd ddwy ganolfan drochi, hwyr erbyn hyn sy'n cynnig llwybr ychwanegol i ddysgwyr gael mynediad at addysg Gymraeg, ac mae'r Cyngor Sir wedi cymryd safiad i sicrhau y bydd addysg uwchradd cyfrwng Cymraeg ar gael ym mhob rhan o'r sir gydag Ysgol Bro Hyddygen, Ysgol Bro Caerenion ac Ysgol Calon Cymru oll ar siwrnau drosi o fod yn ysgolion cyfrwng Cymraeg. Mae'n bwysig dathlu'r llwyddiannau yma a chefnogi'r momentum a gweithio gyda'n gilydd i wneud cynnydd pellach. Ond mae yna rwystrau hefyd yn y system, ac mae rhaid i ni ddeall yn well beth sy'n wrth wraidd y rwystrau hynny. Ni wedi ymrwymo fel rhan o'n cynllun can diwrnod cyntaf i gynnal adolygiad brys o'r cynlluniau strategol Cymraeg mewn addysg yn cynnwys i'n Powys, a mae'r gwaith hwnnw yn digwydd ar hyn o bryd. A bydd yr aelod yn falch iawn o glywed mae'n bwriad i'w ystyried materion cludiant ar Gymraeg gan gysylltu gyda'n ymrwymiad fel Llywodraeth i gynnal adolygiad brys o'r mesur teithio dysgwyr. Ac mae'r trafodaethau gydag adran y dirprwy weinidog dros drafnidiaeth wedi dechrau eisoes. A hoffen i gadarnhau hefyd i'r aelod ein hymrwymiad i drafod y mater yma wedi godi heddiw gyda Chyngor Sir Powys. Rwy'n gwybod i bod eisoes mewn trafodaethau gyda Chyngor Swydd Amwythig. Felly mae'r aelod wedi nodi, fel mae wedi nodi, mae'n adeiliodd o Gymru sydd yn byw ar y ffin sy'n dymuno addysg Gymraeg i'w plant, a fyddyle hynny fod yn bosibl. Rwy'n ni a'r sir yn gytun bod angen dod o hyd i ddatrysiad cynaliadwy i ddysgwyr ar y ffin sy'n am gael mynediad ysgolion Cymraeg, ac mae hyn yn cynnwys dysgwyr dros y ffin hefyd, os ydyn nhw'n dymuno dysgu'r Gymraeg yng Nghymru, a bod lle iddynt wrth gwrs yn yr ysgolion lleol. Felly bydd yr adolygiad o'r cynlluniau strategol Cymraeg mewn addysg sydd yn ein cynllun can diwrnod yn ystyried y mater yma ac yn cyfrannu'n fwy cyffredinol at ein gwaith strategol hir dymor i wireddu deddfu Gymraeg ac addysg. ac fydd yn sicrhau cyfle teg i gael addysg Gymraeg. Ac mae hynny yn cynnwys mwy o gyfleoedd i ddysgu Cymraeg hefyd, wrth gwrs, mewn ysgolion Saesneg a dwy iaith, ac rydyn ni hefyd wedi rhannu uchelgais i sicrhau cyfle i hanner plant Cymru fynychu ysgolion cyfrwng Cymraeg erbyn 2050. Mae yna heriau, ond yr hyn sy'n ynghalanogi i a'r aelod hefyd gobeithio yw clywed am y negeseuon sydd eisoes yn dod oddi wrth awdurdodau lleol ac ysgolion. Mae rhai rhwystrau systemig, oes mae yna gyfleoedd weithiau'n cael eu colli, ond mae yna awydd i wneud y Gymraeg yn well, fel y dywedwyd wrth rhai o'n swyddogion ni oedd yn ymwneud â hyn, a bobl mewn ysgolion cyfrwng Saesneg ar hyn o bryd oedd yn dymuno i hyn ddigwydd. Ac mae hyn i weld a'i dathlu cynnydd yn gallu dysgwydd yn y Gymraeg yn rhywbeth mae yna rannu hynny ar draws Cymru. Ac mae'n wych clywed bod hynny'n wir ar draws yr ochr arall y ffin hefyd. Mae dan ni waith i wneud os dim amheuaeth i gael am hynny, ond beth rwy eisoes wedi dechrau gweld yw gydag uchelgais gyffredin i ni wedi cyfleu yma heddi a dros yr wythnosau diwetha, mae yna awydd i gydweithio ar draws Cymru a chefnogaeth briodol, felly mae gweithredu yn bosibl os y'n ni'n neud gyda'n gilydd gwell. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch i Elwyn Fawn a diolch hefyd i'r Gweinidog Cabinet. Daw hynny a thrafodion heddiw i ben.